Hansen was interested in those paintings. He kept looking at them, fascinated by the depiction of rebate being slaves. But in the paintings, Hansen could not see what beings had enslaved them. The carriage, and the slave masters that it held, were all enveloped in bright light. So much so, you could not identify the beings inside it. "You. Open the door." Captain Wood pointed at one of the barons as he spoke. "I'm sorry." That baron suddenly kneeled, planted his face down to the ground, and started to kowtow. He did it so vigorously, his forehead began to bleed. "Catcha." Captain Wood cut the baron's head clean off, and emotionlessly spoke to another one of the barons. "You. Now you go and open the door." The baron's legs were shaking. He didn't beg as the previous baron had. Instead, he slowly approached the door of the palace. His trembling legs brought him closer and closer to the door, and when he was near enough, he extended his shaky hands. With little to no strength, he pushed against it. The door did not budge. "Use strength," Captain Wood shouted. The baron shoved forcefully against the door, but still, there was no response. "Deep Blue Viscount, how did Chiron Earl enter?" Captain Wood asked Deep Blue Viscount. Deep Blue Viscount, ever since he had returned to this place, had looked quite pale. His lips shivered as he tried to speak, saying, "He merely pushed the door and it opened. He did nothing special." "He didn't do anything?" "Come on, man. Think about it harder," Captain Wood quietly requested. Deep Blue Viscount's entire body was shaking like mad. His facial expression screamed out the fact he was hiding something. And inside, whenever he thought about it, he wanted to faint and drop down to the ground. "I guess I do know what happened," Gu Qingqing said with a sigh. She used the voice only Hansen and Xie Qingqing could pick up. Hansen nodded. He knew what she was thinking, too, but it was simply too cruel. "What's going on?" Xie Qingqing was too lazy to think about it, so he quietly asked them to spell it out. Gu Qingqing said, "If I am not mistaken, Chiron Earl brought more than just Deep Blue Viscount. There might have been 6 ordinary rebate." Xie Qingqing did not want to realize what she was suggesting, but he was a smart man. He understood and said, "Are you saying Chiron Earl brought the ordinary rebate intentionally for some reason? Their only use could have been in opening this door. Does that mean Deep Blue Viscount is some sort of key or sacrifice?" "That must be the reason Gu Qingqing said coldly. Gu Qingqing knew this, but Captain Wood was not dumb either. He stared at Deep Blue Viscount and said, "If you tell me the truth, I will let you live. If you lie, you are going to be a sacrifice." Deep Blue Viscount's body shook even more now. With a trembling voice, he said, "We need the blood of 4 rebate to open this door." When Deep Blue Viscount said that, the rebate barons were shocked. They immediately tried to run. Aside from them, only Captain Wood and Black Steel were rebate. Everyone knew what would happen to them now. Captain Wood didn't look at the rebate barons that were escaping, though. 4 of the marquis did so for him. They swiftly moved to grab the escaping barons. Then, all 4 of the captured rebate were thrown in front of the palace door. "How do we do this?" Captain Wood saw Deep Blue Viscount shaking like mad. Deep Blue Viscount, with his still shaky voice, said, "Make them kneel in front of the gate, and then cut off their heads. Their blood should be absorbed by the gate. Mr. Help. F***CK. I am going to fight you." The 4 rebate begged for their lives. Others were mad. Some of them wished to kill themselves. But no matter what they wished to do, they could not move. Captain Wood unleashed a power before any of them could move their fingers. They were kneeling before the door now. "Don't kill me. I am Night River Kingsman," a rebate baron shouted. When he shouted that out, the other 3 barons started shouting, too. They were all well known, at some level. Captain Wood ignored their pleas, though. He grabbed the scared Deep Blue Viscount and brought him in front of the door. He made him kneel with the 4 barons. Captain Wood. What is this? I told you what you wanted to know. Deep Blue Viscount was terrified. There are 4 rebate barons, and you said you need 4. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Captain Wood said coldly. Mister, I did not lie. You really only need 4. Deep Blue Viscount shouted. Captain Wood looked up to the painting on the wall and said, kill. The 4 marquises moved to cut the heads of the rebate off. 5 in total, with Deep Blue Viscount included. Han Sen and Gu Qingqing frowned. This was just like the sanctuary. If you were weak, you would only end up getting bullied. Deep Blue Viscount and the others were all killed. Then, Captain Wood withdrew his power. The 5 headless bodies were still in a kneeling position, as the necks squirted out blood that spray-painted the door. The blood began to float up and stain the markings across the door, before being wholly absorbed. The 5 headless corpses continued to squirt blood ceaselessly. It was a creepy thing to see. The barons had killed before, but seeing this, it made their legs grow soft. Catcha! The 5 bodies shriveled up as all their blood was drawn into the door. The bronze door turned red, and then, it made a sound. It was just a sound, though. The door did not open. The 5 bodies were all dried up now, lying on the ground. They were like husks, devoid of any fluid. You. Go and open the door. Captain Wood pointed at one of the barons. The baron was so scared that he wet his pants. But even so, he still walked toward the door, shivering constantly. He pushed the red bronze door open. The bronze door opened, and light spilled out of the gap. When the group saw what lay inside there, they were quite surprised. Inside, there was a small replica of Narrow Moon. Each moon had its own orbital ring, and in the center of them all, there was an orb. Like a sun, it gleamed brightly. That was at the center of the purple bronze palace. Han Sen was shocked. Other than the strange solar system within, the purple bronze palace was empty. Countless moons orbited a sun, and they looked like they had been there for a long time. The baron that opened the door stood where he was, as Captain Wood excitedly moved forward to push him out of the way. He walked forward, and the 4 marquises followed. Han Sen thought it was strange that they suddenly seemed braver. They hadn't sent their cannon fodder in first in case there were traps. It didn't seem like a very Wood thing to do. And as this strange feeling continued to permeate Han Sen's temperament, Captain Wood kneeled in the air like a knight. As he faced the sun, he said, Lord Sky God, greetings from your most loyal rebate slave. Han Sen felt his eyeballs bulge in their sockets, and it seemed like everyone else was equally surprised. He thought there was going to be a fight, with the situation changing so suddenly. It looks like the god that the rebate obey is the sun. It is no wonder it looks like that, Gu Qingqing said quietly. Han Sen understood what she was saying. No wonder the rebate didn't have accounts of their victory over the ravens. It did not look as if they had beaten them at all. If the rebate had won the war, even if the enemy had been weak and pitiable, they still could have claimed that it was a heroic and noble victory. There was only one possible reason for the rebate to avoid talking about their victory over the raven: they hadn't actually won. Something must have happened to the raven, providing the rebate a fortunate opportunity to steal Narrow Moon for themselves. Whether or not the raven had completely disappeared was something they were not sure of. You guys still remember me? What do you want, providing sacrifices like that? The sun-like orb possessed an old voice. Lord Sky God, Captain Wood looked hesitant to say it, and his face twisted a little in the attempt to speak. Captain Wood had come here on Black Moon King's orders. The wish he had to make was something Black Moon King desired, but right now, another thought crept across his mind. His mind was in 2 halves, and his face looked strange. After a while of thought, he said, Lord Sky God, we require a fire seed. The sun-like orb said, you should know that a sacrifice like that is not enough for a fire seed. You will require more. When Han Sen and the others heard this, they tensed. If Captain Wood required live sacrifices, they would be in danger. But things were not as Hansen feared. Captain Wood brought out a box. He held it up to the sky god and said, "Sky god, this is my sacrifice." The box in Captain Wood's hands started to fly. It went past a moon right towards the sun. After some time passed, Sun Sky God said, "Good. This is enough. You can be granted a fire seed." After that, the sun released a small fire. It was like the light of a candle, and it flew directly back to Captain Wood. Captain Wood pulled out a black bottle to put the flame inside. He closed it, and then put it away. "Thank you, Sky God." Captain Wood bowed, and then went on to ask, "Sky God, is there still one more wish available to be made?" "No. The 3 wishes have been granted," Sun Sky God used his old voice. "Did Chiron Earl make 2 wishes? Where did he get that many sacrifices?" Captain Wood's face changed. Sun Sky God said, "Chiron Earl only made 1 wish. Not long ago, a viscount approached and made a wish. So, the 3 wishes have now been made." Captain Wood's face looked ill, and he said, "A viscount made a wish? Who? You can return to whence you came now." Sun Sky God did not answer his question. Captain Wood did not dare disobey the command, so he simply bowed and left the purple bronze palace with his 4 marquees. He looked quite gloomy. Now Hansen wondered if Wind Viscount was the one who made the wish. It didn't make sense if he had, though. If he had made a sacrifice and gone through all that effort, why would he have died not long after? After Captain Wood had left the hall, Sun Sky God's voice boomed across the hall. "If you have the raven feather, why do you not make a wish?" Everyone was shocked, and no one knew who his question was directed at. Hansen was shocked, and he thought to himself, "The raven feather cannot be that steel feather, can it? If you have the raven feather, you can make 1 more wish." Sun Sky God's voice sounded again. Everyone looked at each other, wondering who amongst them might have had such a feather. Hansen stayed quiet, but when he stepped forward, he noticed Captain Wood and the others' faces change. "Mr. Sky God, what are these raven markings?" Hansen did not make a wish. He simply asked a question before all else. Sun Sky God answered, "Chiron Earl made a wish to grow a raven. You need a sacrifice to grow the raven, and the people with the marks on them are the sacrifices. Then, might I ask how it is possible to erase those raven marks?" Hansen asked. Sun Sky God seemed to show bias towards Hansen, and he answered him again. "You do not need to erase them. When the raven is born, the marks will fade. The marks will not bring harm to the people possessing them. In fact, those who have it will be granted raven blood. It will make them stronger." Now, Hansen was able to understand why Sky God was so nice and so willing to answer the questions. But Hansen had to keep on asking. "Then, how do I make the raven be born in a way that the sacrifices don't die?" "You find more sacrifices. Find more than you need, and you will live," Sun Sky God said with certainty. "Is there anything else? Is there a method that won't require any sacrifices?" Hansen asked with a frown. "You can use your wish to erase those marks, of course. You ask too many questions. Now, sacrifice the raven feather and make your wish," Sun Sky God said. Hansen did not like making wishes. He knew what had happened to Don, Uncle Bug, and the Ning family's second mister, and it had completely soured him on the concept of making wishes. Hansen did not think Sky God was a good character. Chiron Earl had made a wish, but he was killed alongside the rest of his helpers. He did not know if Wind Viscount had made a wish, but he had died, too. And on top of that, he had infected the rest of Hansen's people back at base with the sacrificial marking. Hansen did not say anything. And there were only 2 wishes he could realistically make. One wish was to ask Sky God to erase everyone's markings, but that was something that Sky God was suspiciously leading him to request. If he wasn't leading Hansen on, he wouldn't have mentioned the possibility in the first place. Hansen did not think he was any more important than would Duke. But Sky God had spoken a lot more to Hansen, and so it was fairly obvious that Sky God wanted something from him. Hansen couldn't make this wish. Even if everyone did get their markings removed, the egg was still around. The infection, in some way, would go on. And on top of that, Hansen only had one raven feather. He could also wish for the raven to be born without the need for a sacrifice. According to what Sky God had told him, if the raven was born, the markings would be useless. The people with them would not be hurt, and if anything, those who had been marked would only benefit. But Hansen couldn't be sure this was the truth just because Sky God had said so. It might just be another way that Sky God was trying to deceive him. If this was the truth, there was the whole matter of pondering what to do once the raven was born. It required a grand sacrifice for its birth, so only the gods knew how much it would later require, as it grew up. At least it wouldn't have the ability to kill, presumably. But that couldn't be known until it was born. It could actually be scarier once it was born than when it was in the egg. Wishes like that seemed too dangerous to Han Senator, but the Silver Fox, Xie King, and Gu Qingqing possessed the mark. If he didn't sort this out soon, everyone here could die. Make your wish. Sun Sky God's voice boomed again, echoing across the hall. Hansen did not bring out the steel feather yet, though. He just asked, Lord Sky God, is there anyone else like you that can grant a wish through sacrifices? This has nothing to do with your wish, Sun Sky God said. It has nothing to do with my wish, but I had a few friends who made a wish to a so-called god. Their dreams might have come true, but ultimately, their lives all turned to misery. I am afraid of ending up like them. I don't want to make a wish and find myself unable to enjoy it, Hansen said slowly. I am not that kind of god, Sun Sky God said. So, you are saying there are other gods like you? Hansen's eyes turned bright. He had been looking for that god for a long time, but he had never been able to pick up on a single lead. He hadn't expected to find one here. You cannot compare those fake gods to someone like me, Sun Sky God said in irritation. Now Hansen knew that other gods did exist. And now Hansen wanted to know information concerning the gods Sky God knew, and whether one of them was the god that the 7th team had encountered. Hansen wished to ask something more, but Sun Sky God said, I am going to rest. Give me your feather and make the wish now, or wait another 1,000 years. I appreciate the offer. I'll think about it, and maybe I'll make this wish in 1,000 years, Hansen said, then tried to exit the Purple Bronze Palace. When he had entered the palace, he stayed near the door. He didn't enter too far, so he thought he could bolt outside quickly enough if something bad happened. But now Hansen noticed he had underestimated Sky God. As he tried to reach the door suddenly looked so far away. He wouldn't be able to reach it. You are a little creature no greater than an ant. Where do you think you are? You cannot come and go so simply. Make your wish with your feather, or I will send you to hell. You will suffer for the rest of eternity, mark my words. Sun Sky God sounded a little peeved. I told you I have no wish to make, Hansen responded. Then think about it, right here, right now. Sun Sky God coldly went on to say, but hurry. You might end up dying before you are able to make a wish. Hansen frowned, not understanding what Sky God meant. But soon, he did. Hansen's fingers and hair grew quickly. He began growing a long beard, as something else occurred to his skin. Time has sped up. Hansen's face changed. Wood Duke and all the others were shocked. Controlling time really was something only a god could do. Hansen looked at his body. With the speed he was aging, his few hundred-year lifespan would be over in a few hours. I am Sky God. I can do anything, if it is what I desire. Sky God sounded cold. It didn't look as if he was showing off, though. This was something ordinary for him. In that case, why don't you just take the feather? Why do I have to make a sacrifice? Hansen's body was getting older, but he wasn't panicking yet. Han Sen had the powers of space and time himself. Although he wasn't as strong as Sky God couldn't bluff him. When Han Sen spoke, Sky God went quiet and did not say anything more. Han Sen's body kept getting older. His hair had reached his feet, and the beard had reached the ground. He wanted to leave the hall, more than anything. But even at full speed, he couldn't reach the door. It was always one step away from him. "Old Han, I am coming," Xie King shouted, wishing to barge into the hall. He did not care if there was a god inside or not. Gu Qingqing pulled out her sword named Pure. She readied herself to help Xie King and Han Sen. "Don't come in. I know what to do." Han Sen's shout prevented Xie King from coming in. Xie King stopped just short of the entrance and spoke aloud to Han Sr., "Do you really have a way? If you don't, I'll pull you out of there." "Don't worry. I have a way," Han Sen said calmly. "Han Sen, give him your sacrifice and make the wish." "Do you want to die?" Captain Wood said, with a frown. "He is your god, Rebate. He is not the god of the crystallizers." "Who said I absolutely must make a wish with him?" Han Sen mocked the scenario. "It looks like you really don't want to live." Captain Wood looked rather gloomy. It didn't matter to him if Han Sen wanted to live or die, but he was on planet Eclipse. If Han Sen randomly died there, under his supervision, he couldn't rightly explain to Queen what had transpired. "Sky God, I am not making a wish. And I will not hand over the feather. Even if you kill me or torture me, you won't obtain it. So, come on. Give me what you've got," Han Sen said, then continued walking toward the door. Sun Sky God did not say a word. Han Sen's body was growing old very quickly, though. His face had wrinkled, and his hair had gone white. "Even if you do not want to use the raven feather to save your people, aren't you interested in something for yourself? How about immortality? If you make a wish, you can live forever. Or you can become the king of some land if you so choose. I can grant you anything you want, right here, right now." Sun Sky God finally broke his silence. Han Sen did not respond. He continued walking away. He couldn't leave, so he just kept on going. "Has someone you love died? If you make a wish, I can bring them back for you." Sun Sky God offered more, seeing Han Sen's continued disinterest. Han Sen didn't say anything to him, though. He just kept on going, as if he hadn't heard a thing. "If you want to become Narrow Moon's absolute master, you only have to ask that of me." Sun Sky God's offerings were becoming grander as time went on. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Han Sen found himself in the seat of the creator. Han Sen remained unfazed and uncaring. He kept on walking. He walked in the direction of the door that could never be reached. Not long after, Han Sen's hair had all turned white. His face was covered in wrinkles. He was like a dying old man. He was really old at this point. Little Silver, who had been sitting on Han Sen's shoulder the whole time, was old, too. His silver hair had turned white, and it looked as if he was going to die of old age. "What? Are you not going to help him?" a marquise mocked. Xie King said coldly, "He said he has a way out of there." The marquise lifted his top lip, thinking Xie King was merely too scared to go to Han Sen's aid. The others thought the same as well. They could see him standing on the precipice, only watching Han Sen and refusing to step inside. Suddenly, the purple bronze door shut. And then, you could not see what was beyond there. This also meant Han Sen was now hidden from sight. "It looks like Sky God is angry. Han Sen is most likely dead now. We should go, Master." Captain Wood was speaking to Black Steel. Black Steel frowned and looked at the solemn door that had closed. He said, "Okay, let's leave." "What are you two doing there? Why are you not leaving?" a marquise asked Xie King and Gu Qingqing. "We are waiting for Han Sen," Xie King coldly said. "Earlier, you two were afraid to step inside. Stop pretending about this nonsense. The Marquis lifted his lip. Let them stay, Black Steel said. Then, he signaled for the rest of the team to depart. Then, he murmured to Xie King, tell Hansen that I'm sorry. I will leave much of the lotus in the base. Okay. Xie King affirmed he would. When Captain Wood took the others to the place's exit, Xie King spoke again. He said, is Hansen really going to be fine? I thought you were confident he would be. Gu Qingqing looked at the door before them and spoke carelessly. I am, but that sky god is a dodgy fellow. I am afraid Hansen will walk out as an old man. Xie King slumped his shoulders. Gu Qingqing understood what he was getting at, but she did not respond to him. A lot of time passed, and after an hour, the purple bronze door opened. Hansen came out alongside Little Silver. Hansen had not become an old man, and he was as young as he had been when he first entered the hall. He had not been injured, either. Little Silver was fine, too. And he had his old silver fur that was radiant and shiny. Did you make a wish? Gu Qingqing spoke to Hansen, looking real dim. Hansen shook his head and pulled out a box. He smiled and said, the item Sky God wanted is still in here. Even if I make a wish, he won't listen. Why would he let you go unharmed, if you didn't make one? Xie King asked, with much curiosity. I was fine the whole time. Him speeding up time was merely an illusion. Hansen smiled. It was an illusion? That means he wasn't real, and all his power was merely for show? Xie King said. He doesn't have all the powers he pretended to have, but at least his space powers were legit. Even though he is not really all-powerful, he is still at a deified level. Even if we have to fight him eventually, we cannot deal with him now. Hansen shook his head. Why did he not kill you and just take the feather? Xie King could not believe that things had worked out this way. Hansen did not answer Xie King, though. He just looked at Gu Qingqing and asked, that sun sky god, was he the same god as the one you met? Gu Qingqing shook her head. I don't think so. This one gave me a completely different feeling to the one I previously met. That being said, there appears to be a thread connecting them somehow. Maybe. I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe they are both of the same kind? They must both have a limitation of some sort. They cannot just kill people. Hansen did not continue with that train of questions, though. He just looked around and asked, Captain Wood and the others have left? As soon as the door shut, they took their leave. Black Steel told us he would leave some of the lotus roots for us at the base, Xie King answered. I am afraid they might not even be able to leave the palace. As far as I know, those who make wishes don't meet a fond fate. Let's go. I hope we can catch up with them. Hansen took off power walking. I don't understand. How did you know all that was an illusion? Gu Qingqing asked, matching Hansen's speed. She had no idea it was all a trick. Hansen did not answer. He patted his shoulder and Little Invisible revealed itself. Hansen smiled. If that power was real, he should have aged, too. The three of them sped up. They chased after Captain Wood's group for a dozen miles, before coming across a body crumpled on the floor. It looked as if the person had died a long time ago, but strangely, the clothing the body wore belonged to one of the barons that had previously accompanied them. And there wasn't just one such body. A little further on, they found more baron corpses. The manner in which they died seemed to reflect what had occurred to Wind Viscount. Their heads had been blown open, leaving a gaping hole. Weird. Didn't they have the lotus roots? Didn't they erase the markings? That should have at least lasted them a good while. Gu Qingqing frowned. It looks like the lotus root might be useless, after all. Hansen pointed to the ground. There were some remains of the lotus on the ground. And near the shreds of lotus, there was another barren corpse. The man was holding half of a lotus root, indicating he had been eating it when he died. Halfway through his consumption of the plant, part of his head had exploded. You are telling me that those lotus roots are actually useless? Xie King's face changed. Maybe they're useless, but we don't know for sure yet. These guys are dead, but you guys are alive. It doesn't look like this matter is all that simple. We need to catch up with them. I hope I am wrong, of course. If I'm not, things will have taken a swift turn for the worse. Han Sen sped up on his travel, and every now and again, they would catch sight of a baron that was dead and clutching a lotus. Little Silver suddenly came to a stop. The egg mark on his forehead turned into a black bird. Little Silver seemed upset by the change, and he kept on scratching the point. My head feels weird, too. Xie King grasped his forehead. Han Sen looked at Xie King and Gu Qingqing. The egg markings on their foreheads had turned into birds. You guys should eat some of the lotus and stay back here. Don't follow me any further. Han Sen grabbed a lotus and passed one to Little Silver. Little Silver gobbled it up, and he was struck with that chilling sensation. Afterward, the bird on his forehead grew fainter. You guys should take more of the lotus and stay away from here. I'll go on ahead and take a look. After that, Han Sen summoned his teeth rabbit shoes and ran forward quickly. He traveled a dozen miles in a single moment. On his way, he saw the bodies of many more barons, and even one marquise. The latter was one of Captain Wood's guards. Han Sen kept going forward until he came before a palace. There, he saw something that gave him a shock. In front of that palace, the big black egg was hovering in midair. It was burning with golden fire. Below the egg, 3 marquises and Captain Wood himself were also ablaze with golden fire. They looked ready to become charcoal. Captain Wood was doing okay. His body was surrounded by blue light, and he was managing to hold off the flames. The 3 marquises, on the other hand, were truly on fire. Black steel had fallen across the stairs. The dragon-back knife was hovering over his head, as the shadow of a dragon covered him to protect him. It was holding the gold fire at bay. Bzzzt. Ghost teeth knife leaped out from Han Sen's backpack, its blade pointed at the egg. It emitted a purple mist, like the egg was a grand foe. The gold flames of the egg were approaching like a meteor. Ghost teeth knife cut them in half. But the golden flames that were cut in half continued their approach. Han Sen dodged them, then grabbed Ghost teeth knife. Ghost teeth knife could only attack. It wasn't much for defense, so Han Sen could not use it to block. It was a far cry from the dragon-back knife, which was currently focused on protecting black steel. What's going on? Han Sen asked, as he evaded more fire. He was wearing his teeth rabbit shoes, so he was blisteringly quick. The fire was unable to burn him. When Captain Wood saw Han Sen, who had not died or been permanently wounded from his time in that hall, he was incredibly shocked. He couldn't dwell much on the matter, given the current circumstances, however. So, he just said, "Kill the raven blood and do not let it get free. Otherwise, we are all dead." Black Steel then yelled to Han Sen, "The egg absorbed Sky God's fire seed. The power of its fire is cruel and strong, you should run." Wood Duke was screaming. Eventually, he proved unable to hold back the fire, and his skin began to sear and sizzle. Han Sen wasn't keen on the prospect of saving Captain Wood, but Little Silver and the others had the mark. If he didn't destroy the egg right here, they'd all end up like Captain Wood. Han Sen's teeth rabbit shoes were incredibly fast, and with a swift move, he was able to dodge 2 flames. Holding Ghost Teeth knife, he swept forward to strike the giant egg wreathed in golden fire. Han Sen's power wasn't sufficient to activate Ghost Teeth knife's true strength, but right now, the knife was feeling threatened. It summoned power by its own volition, power of proportions that exceeded the capabilities of a duke. It was like the egg was a living creature. It cast a number of gold flames towards Han Sen, which came down on him like rain. Hansen's body was like a bird in the sky. He evaded a dozen fires and slashed the egg. Dong! The purple mist and the golden flames were both extinguished. But the egg did not get damaged. Ghost Teeth Knife's full strength did not affect it. This realization made Hansen frown. More attacks were coming at Hansen now, too. So, Hansen used his teeth rabbit shoes to fly. He evaded all the fire and employed his knife mind. He looked like a monster as he swooped down at the eggshell, slashing. Catcha! Some marks were left on the egg, but it had yet to crack. Hansen was too weak, and he could only push his power to reach the capabilities of a viscount. If he had the power of a king alongside that ghost teeth knife, he could undoubtedly break the egg in two. Hansen kept moving his body as he tried to dodge the golden flames. He was going to hit the giant egg again. When he hit the egg this time, however, there was no noise. It was like the knife found itself suddenly sticking to the egg. But when he did this, the egg itself showed a reaction, and it bounced itself away. Hansen was delighted by this, as he had just used Yin Yang Blast. The power he used from the ghost teeth knife seemed to work. The egg backed away like it was scared. But it still carried its golden fire. It dodged Hansen's knife, not wanting to get hit again. It was just an egg, though, and it couldn't move very fast. Hansen, on the other hand, soared through the sky like a phoenix. Again, he slashed the giant egg. The egg jumped like a cat getting its tail stepped on. Hansen's body was flashing in the air. When he struck the giant egg, Captain Wood was completely shocked. A speed like that, and a knife mind like that. How? Is his teeth knife mind as good as the Queen's? What is this? Isn't he just a baron? Ghost Teeth Knife came against the giant egg, making it swing in the air like a tumbler. Hansen could feel the life inside it. Ghost Teeth and Hansen's knife mind had definitely damaged whatever creature resided inside. It had been a hearty blow to whatever was within. After the egg was injured, the gold fire it used took on the shape of a fiery bird. It chased after Hansen wildly, but Hansen still had his teeth rabbit shoes. He could still move much faster than that fiery bird, and it couldn't even cinch him. Suddenly, though, a gold flame rose in the air like a blooming flower. The gold fire started to peel, as a handsome man revealed himself from the flickering lights. The man looked holy, like a god of some sort. Hansen, killing the raven will not benefit you. If you let him go, I can promise you 3 things, the godlike man in the air quietly told Hansen. Is this Sky God's true form? Captain Wood was shocked again. He didn't think Sky God could leave the Purple Bronze Hall. He hadn't expected the elusive figure to show up outside the hall, and in another form as well. Hansen ignored the golden man, though. He still thrashed the egg, making it rumble and rock even more. I can erase the marks you all possess, and performing 3 services, the man that was clad in gold clothes went on to. Hansen kept on hitting the egg, though. Eventually, there was a noise, and it prompted the egg to fall down and hit the ground. Hansen jumped down next to it, with his ghost teeth knife rampaging like a beast. It kept on hitting the egg, until a strange noise started to sound from inside it. It was like the sound of something crying. Enough! The gold-clothed man's face changed now, and he gave the command coldly. Golden fire rained down like water, covering the world. The gold-clothed man was in the air, staring down at Hansen, asserting himself like some sort of deity. And then, he said, I broke my own rules today, by letting you leave with your life. You figured out that I am just a being who uses illusions. After the voice, the gold flame turned the palace into a realm of lava. The gold fire became a monstrous entity, as dragons formed of fire stormed through the air around them. It was like the whole world was on that man's side. With that display of power, Wood Duke wanted to immediately kowtow to the gold man. Hansen stood defiantly, though, ignoring him. He kept on slashing the egg, making the crying sound sing even louder. The egg was beginning to get webbed with cracks. The gold-clothed man was furious at this point, and the dragon and fire beasts heard his rage. They raced down towards Han Sen, igniting the atmosphere with all sorts of fire. Han Sen was like an ant before a flood. It seemed as if those monstrous fires would have no trouble in destroying him. A lot of those fiery beasts roared at Han Sen, with tongues of flame lashing the air. They almost managed to get Han Senator, but instead, they hit the ground and made the earth itself melt. Han Sen still showed no concern with them, and he kept on striking the egg. The egg made even more noise now, and even more cracks began to show across its form. Captain Wood and Black Steel were utterly gobsmacked as they witnessed all this. It was difficult to believe Han Sen was able to withstand the madness around him and continue attacking the egg. A duke like Captain Wood would have been a shivering mess on the floor if he was faced with such outstanding pressure. "How do I make you stop?" The godly-looking man's eyes burned with fire. His face was completely twisted. The answer he received was delivered by the ghost teeth knife, though. Han Sen was acting as if he was completely oblivious to everything except his enemy. Clutching the knife tight, he kept wailing against the egg. Eventually, the black egg could not withstand the might, and it cracked deeply. A lava-like juice began to seep from the crevice. "Han Sen, if you hit this thing one more time, I will make your entire race suffer," the gold-robed man bellowed. "Catcha!" Again, it was only the knife and the sound of a breaking egg that answered him. The egg was suffering with even more cracks now. The purple mist of the blade came against the egg as a golden juice started to flow out like blood. "I, King Jun, swear to God, I will reduce your entire race to their primitive days of sticks and stones. The entire intelligence of your race will be reduced to a level that will only allow you to eat meat," the gold-robed man spat. The entire mountain began to rock and rumble, with the noise of what sounded like thunder. Clouds formed in the sky, and they swirled as they cast a rain of blood. It was like his vow had been answered. There was a lot of thunder, like a lashing punishment from some great god. The rivers of blood that were forming alongside the gold fires made the mountain look like the result of an ensuing apocalypse. A bolt of lightning exploded right next to Han Senator. The fire beasts roared into his ears, but even so, Han Sen showed no care or concern. Without a single moment of hesitation, his grip on his knife remained firm. Slash after slash, ghost teeth knife struck the egg like mad. The egg was covered in marks, and the flow of the lava-like blood increased. It was all over the place, along with the purple mist. It was pretty creepy. Xie Qing King, Gu Qingqing, and Little Silver had the mark on their heads. Little Angel back at base might have had it, too. And that godlike figure that called himself King Jun did not seem like the trustworthy sort. All the creatures that had made a wish with him had met a grisly end. The only way to erase the mark now, Han Sen figured, was to destroy the raven egg. There wasn't any other way. Han Sen knew that King Jun God was limited by some sort of power, and that was why the powerful being could not fight him directly. Still, Han Sen believed that what he was doing now would yield the best results. The dragon-shaped thunder exploded next to Han Sen. The rain of blood soaked Han Sen. The fiery beasts and King Jun's roars were like curses being chanted from the pits of hell. But despite all that, nothing could stop Han Sen's ghost teeth knife. Catcha! An unknown number of slashes later, the egg cracked open, shattering into pieces. The lava-like juices cascaded out, flooding its proximity. Inside the broken egg, there was a featherless raven. A deep wound crossed its body, oozing purple smoke. The raven's eyes were partly open, but little more than slits. It looked furious, but it appeared to be suffering inside the lava-like juice. And while it seemed to be unable to stand, it lurched forward with the speed of lightning. Quickly, it came toward Han Sen, seeking to bite him with a mouth wreathed in fire. Ghost Teeth Knife looked so angry in return, with its purple mist. Han Sen did not have to activate it himself, as the blade moved for him. It was like a hungry demon, and it wanted nothing more than to kill. The raven had not fully developed yet. There were no feathers on its body, and it was grievously injured. There was blood caking most of its skin. The knife came at the raven and cut it, leaving a lesion across its flesh. The full power of a King-class ghost teeth knife only left a scratch across it, though. Hansen kept moving, swinging his blade at the raven as he went. It was still small, and its eyes were only partially open. Its body was still naked, and its skin wasn't as firm and developed as it could be. But even so, the raven was not afraid of the assault. After the attack, it looked at Hansen with even anger. King Jun had not said anything. He coldly looked at Hansen with an expression of pure hatred and murder. It was scary to witness. Eventually, the blood rain, thunder, and fire began to fade. The palace had been reduced to little more than a ruin. Hansen slashed the bird again, delivering more and more wounds upon it. Gold blood spilled out of it, and it was clear Hansen would soon end up killing the raven. Hansen, if you kill it, you will never be rid of me. King Jun sounded calm when he spoke, so calm it was chilling. Catcha. Without hesitation, Ghost Teeth Knife delivered a clean cut across the raven's neck. The head was lopped right off. King Jun did not say anything. He merely looked at Hansen, then he disappeared. But the look he had given Hansen was remarkable. Deified creature hunted, baby sun raven. Sun raven beast soul obtained. Deified gene obtained. When Hansen heard the announcement, he was thrilled with delight. When the sun raven was killed, the marks on the foreheads of the others began to disappear, too. They became gold, and then melted into their flesh with the rippling mirage of a fire. Gu Qingqing sat down on the ground and used her qigong to absorb the flame. Xie Qing King's body, meanwhile, was glowing with silver light. Little Silver's eyes flickered with lightning. The barons at the base used their skills to absorb the mark, but the women and children were unable to. The gold blended into their skin and changed their bodies instead. Boom! The mountain continued to shake. It came from the purple bronze hall. It seemed to have erupted, and the palace came flying at them through the air. Hansen? I will be back. Soon, soon, King Jun's voice echoed through the underbelly of the mountain until the palace disappeared. Captain Wood wanted to get up, but he had been badly burned. His flesh and even his bones had been charred. It didn't seem likely that he'd live. Sir, take my body back to Planet Green, if it is of no trouble for you. That is where I was born, and if I am buried there, I know it will make for a fine resting place, Wood said. Wood, you raised me up. You have helped me a lot. Without you, I would have been killed by those gold fires. I cannot let you die, Black Steel said as he tried to pick up Captain Wood. Hansen, I am going to take him home to heal. I am going now. But Hansen stopped him and said, with the condition he is in, he won't even reach the base. He won't reach another planet. There is nothing else I can do. I have to do this. Black Steel said. Hansen thought for a moment, and then said, wait. There is a better chance of him surviving right here. Young master, it is fine. I know what will happen to me. I will be happy enough if you can take my lifeless body to Planet Green. Wood was surprisingly calm. Black Steel asked Hansen, what are you suggesting? His body was burned by fire, and his body is suffering from fire poisoning. That is bad. He can't make it to camp. But these lotuses have a cold element within them. If they can suppress the raven mark, it will help the fire and perhaps eliminate the fire poisoning, Hansen said. The lotuses might be able to clear the fire poisoning, but the wounds, Black Steel shook his head. That's why we'll need him, Hansen said, then whistled to the sky. Not long after, something silver emerged from the ruins. Little Silver swiftly came before Hansen. Little Silver, bite the lotus and put it on his wounds. Hansen gave Little Silver the lotus. Little Silver took the plant and chewed it up. Then, he moved over and spat it out over Wood's wounds. The burned skin began to smoke, and it made Wood scream in agony. Little Silver chewed up a lot of the lotuses and placed them atop all the wounds. And whenever the wounds came into contact with the lotuses, it was like a ladle of water being poured over smoldering charcoal. The white lotuses turned black. Black Steel, feed him some lotus, Hansen told Black Steel. Black Steel crushed up some of the lotuses and fed Captain Wood. He already seemed a little better after eating what he had been given. His wounds were still really bad, though. It would be difficult for him to be healed, but the mere fact that he was alive was enough for now. He would survive long enough for his body to recuperate. Thank you. Captain Wood gave Hansen a complicated look. Don't thank me. This is because of Black Steel. Otherwise, I wouldn't care whether you lived or died, Hansen said coldly. No matter what the reason is, you saved me. And that means I owe you. Captain Wood shook his head. Hansen did not say anything in response. He really didn't like Wood, and the less he had to do with him, the better. Xie King and Gu Qingqing soon appeared there. The marks on their foreheads had indeed disappeared. Black Steel picked up Captain Wood, and Hansen lifted the Sun Raven's body. The entire carcass of the bird emanated a strange power. It was not as xenogenic either. Hansen was keen to research what the thing really was. When they emerged from the mountain, it didn't seem as if anything had been affected by the events that occurred inside. The landscape was the same as it was before they entered. Back in the base, Black Steel took Captain Wood to an airship where he could heal and recover. The people in the base had lost their marks. Hansen asked Little Angel and Zero what things were like after he left, and he was surprised to learn that a mark had appeared on every single person in the base other than Little Angel and Zero. With the crisis having come to an end, the day-to-day routine of the base returned to normal. It had been a rough period of time, though, and the base had been dealt quite a blow. There were only a dozen barons remaining, and one viscount. They would need more manpower for the future, that much was certain. Hansen did not have the time to recruit right now, though. And at the moment, he was more concerned about how he might cook up and eat the small Sun Raven. He tried cooking and grilling the bird, but the meat was like steel. It certainly wasn't edible in its current condition. Hansen took the Sun Raven back to the sanctuary and nothing happened. It was still not edible, so he decided to put it into storage for the moment. This is Bauer's first day in kindergarten. We have to go and accompany her, Ji Yanran said to Hansen. Sure. Ah, my cutie pie is going to kindergarten. Hansen picked up Bauer. Bauer had grown up a lot, and she looked like an average 3-year-old now. Dad, I want to stay with you. I don't want to go to school. Bauer looked troubled. It will be hard for you to join me where I am right now. It's not a good place. When things get better, though, I will bring you with me. But for now, you should go to school, Hansen said, encouraging Bauer. They moved to be closer to the school. Little Flower had been kidnapped by Old Cat, so Ji Yanran was focusing her maternal efforts on Bauer instead. After the formalities were conducted, Bauer was left to her own devices in the kindergarten. Hansen and Ji Yanran did not go straight home, and instead, they walked around for a while. Hansen, I miss Little Flower. Ji Yanran's voice was quiet. Me, too. All of this is because of that blasted Old Cat. But don't worry, Little Flower is fine there. Old Cat sent me some videos, remember? Hansen tried comforting her. Once in a while, they'd receive a new video of Little Flower. It must have been Old Cat who was sending them, but he never showed up himself. Knowing Little Flower is fine is okay and all, but I miss having him right next to me. It's like there's something missing in me when he's not here. Ji Yanran was still sad. I will bring Little Flower home and skin that Old Cat, as soon as I am able to. Hansen gritted his teeth as he spoke. Hansen changed his tone and said, How about we make a little flower? When little flower comes back, he'll have a sibling. How about we make a few, so this place is more crowded? I don't want that many. I am not a breeding pig. Ji Yanran looked very angry. Where did I find such a beautiful pig? Han Sen laughed and picked her up. What are you doing? We're out in public. Ji Yanran growled. You are my wife. I can hug you, can't I? I don't care what others think of us. In the kindergarten, Bauer was sitting on a small chair. She held her jaw, looking miserable and bored. Bauer, why aren't you playing with your classmates? Are you sick? A woman teacher crouched down next to her and stroked her head as she spoke. I don't like those games. They are boring. Bauer blinked. How about I teach you how to sing? The teacher asked. What song? Bauer asked the teacher. The teacher clapped her hands and acted all cute. She said, follow along with what I sing. I picked up a coin on the road. Teacher, how old are you? Bauer asked, looking at her. 24. What about it? The teacher looked at Bauer strangely, unsure why she had been asked that question. You are so old, and yet you act cute and sing stupid songs. Poor you. Bauer sighed. The teacher's face twitched as she was taken aback. She held back the urge to smack Bauer on the head and simply said, I am still young. Haha. 24 is very old. Women like you are prone to say they are 2 years younger than they actually are, too. So, you are at least 25. Perhaps almost 30. I suppose you still don't even have a boyfriend yet. That is so sad. You don't have a boyfriend at that age, and you have to act all cute in the kindergarten. When you're off work, I bet you go shopping to buy pointless things and make yourself feel better about yourself. Bauer looked straight at her, and went on to say, but on top of that, your wages are probably low. I am afraid you can only buy knockoff products. If you went to a decent brand store, you could probably only afford the cheapest items, and ask for the biggest box and bag to carry it around on the streets, trying to prove to others that you exist. This D*MN kid. The teacher's face went dark, and her face twitched repeatedly. She forced a smile. It is not like that. The saddest thing was that Bauer was correct. And it made her feel extremely sad. Teacher, I think you are very good at gambling, Bauer said. No, gambling is bad. Why would I do that? Haha, the teacher's face twitched, and her smile was terribly forced. Your appearance is fair enough, but I bet at home, all you do is smoke and play mahjong. I bet the place is a dirty pigsty, too. Clothes scattered everywhere, with dirty plates molding in the sink for days. Bauer kept on talking. This D*MN kid. D*MN kid. The teacher felt as if she was about to go insane with rage. Bauer's eyes glanced at the woman, her eyes as thin and conniving as a con artist's. Before the teacher ran off, Bauer opened a bag and pulled out a box. Teacher, do you know what this is? Bauer shook the box. This is the legendary lipstick, number 29, from Planet Doris. How could you have it? The female teacher's eyes widened as she looked at it in amazement. You cannot afford it, but you can tell whether it is real or fake, right? Bauer threw it at her. The teacher caught it and looked at it as if it was $1 million antique. It's real. The teacher opened it with shiny eyes. Teacher, how about we gamble? If you lose, give me $10. If I lose, I give you this lipstick. Bauer pulled out a pair of dice and smiled. I can't, the teacher receded into thought. Never mind, then. I don't like this lipstick, and it is a waste. Now I have to keep on holding it. Bauer sighed, and motioned for the teacher to give it back. Hang on. The teacher picked Bauer up and carried her swiftly to a storage room. She looked around like a burglar, then closed the door. 1 hour later, the storage room was filled with the sound of crying. A voice was heard, saying, "Leave me those $10, please. Or at least leave me enough for a meal. I need it for the next 2 weeks." Hansen held an orb that was around the same size as a man's fist. It shone like a miniature sun. If you looked at it closely, you could see there was something gold swimming inside it. Deified beast soul, sun raven, gem type. As he fiddled with the orb, he considered it. Hansen had obtained a few gem-type beast souls in the past. Not many of them existed, as they were quite rare. But they could be used to bring other beast souls up to the same level as the gem beast soul. This was a deified gem-type beast soul, and that meant all Hansen would have to do was find another beast soul of a compatible element. If he did, he could bring it up to a deified class. Hansen had a few different beast souls, but nothing like a firebird beast soul. That meant he could not use the deified gem-type beast soul at this point in time. Hansen returned it to his sea of soul, and then he looked at the ledger for the base. The base's shortage of manpower kept them from producing much, but something very nice did happen soon after the crisis was averted. A young woman with ordinary Geno armor had a second evolution. She became a baron. Gu Qingqing guessed it might have had something to do with the gold raven mark. Perhaps the energy that melted into their bodies was what prompted the second evolution. The Geno armament she received was a fire type. If the gold raven mark can make people evolve, does that mean all these women and kids could end up becoming xenogeneics or nobles? As Hansen mulled that thought over, he realized he was quite happy about it. Any nobles he developed could become Hansen's loyal army, and he could be more confident about using them. Of course, it still depended on when they could all become nobles. Only Black Steel and Captain Wood knew of the events that occurred in the Raven Palace. It had been many days since then, and yet word had not gotten out. The news had been suppressed by all survivors, it seemed. It did not matter much, anyway, even if word was to get out. There were fewer nobles in the base right now, at least, and that made things easier for him to manage. This also provided Hansen with more time to practice and hunt xenogeneics. Even so, he was still unable to level up and become a viscount. "Hansen, how are your skills coming along?" When Isha finished practicing, she finally called up Hansen. "Things are going swimmingly," Hansen answered. Isha, upon hearing Hansen say that, smiled. Icebird was behind her, but she hadn't said a word. Because Isha had told her to review Hansen's current situation, she knew he had lost many barons and viscounts. He always hunted alone, and he didn't focus on his practice. Good. The Moon God Festival is coming. All the elites and their heirs will be going. You should think about joining us. There'll be a test, Isha said coldly. Moon God Festival? Hansen looked at Isha with a modicum of confusion. Isha signaled for Icebird to step forward and explain. The Moon God Festival happens every 49 years. Only the rebate who are born within those 49 years are able to join. Because there are many outsiders within the rebate society, especially over the past few centuries, they are also allowed to join. That is, if they are able to qualify. Icebird explained it to Hansen, so he'd know a bit more about it. It wasn't random that it happened every 49 years. Every 49 years, on the main 11 planets, a moon altar would appear. Creatures that were born within those 49 years could enter the altar to Moon Palace. The Moon Palace was in the center of Narrow Moon, but it was different from the Gold Raven Hall. There was no sun. There were just the planets and Moon God Palace. It was usually cold and hidden in the dark. Not even deified elites could sneak in. During this time, the planet would appear, and the Moon God Palace would open up. Anyone who could make it past the altar and reach the palace would be blessed by the Moon God. This was a big thing for the rebate, and the event would even be live-streamed. The first person to be blessed would receive a big reward from the rebate. No one knew what the reward would be, though. It was something that was decided by the elder, and the elder hadn't announced what the reward was going to be yet. But Han Sen was more interested in the blessing than the physical reward. The moon god might have been present, but there were no statues or creatures around the palace. The creatures that entered Moon God Palace looked awfully cold. The blessing was to be bathed in moonlight, it was said, and no actual god showed itself. There was no advantage to going to Moon God Palace early. Once the palace opened, you could be blessed at any point until the palace closed again. The amount of blessing you'd receive was random, and didn't depend on timing either. Sometimes, the last person to go would receive the most blessings. Sometimes the earlier arrivals would receive the greatest blessing. There didn't appear to be a reliable rule for how the blessings were distributed. After many moon god festivals, it was deduced that the strength of the blessing depended on the person. Normally, the actual rebate received the strongest blessings. Outsiders rarely ever had a chance to join in, and there was a fairly obvious bias. Isha let Han Sen go, but Han Sen didn't think he'd receive much of a blessing. She just wanted him to witness the new elites that showed up every 49 years. In the festival, showing off your power was far more important than earning first place. Aside from receiving a bonus from the elders, you'd receive nothing special. Most rebate and xenogeniacs just wanted to use the festival to gain fame. Han Sen was Queen's only student, and he would definitely be challenged. That was why she mentioned there would be a test for him. 49 years was not a short amount of time, and there were a few viscounts that had joined. An earl had taken part, as well. Ordinarily, they wouldn't kill anyone. But even so, Han Sen was a baron, and it was difficult to say if he'd pull through. After they ended the call, Icebird said, "What if too many people realize that you are letting him join? You taking him as a student has soured many of the younger ones. I am afraid they will try to teach him a lesson. It is good for the young ones to suffer failure." Isha smiled. Han Sen had nothing to prepare, so he went back to hunting xenogeniacs as he usually did. He also spent time practicing his Geno arts. When the Moon God Festival began, Han Sen was sent to Planet Blade. It was one of the 11 primary planets, and Moon God Altar could be accessed from there. There weren't many creatures on Planet Blade, and across the past 49 years, only 7 to 8 could join. As the planet moved, a previously invisible planet appeared directly in the center of Narrow Moon. You didn't need a livestream to see it. All you would have to do was look up and see the planet that hosted the giant palace. It was like a heaven in the cosmos. But that beautiful jade palace looked completely different than the planet that hosted it. The planet itself was barren, devoid of mountains and rivers. The empty side of the planet was facing them, too. The palace was located on the opposite side of the sphere. The altar teleported you to the other side of the planet, so you'd end up facing the Jade Palace. You had to walk around it to get inside. The Moon God altar appeared on Planet Blade, and so Han Sen teleported. He wasn't interested in fighting people, as all he wanted to do was take first place and obtain the rewards he might be entitled to as a result. When Han Sen appeared on the planet, there were many people standing atop a jade platform. Han Sen started running. That planet wasn't very big, and it was just a small moon, but running to the other side would still take a long while. Han Sen, don't run. Han Sen had only just started running when someone called out to him. It was a black-eared rebate. He was 2 meters tall, and he was holding a big knife as he ran towards Han Sen. Han Sen did not remember seeing this guy before, and so he didn't think it was likely that the man would have a grudge against him. Why was he coming for Han Sen? After the black-eared man shouted, everyone looked over to see what was happening. "Why are you calling out to me?" Han Sen asked, as he kept on running. The black-eared man again shouted, "Don't run. I am Night Giant God. Let's fight and see which of us has superior knife skills." Upon hearing what was said, Han Sen simply sped up. He ignored the man completely. The guy was just a baron, so there was no point in fighting. He thought the concept was ridiculous, and the last thing Hansen wanted to do was take part in something ridiculous in front of everyone. Hansen, are you really willing to call yourself Queen's student? Take a stand and fight me, if you have the audacity. Night Giant God kept shouting as he chased after Hansen. Fortunately, Night Giant God was a fighter who focused on power. He had no chance of catching up with Hansen. Still, he kept on running and shouting, which made Hansen depressed. It made Hansen wonder, is he crazy? The young ones that came to the planet were headed in the same direction as Hansen and Night Giant God. It created a scene of Hansen and Night Giant God in front, with many people behind them. Moon God festival goers usually pick their own path. This was the first time they were all following two people so closely. Are these guys hostile to me? When did I offend them? Hansen looked back at the commotion, and he saw so many people giving pursuit that it looked like a riptide. He was flabbergasted by what he saw. Most people had just come to watch. They didn't plan on fighting Han Senator, they wanted to see how Knife Queen's student performed. Knife Queen is such a high and superior person. Why would she accept a student such as that? He only runs away. Yes. What is he so afraid of? I thought he had a king-class weapon. Why is he so scared? Fight, fight. The creatures that were all watching the stream shouted at their monitors. But they were only watching the live stream, so their voices would not reach the planet. The nobles who witnessed the scene wanted to laugh. Icebird Duke didn't look fondly on the event either. She thought Hansen's decision to run was an embarrassment to Isha. Isha was impartial to the whole thing, though. She merely watched the video. Night Giant God is unable to catch up. Let's help him. A Viscount smiled to his friend. Let's go and stop him so they can fight. A few Viscounts nodded. They had gone there to watch the show, and bullying Hansen had not been their original plan. But now that he was not willing to fight, despite the challenge, they weren't very happy about it. So, they wanted to stop Hansen and force him to compete in a battle. A dozen Viscounts sped up, went past the main group, and came in close to Hansen. Old Nine, do you think Hansen can actually fight Night Giant God? A beautiful man with gold bunny ears was amidst a group. He was moving casually, leading others that were behind him. A man with a cow head, who was standing right next to him, said, I do not know, but Night Giant God is incredibly strong. And he's practiced Night River King skills, too. That is called Fighting River, and it is strong enough to be on par with a Viscount's power. Its strength is that of 500 flowers, so that is a very rare number. So, you support Night Giant God? The gold bunny-eared man smiled. I guess, said the man with a cow head. How about this? Only you and I are earls. I will be number 1, so there's no point in fighting. How about a wager, then? You bet Night Giant God will win, and I bet on Hansen winning. If Hansen loses, then I will gladly give you the first position, the handsome man said. What if I lose? The cow-headed man calmly asked. If you lose, come and train with me on Planet Thunder, the beautiful man said. Okay. The man with a cow head nodded. Hansen was in front, and there, he saw a dozen people coming after him. He felt depressed, and so he thought, no way. Is Knife Queen really that unpopular? All these Viscounts now want to bully her student? This is so not fair. Fortunately, Hansen was prepared. He had the teeth rabbit shoes. He wasn't going at full speed, but now that the Viscounts were nearing, he sped up a bit. Hansen decided to get the number 1 spot, so he could get the reward first. Hey! What happened? His speed is increasing. A dozen Viscounts were trying to stop Hansen, and they had all managed to get very close to him. But now, at that range, they were finding it getting more and more difficult to close the gap. He can run even faster than this? Not bad for a baron, I suppose. But it is naive to think this will be enough to shake off a Viscount. A Viscount smiled as he accelerated. The dozen Viscounts moved as if they were activating jetpacks. Together, they sped up towards Hansen. The distance separating the barons and Viscounts cannot be closed. The fitness is too much to compensate for. It would be shocking enough for the fastest baron to have a speed in the 500 flower range, but even so, the slowest of Viscounts are above 1,000 flowers. Skills won't be enough to close that gap. The beautiful man smiled. The next second, though, the beautiful man was shocked. When the Viscount started to speed up, Hansen was able to speed up yet again. He managed to maintain the distance between himself and the others. How is it possible for a baron to run so quickly? Is he really just a baron? Since when did Queen excel in the teaching of skills that benefit those wishing to flee a fight? This speed is so king fast. Not even Viscounts are able to catch up with him. Still, I wonder how long he can keep that up. This is interesting. The races that watched the Narrow Moon livestream were showing extreme interest. They were no longer complaining that the events were boring. The beautiful man was shocked, and he said, "I cannot believe a baron can possess such speed. It must be some secret technique he has learned." The man with a cow head did not speak. He just kept running. This is strange. How is he able to run so fast? The Viscount behind gritted his teeth. He couldn't get dose to Hansen. "I told you guys it would be beneficial to learn a speed geno art. You guys said the abilities of flight were useless. Now watch me." A rebate Viscount that had practiced speed went at an even faster pace. The wind at his back left trails like a blitzing jetpack. His legs looked like a fiery wheel as he left his own group behind to catch up with Hansen. Wind assault can only be used in a straight line. It cannot be used in the midst of a fight, but this is perfect for it. Hansen surely can't outrun this. The beautiful man smiled. The Viscount that had practiced wind assault was only 10 meters behind Hansen now. Those watching the livestream were excited that he had almost caught up with Hansen, then shocked to see Hansen increase his speed yet again. The Viscount that was using wind assault was only 10 meters away from Hansen, and he couldn't get any closer. What is this? Can he not catch up? The people watching the stream dropped their glasses. They did not expect this could happen. A baron can possess this sort of speed? That is very powerful. This is so fake. A Viscount with wind assault cannot catch up with a baron? There's a problem somewhere here. There is. Normal Viscounts cannot dodge wind assault, so how can a baron outrun it? I will say it has something to do with his shoes. They must be some sort of treasure that imbues incredible speed upon its wearer. It must be. But even so, he is just a baron. Even with a high-tier treasure, he shouldn't be able to unlock its true power, right? Normally, a baron cannot activate a superior treasure. The strength he would be given would be that of an ordinary Viscount, at best. But this is way too much. If so, I haven't the faintest clue where it might have come from. Everyone was talking about this ravenously. The Moon God Festival had actually become an interesting affair. He is cheating. It is no wonder he has managed to achieve this level of speed. But it is useless to cheat before the absolute speed. The beautiful man felt embarrassed for the presumptuous mistake he had made. He sped up with the desire to stop Hansen. The cowhead fellow followed after him. Those two earls shot past the teams and even accelerated to a speed that surpassed the Viscount with wind assault. They were going straight for Hansen. *T. How many people has Queen managed to offend? Even the earls are mad at me? Hansen thought Queen had offended a lot of people, and that was why others kept coming after him. But actually, although she did not have many friends, she was an idol for all of the rebate. She was a popular person when it came to socializing. Hansen wasn't overly concerned, though. He increased his speed, wanting first place more than anything. The rewards wouldn't be bad, and Hansen figured he'd be needing it. That was why he was trying to claim it. The elders said the reward was a Marquis Xenogeneic armor set. That armor set would be incredibly powerful if it was activated. But even if it wasn't, it would still provide a great boon of defense for any wearer. And on top of that, if he later had no use for the gear, he could just eat it for Xenogeneic points. That prize would be valuable, no matter how he decided to use it. The beautiful man thought he could catch up with Hansen easily, but after speeding up, Hansen went even faster. There was nothing he could do to catch up. **Mn. The beautiful man sped up again. As his speed increased yet again, so too did Hansen's. But the Earl was still unable to close the gap and get close enough to Hansen. Cheating boy. I am going to get you. The beautiful man gritted his teeth and shone with a bright green light. A green light dragon enveloped his body and came whooshing forward towards Hansen. Hansen increased his speed again, though. And he managed to lose the green light dragon. He was headed straight for Moon Palace. Everyone who was watching the stream had seen the green light dragon pursuing Hansen, but Hansen was still able to increase his speed and leave it in the dust. The beautiful man was shocked. He could not believe what was happening, so he gave up on the prospect of chasing Hansen. People stared at the livestream in dumbfounded silence for a moment. An Earl had used all his strength and still failed to catch a Baron. **Mn. What are those shoes? They are overpowered. Someone complimented them. Icebird Duke was shocked by what she was witnessing, and even Isha was transfixed by the shoes. If the shoes were a king-class treasure, a Baron should not have been able to activate them. But adding to that, the shoes themselves didn't exactly seem to look like one either. All the nobles were in shock, staring at the rabbit shoes Hansen was wearing. Hansen was so fast, he arrived at the Moon Palace before everyone else. He went inside the gate and saw some strange moonlight from beyond. The moons were rising in the hall. I wonder how many moons he can raise in there. The people who watched the stream glanced away from their monitors and looked up to Narrow Moon. The moons that were rising could be seen just outside. There was no use in watching the livestream now, because the moonlight was like a curtain that obscured everything that lay beyond. Hansen stood inside the palace. He could feel the moonlight going into his skin. His bones and cells felt alive, as if they were being thoroughly cleansed by blessed water. Weird. The power of that moonlight, as Hansen wondered about all this, his jade skin started running. The beams of moonlight drifted toward Hansen and landed on him, as if he were their exact target. Ah. They are the same element. That is why I felt that it was similar to jade skin. Hansen was very happy about this. When the moonlight came through him, his jade skin developed even faster. When the jade skin had become Xenogeneic, it looked as if it had gone as far as it could possibly go. But now that he had the benefit of the moonlight, it felt like it was going even further. This made Hansen incredibly happy. When Hansen absorbed that moonlight, the light wasn't reduced. In fact, the luminosity only increased. Within the moonlight, Hansen was also able to see some sort of text that stood out brighter than the rest of the moon's light. When Hansen read it, he noticed that it was a Geno art. But it did not have a title. So, Hansen kept reading it, until he realized that it was something quite similar to jade skin. It had not been created by the same entity, but the thought process behind it was surprisingly similar. That Geno art inside the moonlight was more suitable for the Geno universe. Jadeskin was tuned for the sanctuaries it originated from, after all. It was impossible to tell which of the two was flat out better, and that was because the environment was different. I am so lucky. I was thinking about how I could modify Jadeskin, and now I have this. Although I cannot copy it directly, it will be perfect if I can find a way to integrate it with Jadeskin for now. Hansen was so happy, and he did his best to memorize the content of the text he could see above. There was more and more moonlight entering him, and it almost started to feel like water. It was like a liquid, thickly flowing into Hansen. Hansen's body was like jade now. He stood within the glow of the moonlight like an ice statue, letting the moonlight penetrate him. His delicate bones were cleansed by the moonlight, making him as squeaky clean as any statue. More and more moonlight bathed his body, until his xenogeneic genes started to evolve. Am I going to become a Viscount now? Hansen was super happy with the prospect of this. Although it was the xenogeneic gene of jade skin that was evolving, it was still good enough for him. Recently, Hansen had been wondering about how he might make himself a Viscount. And now it seemed that jade skin would be the trigger. Hansen cast jade skin to absorb as much of the light as was possible. He had to make sure that his body received as much as it could. His other body parts were bathed in the moonlight, but what benefited him most was the xenogeneic body. His jade-looking body began to glow with a halo. It was a sign that he would soon become a Viscount. After becoming a Viscount, Hansen could unleash his xenogeneic powers through smoke, fire, and light. Jadeskin's power could very well be a light element one. Outside of the Moon Palace, moons were rising. Every time a moon rose, the Moon Palace would become brighter. I wonder how many moons he will be able to raise. Isha was looking at the palace with a fond smile. She did not expect that Hansen would be able to raise many, as he was essentially just there to practice. He was only a baron, and he only had knife powers. She didn't expect he'd manage to do too well. With the moon god power, it was very good for an outsider to be able to raise 12 moons. The most a rebate had ever raised was 36. Hansen was not a rebate, so Isha would be happy to see him raise 10 moons. You can fight to get a higher rank, but not more moons. 12 moons should be the max an outsider can achieve. Over the past few hundred years, only 4 or 5 outsiders have ever been able to raise 12. The best managed to raise 24, Icebird Duke said. The nobles and civilians were watching the moonrise keenly. They kept counting, each time a new one rose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The moons kept rising, and there were now 10 of them above the palace. People were shocked. He managed to get 10 moons. Hansen is lucky, Night River King commented calmly. He was currently playing chess with Black Moon King. Black Moon King smiled and said, I think he can do more than that. You think he can raise 12? Night River King said, after moving one of his pieces. More than that, even. Black Moon King's smile did not go anywhere. Night River King was shocked by the assumption, and so he asked Black Moon King, you think he can manage to raise more than 12 moons? I suppose, Black Moon King said. In the past few hundred years, only 5 outsiders have managed to raise 12. And there are tens of thousands of competitors this year, Night River King said. Knife Queen selected the boy as her student. She had a reason for making that choice. It wouldn't be all that surprising, Black Moon King said. How about we make a wager? If Hansen can exceed 12 moons, I will give you my dragon steel. If he is unable to, you give me the steel knife. Black Steel managed to get that dragon-back knife, so you don't need the steel knife. Night River King smiled. Okay. Black Moon King simply agreed, and then put a black chess piece down on the table. 11 moons had managed to rise. The next would be the 12th. To many of the rebate, that would be the max he was expected to achieve. 12 moons? Hansen is lucky. Being blessed by Moon God's 12 moons will have made him stronger. Moon Will King was sipping on a cup of tea as he spoke. Isha smiled. She was satisfied that Hansen had been able to raise a 12th moon. 12 moons? Hansen is not bad. Of course. Otherwise, Knife Queen would not have taken him as a student. Would you say it is possible for him to achieve more than 12 moons? I am afraid that might be too difficult. Over the course of a few hundred years, only 4 or 5 outsiders have been able to achieve 12 moons. The chances of him getting more are too low. As everyone rapidly discussed this, another moon rose up into the sky. 13 moons? He broke through the expected threshold. Interesting. Queen really did find herself a special student. Han-sen must be something special. He sure has a bevy of good luck. Night River King was in shock. He didn't expect that Han-sen could bring up 12 moons. Night River King had lost the dragon steel he had offered in the wager, but he did not mind. He said, "I didn't expect Han-sen to be this lucky. I will have the dragon steel delivered to planet Black Moon later." Black Moon King smiled and responded by saying, "Night River, would you like to make another wager? What else can we bet on?" Night River King was shocked by the offer. "To see whether or not he can raise 24 moons, Black Moon King said. "Black Moon, it sounds to me as if you really admire the boy. Do you honestly believe he is that talented?" Black River King looked at Black Moon King with much surprise. "Yes, I do," Black Moon responded. "Okay. In that case, I will conduct this wager again, and I still want to compete for that steel knife of yours. What would you like?" Night River King said quickly. Black Moon King slowly said, "A magic steel." Night River King frowned, but he nodded. "Fine. Since you have dragon steel, it is pointless to hold on to magic steel. Assuming you win, you can take the magic steel if Han-sen is able to raise 24 moons." "Okay, then." Black Moon King's lips were smiling. The moons kept on rising, and before long, there were 18 of them hanging in the sky. Wow, there is now 18 of them. He must be all tapped out by now. Whoa, it is still continuing. He's at 19. Interesting. Can this guy really raise 24 moons? Isha was in a good mood right now. It had been difficult getting him to evolve twice. But after that, she had been satisfied with every result following her expenditure. She was starting to think she had really lucked out by taking him on. But thinking about how to get him to Viscount, Earl, Marquise, and then Duke was something that was giving Isha a bit of a headache. The story of Jean's modifications had not gone well. If Han-sen practiced it, it had cost a lot of resources each and every time. Getting him to the level of a baron had already been very hard, so she couldn't even comprehend how much it might cost her if she brought him all the way up to Duke. Icebird Duke was surprised Han-sen had been so lucky. He had 18 moons now. The tally of moons kept rising without slowing down. Eventually, Han-sen had reached the prestigious number of 24. "I lost." Night River King frowned. Han-sen's performance had surprised him a great deal. But this was just the beginning. After the number 24, another moon appeared in the skies above Moon Palace. D***MN. Another moon? 25? He broke the outsider record. Is he insane? Queen really is sharp. He must be the luckiest outsider ever. Still rising. 26. Oh my god. Might he be a rebate just pretending to be an outsider? This is insane. This number is the average of a rebate. Many of the rebate can't even reach this far. It looks like the moon god really fancies him. **T. 27. Surely he cannot reach. 36. After all the moons that had risen, Narrow Moon was losing its stability. Many people stood up and stared at the Moon Palace. Oh my god. 30. Many nobles, like Night River King, Black Moon King, and Isha, were all shocked. No one had guessed that it was even possible for Han-sen to raise so many moons. The moon god's blessing wasn't normally very too powerful or beneficial, but when you reached that sort of number, the reinforcements turned into something special. Another moon came up, and then Narrow Moon went quiet. It was the 36th. That was the highest any rebate had ever been blessed with. He really did raise 36 moons. He is totally a fake outsider. Many of the rebate had wry smiles. They felt extremely jealous. 36 moons was a very rare number amongst the rebate. He is lucky. Moonwell King took a sip of tea and then let out a lengthy sigh. The next second, he almost choked on the tea in his mouth. Above the palace, another moon came up. The whole of Narrow Moon was quiet. The dukes, and everyone there, had their mouths open. And yet, no one spoke. Impossible. Night River King suddenly stood up. He stared at the Moon Palace's 37th moon. Isha was shocked, as well. 36 plus 1 moon was something no rebate had ever seen before, across a million years. Everyone thought 36 was the highest he could achieve, but what they had just witnessed told them that it wasn't. Icebird Duke wore a complex expression on her face. Her mouth was open wide, and she looked to be in disbelief. This is madness. Moon Palace now had 37 moons overhead. Someone couldn't help but scream. All the nobles felt very conflicted. Especially those of the rebate. They were so proud of this festival, but now their pride in it was waning. The person who had been able to raise the most moons in the festival's history was no longer a rebate. And that was just the start of the insanity. All the nobles were shocked, confused, and also suspicious. Another moon arose in the sky. 72 moons were out in the sky. It was an incredibly pretty sight. The whole of Narrow Moon was silent. The elites like Isha and Moonwell King were completely speechless. They had watched each moon rise. The rebate had only ever managed to reach 36 moons, but that prestigious number had not just been beaten, it had been doubled. No one had seen this before. After that, though, no more moons rose. It brought the nobles a modicum of relief. If it kept going, they were going to doubt everything they had thought true in their lives. Boom. Just as everyone thought Han Sen's blessings had come to an end, the 72 moons atop Moon Palace shone with exuberant brilliance. Basking in the glow of 72 casts of moonlight, Moon God Palace was luminous. The cells in Han Sen's body rapidly began to change as a result. Bzzzt. His bones screamed. The moonlight came out of Han Sen's body, like a robe, to completely wrap him up. He was like a moon king. Geno Body Jadeskin has ascended to Viscount class. The same time this occurred, another noise shot through Han Sen's mind. It gave him a shock. He had received a body that was Viscount class. He could now cast energy on the outside. When Jadeskin reached Viscount status, the moonlight across the palace was finally reduced. His body began to go back to normal. Quickly, the moonlight around Moon God Palace began to evaporate until there was nothing left. Han Sen was left standing in the hall, looking up at the 72 moons. Suddenly, they started to shine again like suns. Boom! The 72 moons began shining back down into the hall, with a focus on one spot in particular. Due to the moonlight being focused, people could now see into the hall. Everyone saw Han Sen standing inside. And the 72 beams of moonlight weren't coming down on him, but on a spot that was about 3 steps ahead. The moonlight looked tangible and solid. And inside those concentrated beams stood a woman. Looking a little closer, however, it was apparent that she was only a shadow. She did not look real. The lady looked at Han Sen and pointed with her slender finger. She pointed it at Han Sen's forehead, then began moving her lips. No noise came from her mouth, but a voice sounded in the heads of all. By the name of Moon God, I bless you. It does not matter which race you hail from, for you are the son of the moon. You will be guided and protected by the power of the moon. The moonlight on her finger went straight between Han Sen's eyebrows. It spread out across his head, then cleansed the entirety of his body. After that, the pretty woman smiled at him. Her body faded away, and the moons became dim and disappeared. Everyone in Narrow Moon had their mouths open. Only one thought ran through their minds. That was a genuine Moon God blessing. The ones before weren't anything like that, and Moon God never revealed herself. They weren't blessings, then. This is the proper Moon God blessing. He is qualified to earn the title of Son of the Moon. Why him? After all these years, we rebate never once received a proper Moon God blessing like this. And now, it's an outsider who got one. I wonder what the effects of a true moon god blessing are. He earned the title Son of the Moon, and she told him he was protected by the moon. Even so, he should still walk out as a low rank. Who knows? We will have to ask Hansen ourselves. He is the only one who has ever received such a blessing. I don't think Moonwheel King and Isha know what this stuff is about, either. Isha looked at Hansen strangely as she walked out of the palace. Aside from a troublesome Geno art, her student was practically perfect. But that Geno art would be harmful, and even Isha herself did not think it was possible to bring it up to King class. If he succeeds, this King class Geno art will be the scariest ever. Isha glanced around nervously. Hansen's performance made her want to train him well, but the thought of the resources required to bring him up still gnawed at her. Especially if she was to bring him up to King class. She didn't think it was something she could realistically afford. Icebird Duke looked as if she had a conflicted mind. She did not understand why Hansen was so special. He had been taken in by Queen and found a King-class weapon. He had now just received the true blessing of Moon God. It looked like everything good in the world happened to him, and him alone. He was far too lucky. Was he a virgin in 10 previous lives, to receive so much luck now? Icebird Duke wondered. Night River King and Black Moon King were in shock, as well. They were both thinking, Queen's student got a King-class weapon and the Moon God's blessing. He also has those weirdly brilliant shoes. Did he save the entire universe in his past life? This guy's luck is scary. He is overpowered. Nah, it's nothing. He's just lucky. If I had his luck, I'd be even more overpowered. The nobles and commoners spoke about these matters a lot. While many were jovial about it, many expressed only jealousy. Hansen didn't think much about it, but eventually, he walked out of the palace. He wanted to teleport back to Planet Blade. He wanted to research the Geno art in the moonlight. But outside the palace, many people had gathered. They were all looking at Hansen, and unless he chose to fly above them, his way was completely blocked. Excuse me. Hansen blinked, and the young ones that had joined the festival woke up from their daze. Hansen, fight me. You cannot run now. Night Giant God was holding a knife that was as big as a door. He was pointing it at Hansen. The other young ones surrounded Hansen, refusing to let him run off this time. They wanted to witness the performance of the first person to ever receive the Moon God blessing. Fight. Fight. The people who were watching the live stream were all chanting. They wanted to see a fight, too. But of course, no matter how loudly they shouted, Hansen wouldn't hear it. Hansen did not plan on escaping this time. He had already achieved first place here, so there was little to worry about. Now it was time for him to show off the knife skills that Isha had taught him. Isha had been teaching him teeth knife for a while, and by now, that was what he was best at. Now he needed to perform what he had learned well in order to avoid disappointing her. If he made her happy, it was only expectable that he would receive more resources from her. So, this next move would be more important than anything. He gripped his ghost teeth knife as he ran towards Night Giant God. He was holding the hilt, but the weapon was still inside its sheath. He hadn't drawn it. Good timing. Night Giant God shouted, as he swung his own knife with greater strength. His Geno art was called Battle River. It was a water Geno art. Water Geno arts were usually quite soft, and they had a sense of infinity about them. They were usually quite effective against something hard. But Battle River was different. It was a really rough water Geno art that was like a river coming down from the sky. It was the strongest strike, and that was just the beginning. Backed by the knife skills of the rebate, his attack would be so fast and so strong. No one at the same level would be able to block him. Hansen did not plan on escaping. He slashed with ghost teeth knife, and he used teeth knife skills to perform the technique tooth for a tooth. This was different from Tusk. This move changed depending on the opponent. If the foe was cruel, then it'd be cruder than them. If the foe was hard, then it would be harder than them. If the foe was obscene, it would be obscener than them. Knight Giant God was striking very hard, and so Han Sen did the same thing. There was no way around this. They are going for a direct collision with each other. Knight Giant God was born powerful. He has 500 flowers, despite being a baron. Very few people can fight him. Although he does not have a king-class weapon, I don't think it matters all that much. Han Sen himself can't cast the king-class power of his weapon, after all, someone who knew Knight Giant God said. Dong. Ghost Teeth Knife and Knight Giant God's knife came against each other. The thin and curved Ghost Teeth Knife, coming against the large knife of the opposition, did not look appropriately scaled. But the purple blade of Ghost Teeth cleaved right into the big knife. It shattered the big knife, sending fragments flying everywhere. Ghost Teeth Knife did not stop. It kept coming forward towards Knight Giant God. When it was less than 1 inch away from his head, just about brushing his hair, the knife stopped dead. Knight Giant God's eyes were opened wide, and sweat broke out across his brow. He did not dare to move at all. Han Sen smiled. He put the knife away and walked right past Knight Giant God. You only won because you have a king-class weapon. I will fight you. Another baron appeared. He moved like a ghost and tried to attack Han Sen's neck with a dagger. But within a second, his dagger was also broken. A few other barons came at Han Sen at the same time, prompting him to move. But wherever Ghost Teeth Knife went, a broken weapon would follow in its wake. No one's weapon could withstand the strike of that knife. Powerful, that teeth knife skill is, the beautiful man said in compliment. The man with the head of a cow replied, he is a powerful man. Han Sen kept on swinging his blade fearlessly. If any baron came close, he'd break their weapon. He was not killing anyone, though. He'd simply break their knives, and that was it. If he did start killing, the entirety of Narrow Moon would likely consider him an enemy. The barons could not stop Han Sen's advance. And before long, it was a Viscount that tried him next. The sword of the Viscount came at him like a shadow. The sword light became a flash of light that weaved a net of strikes to attack Han Sen all at once. This was a rebate skill known as Moon Shadow Slash. Han Sen kept on moving, not slowing down as he came towards the sword net. He used a teeth slash towards the Viscount. The Viscount was shocked by the boldness, because Han Sen was now moving toward where Moon Shadow Slash actually began. The net was just an illusion, and it wasn't where the actual sword was going to strike. It was too late for him to withdraw his sword, too. So, the Viscount committed to the slash, as the sword light came down on Han Sen's Ghost Teeth Knife. Catcha! A large chunk was carved out of the Viscount's sword. This wasn't because the Ghost Teeth Knife was sharp and hard. Dog Teeth was based on the concept of a heavy strike. Many rebate used this skill, as it was infamous for destroying popular swords. Many king-class weapons were missing chunks due to this technique. And seeing that the Viscount was unable to block Han Sen, many other Viscounts swept forward to stop him. They were afraid he'd run off again. But this time, Han Sen was not planning to run. He had achieved first place already, and now was the time to show off. The better he performed, the more resources Isha might be willing to give him. This was his best chance of securing valuables. He had Isha as backup, anyway. He wasn't afraid anyone could actually do something to him. Han Sen used his knife to fight many nobles, all alone. The barons had stopped, so it was mostly just the Viscounts that were fighting him now. Han Sen did not use his Viscount Jadeskin, though. He maintained his baron class for the fight. He didn't use his teeth rabbit shoes either. He was only using his Ghost Teeth Knife to fight back against the Viscounts. It looks like Knife Queen recruited him a long time ago. How long she's been training him, God only knows. But it would take a decade for him to reach this sort of level. Night River King hummed. Isha was shocked, too. She knew exactly how long she had been teaching him. Hansen had only been with her for a few months. She had not taught him for long, at all. The last skill he learned was 8 days ago. It was shocking that Hansen could use teeth knife with that level of proficiency. Is he a knife master? Isha had a complicated look. Hansen's performance kept on surprising her. As a teacher, she was very lucky to have such a student. She had only taken him on in a bet to find out where dollar might be, but she felt like having him as a student was not a negative thing, at all. Should I expect more from him? Isha wondered. But whenever she did, the thought of the story of jeans would return and give her a headache. He is good at teeth knife, yes, but he is not one of the rebate. It is difficult for him to use teeth power. Even though he is good at it, it is still a waste. Moonwell King felt ashamed. Seeing that the Viscounts could not block Hansen, and no one could strike, it seemed likely Hansen would be able to escape. The beautiful man then decided to teleport in front of Han Senator. His bone knife was forged from dragon bones. He slashed towards Hansen. Bulge *T. Why did he join the fight? An earl fighting a baron? What is this? An old man that was of a higher rank saw the beautiful man step into the fight. This displeased him a lot. When most average people saw this, however, they did not mind. In fact, they were quite excited to see the beautiful man fight. Gaoji's attacking. His dragon sun knife skill is a dragon moan, and not even Viscounts can withstand something like that. Hansen will surely suffer now. Haha. It'll be good to squash this outsider's reputation. If this hadn't occurred, this entire Moon God's festival would have been his show. Knife Queen is so powerful. She selected a very powerful student. It may be difficult, being a baron, but his luck and talents are very good. Of course. It sounds like you guys thought she only picked him because he's good looking. It's true that he doesn't look bad. He is suitable to earn respect amongst the beauty of the rebate, but when compared with us, he is only average. There are many more handsome rebate men that far exceed him. It is fine if he loses to Gaoji. He has done well. The nobles and the commoners were talking. Isha, Moonwell King, and Night River King were in absolute shock. Gaoji's dragon moan was shocking. It was capable of freezing Viscounts on the spot. But Hansen had proven resilient to it, and he was not affected. Hansen still gripped his knife, and just as the copper knife was about to hit him, he drew out his ghost teeth knife. Seeing ghost teeth knife about to slice open Gaoji's neck, the observers still had to remember that earls were earls. Their speed and reaction times were too fast to comprehend. A green dragon of light swiftly appeared to swallow Gaoji's body. Dong. Ghost teeth knife hit the green dragon's shadow. Hansen tried his hardest, but he was unable to break the shadow of that dragon. Hansen did not put his knife away, though. He still used his knife to release a purple mist right next to the green shadow. Gaoji frowned. He had used his green shadow dragon's power to shake Hansen away from him. The moonlight of Narrow Moon was like water. The moonlight shone on Hansen, bathing him in its glow. He was getting stronger, and Gaoji couldn't do anything to get away from him. Ghost teeth knife was still mauling the green dragon's shadow. Within that moonlight, Hansen's strength continued to rise. Still, he hadn't accumulated the strength necessary to overcome his opponent. The moonlight buff was strong, though, and Gaoji continued to use his green dragon's shadow, though he still wasn't succeeding in shaking Hansen loose. *NNN. A moonlight buff. Is that a blessing of the moon god? It must be. Did you not hear the moon god say that Hansen is the son of the moon? Wherever there is a moon, he will earn a buff by it. That is way too strong. It has buffed a baron enough to compete against an earl. This is too incredible to believe. Maybe, but it obviously isn't fake. This is Narrow Moon, and there is an abundance of moons. The buffs Hansen can receive here are very strong. Anyone of the same tier who tries to fight him here must have a death wish. Does that mean Narrow Moon has become Han Sen's territory? Yes. Otherwise, he would not have been given the title Son of the Moon. Gaoji looked glum, unable to shake Han Sen away. So, he decided to go on the offensive and slash towards his opponent. His knife carried a green dragon light and a dragon bone. Han Sen did not think his title would bear such significance. The moonlight power there was far too strong, so much so that it allowed him to do battle with an earl. Han Sen did not retreat. He used tooth for a tooth and struck towards the green dragon light. Ghost Teeth Knife came against the fully powered green dragon knife, and still, it managed to block the green dragon knife. They stopped right there, with both knives repeatedly colliding with each other. Catcha! A crack appeared on the green dragon knife, which then began to expand and spread across the shadow of the green dragon. It made the green dragon shadow start to look like a shattered mirror. Dong! Ghost Teeth Knife and the green copper knife came against each other again. Gaoji had to withdraw his green copper knife and reluctantly fall back. His powers were less than the moonlight buff given to Han Sen. Gaoji looked cold. He swung his knife with a desire to fight, but his face changed when he saw his own blade. Ghost Teeth Knife had dealt a crack to the green copper knife. And soon after, the crack started to spread, until the green copper knife was wrought with an entire web of cracks. This is Aisha stood up from her seat. With wide eyes, she intently observed the cracks that were rapidly manifesting across the green copper knife. Isha, Moonwheel King, and Night River King, who knew about teeth powers, suddenly felt their faces grow pale. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. No way, Night River King looked to be in shock, and he could do nothing but stare at the green copper knife. Catcha! Gaoji swung his knife again, but when he put the green dragon light into the green copper knife, there was a sound. And then, the green copper knife shattered into pieces. It was reduced into nothing but bits, surrounded by a horrible purple mist. Teeth power. Everyone had those two words form in their mind. But even still, it was hard to believe that it was true. That was the Rebate's strongest Geno art. It was the strongest skill the entire race of the Rebate possessed. Not many could practice that, not even amongst the Rebate. But now, an outsider had just used teeth power to defeat a Rebate Earl in battle. The Rebate could not believe this was happening. Everyone knew Knife Queen was good with Teeth Knife, and everyone knew Han Sen was her only student. Everyone knew Han Sen practiced Teeth Knife. But no one thought, or even dreamed, Han Sen could successfully use teeth powers. In the hearts of the Rebate, learning teeth power would place you amongst the most talented of the whole race. Now, the glory and pride had been crushed by Han's senator. That strike had made all the Rebate shocked. They could not even think straight. It is no wonder that Knife Queen took him as a student. It wasn't just for fun. Night River King looked dim. An outsider can use teeth power, and that person is Knife Queen's student. Is he good or bad for Narrow Moon? Moonwheel King was in shock, too. Isha was the one who was shocked the most, though. Her mind had yet to return to her. How could he have practiced teeth power? The Moon God Festival had become boring. The young ones went to the Moon God Palace to accept their blessings, but they were only able to raise up to the 36 moons, individually. This was supposed to be a number of extreme pride, but now it seemed rather pathetic. Once they had seen the true Moon God blessing, their own Moon God blessings seemed almost fake. This wasn't because they were neither good nor lucky, that had nothing to do with it. But without the Moon God appearing, no matter how lucky or strong you were, you did not possess the true blessing. Han Sen's jade skin had its origins in the Frost Sutra. It had a connection to the Moon God, which was why he received the blessings he did. It didn't actually have anything to do with Han Sen's luck or strength. Before long, the Moon God Festival came to an end. Han Sen, receiving the Marquis's armor he had come for, was overwhelmed with sheer delight. The festival had now finished, but Han Sen's performance had swiftly become a hot topic. Everyone knew about what had transpired. Inside the meeting hall in the full moon offices, a few of the elderly and the kings of Narrow Moon had assembled. Frowning and looking upset, Isha said, "Why can't we give Han Sen a spot in the Moon Garden? Is he not talented enough? Or is my student simply not qualified?" The elders did not speak. Neither did they dare look directly at Isha. Night River King said, "It is not because we do not want to, it's simply because the rebates law only permits the acceptance of a rebate. I don't recall the Moon Garden ever having such a rule. Didn't they once accept an outsider, back in the era long ago?" Isha said emotionlessly. After that, the faces of the elders and elites all changed. Moonwell King groaned and said, "Queen, you know what happened to the last outsider, don't you? If he is not of the same race, he is different. It does not matter how talented or lucky he is, the fact remains that he will never be a rebate." "Yes. Haven't you heard the story of the mother rebate raising a baby wolf, only to be killed by her child once it had grown up?" Night River King said. "Queen, you should really understand what we are telling you. If your student was one of the rebate, we'd give you as many slots as you are able to take." "Exactly. You should take another student if you do not approve. We'll give your next a slot, for sure." The elders and the elites tried convincing each other not to give Han Sen a spot in the Moon Garden. Isha frowned. She was Knife Queen, yes, but she was not a dictator that could orchestrate every working of their society. Without the approval of the elders, she would be unable to provide a spot for Han Sen in the Moon Garden. Moon Garden was a training organization that belonged to the rebate. Everyone who got in had the possibility of becoming a deified elite, or at least a champion. Of course, they hadn't produced any deified elites in a while. But there were many general elites. Even Knife Queen herself had gone through the training offered there. Out of all the kings present, only Moonwell King that had secured such prestige without having first spent time in Moon Garden. Entering Moon Garden meant you'd be able to enjoy all the resources available to the rebate. Making Han Sen a duke would be difficult, but it was fortunate that with Isha's support, it wouldn't be too problematic. It was simply a shame that Han Sen was not one of the rebate. She had tried to secure him a spot in Moon Garden, but no matter how she pleaded, his acceptance would not be approved. Han Sen returned to Planet Blade. He waited for half a day for Isha to finally arrive and meet with him. Isha had just returned from Full Moon office, and meeting with him now was her next order of business. "Queen, did you enjoy my performance?" Han Sen bowed. Isha sighed at Han Sen and said, "Han Sen, your performance puts me in a difficult situation." "Why? Did I perform poorly?" Han Sen asked. "No. In fact, it was too good." "Let me ask you, how did you get the teeth power?" Isha asked Han Sen. "It is because I practiced it. Teeth power is similar to the powers of Ghost Teeth Knife. I used Ghost Teeth Knife to practice every day, and somehow, through that, I happened to learn it." Han Sen stayed very calm when she asked about this. No one would be able to find out the truth, so he exerted confidence in his answers. Isha didn't look suspicious either. She knew such things might be impossible to explain, anyway. "How is your practice with the story of genes coming along?" Isha asked him. "It's going rather slowly," Han Sen answered. This was true. When Han Sen leveled up his The Story of Genes, it had indeed gone very slow. He did not know how long it might take to make him a viscount with that. Isha pulled out a bottle and gave it to Han Sr. This bottle contains xenogeneic materials gathered from Viscount class xenogeneics. It is a geno fluid, and it should be good in leveling you up and bringing you up to the class of Viscount. Eat 10 grams of this every 10 days. And when you do, immediately cast The Story of Genes. Once you have finished, come along and get some more. Thank you very much." Han Sen was so happy, and he thought to himself, my performance really was good. Look at this, I've received some goodies already. Now, you get going. You've still got to develop Planet Eclipse, in addition to all the training you have before you. Isha waved and let Hansen go. The Geno fluid, if it was used by a baron, it could make him a viscount. It could possibly make 2 viscounts. But when used on Hansen, Isha knew it probably wouldn't be as effective. Instead, it would only help him inch his way closer to the threshold. It wouldn't be enough for him to level up completely. We will see how he behaves, Isha thought to herself in her heart. Back on Planet Eclipse, Hansen was not in a rush to drink that Geno fluid. In fact, he was keen to research the Geno art he had learned while inside Moon God Palace first and foremost. Jadeskin was a Geno art from the sanctuaries. This was something that quite similar. It was like the Geno universe counterpart of Jadeskin. They did not have a connection, but with Hansen's prior knowledge of Jadeskin, it should make practice of that Geno art fairly easy. Hansen did not plan on practicing it, though. He still wanted to focus on Jadeskin. He just wanted to absorb the essence of the other and assimilate it with Jadeskin, while he continued on with his original art. Now that Hansen could unleash power, he had to be able to gather up spirit successfully. If he did that, he could evolve his xenogeneic bones and become an Earl. Like Earl Gaoji, that man's spirit had been a green dragon. Judging from the way that Geno art was practiced, it must have had a special technique that allowed for the gathering of spirit. Absorbing light element treasures would allow for easier gatherings of spirit. The moon itself did not glow. It borrowed the power of the sun to glow. The moon that provided the Geno art was the same. Its light was used to light up one's spirit, and it worked very well. But it was hard to find light treasure. For now at least, Hansen did not know of a location in which he could find something like that. According to the moon god Geno art, the different light treasures he absorbed would affect the sort of spirit he summoned. It would affect its element and even its shape. I wonder if I can find a good treasure here on Planet Eclipse. If I'm unable to, I'll have to head back out there in search of one, Hansen thought. But for now, Hansen was planning on scouring the reaches of Planet Eclipse for one. He had skills, teeth rabbit shoes, and Marquise armor to stay alive. He should have no problem doing battle with a duke in such a condition. Hansen took out 10 grams of the Geno fluid he had been given by Isha, and then, he swallowed it. Then, he felt an energy begin to flow and spread throughout his body. It took around 5 hours for it to be fully absorbed. The spells he had definitely felt improved, so it was clear to him that Isha was not skimping, and she was giving him some good stuff. He felt the energy spread out across all of his body, and he made sure to use the story of genes during the absorption process. Hansen did not feel any negative side effects to the consumption of it, but he didn't use any more. He was going to follow Isha's commands and take the small dosage of the stuff every 10 days. Much good news came from the base those days, too. The ordinary women were starting to become barons, and by now, there were 4 of them. The Gold Raven mark works. It is a shame the kids are just too young. They haven't been able to generate Geno armor yet. If they all became barons, I'd have a mighty workforce, Hansen thought to himself. Still, he went ahead to establish a school to better educate the women and kids. He also had a school to teach them about combat and Geno arts. Inside a cave on Black Moon Planet, a fire flared upwards like a water spring. A rebate with black ears was naked and drenched in sweat. His muscles shone in the glow of the fire. Dong. 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 The big man was swinging a black steel hammer. When it struck the red-hot steel, a flurry of sparks erupted. Slowly, the hot steel was taking on the shape of a knife. The big man ran water along it eventually, then examined it closely. He looked disappointed, and then he threw it away. The knife ended up on a mountain of other knives. He spoke to himself, saying, "No, this material cannot be used to make a knife blank. It is too poor." After that, the man picked up another hunk of ore and threw it into the fire. It was more material for forging. When the man failed again, the ground split in 2. Flames rose from the earth, and the place was becoming so hot, even the rocks started to melt. The big man frowned and looked into the fire. He had been there for a long time, but he had never seen the fire behave that way. Just as he started to step closer and see what had happened, the fire took on the shape of a fire spirit. "What are you?" the big man frowned. "Black Cliff, do you wish to forge a real knife?" The fire spirit used a decidedly vague voice. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have waited here for over a decade?" Black Cliff said simply. "If you make a wish to me, I can help you forge the strongest knife in existence." The fire spirit's voice still sounded so vague. "That's all right. I will use my own hands to forge the strongest knife." Black Cliff rejected the offer and looked confident in himself. "But you lack the proper materials. If you make a wish, I can find you the best ore that there is," the fire spirit continued. "You can help me find materials?" Black Cliff looked at the fire spirit intently. "Yes, of course. I am a god who knows everything. It is easy to locate what you need. If you ask, I will help," the fire spirit said arrogantly. "Why are you helping me?" Black Cliff frowned. "Because you yourself want to be considered a god. So, make the strongest knife and become a god." "Your desire for this has touched me," the flame spirit said. Black Cliff did not believe the entity, but he really wanted the materials. He wanted them more than anything. So, he looked at the spirit and said, "Okay. If you find me the materials, I will pay you back." "You do not have to pay me back. Your loyalty is my best reward." The fire spirit looked incredibly happy. The fire spirit looked happy, and then the fire erupted again into a giant wall of flame. Black Cliff's eyes were on fire, too. "Go to Planet Eclipse and find Han Senator, he has precisely what you need. It is a knife blank that you want." The flames of the fiery spirit looked angry. "Planet Eclipse. Hansen. Knife blank," Black Cliff's eyes burned. Although the fire on the ground was gone, the fire in his eyes remained. It was half a month after the festival now, and Hansen was pretty much done with the moon god Geno art. His jade skin had become Viscount, and it had been successfully modified. So, it should have been fine for Hansen to practice with now. The other part still needed to be fixed, but he hadn't reached there yet. He couldn't just jump over to fix it. "Old Han, what are you doing?" Xie King pushed open the doors. "Practicing a Geno art." "You," Hansen raised his head and drifted off as he stared at Xie King. "Haha, I have become a Viscount." "Cool, huh?" Xie King looked cocky. "That is very nice." Hansen gave him a thumbs up. Although he had provided Xie King many xenogenic genes to make leveling up a little easier, it still felt like it was too fast. He became a Viscount because of the Gold Raven power. Without that power, there's no way he could have leveled up that quickly, Gu Qingqing spoke as she approached. When Hansen saw her, he realized she had become a Viscount, too. They didn't hide this fact, so it was easy to learn. Not bad. The Gold Raven mark was pretty good. But it was just a one-time thing, and it has gone now. Xie King licked his lips. "Well, what lucky timing for you guys to become Viscounts. I am planning on hunting up in the mountains. Would you like to go?" Hansen asked with a smile. Deep in the mountains on Planet Eclipse, Hansen, Xie King, Gu Qingqing, and Little Silver were traveling. After Xie King and Gu Qingqing became Viscounts, Little Silver became one, too. Now Hansen was depressed. Little Angel, 0, and he had not been infected. If they had, it was likely they could have leveled up to Viscount with much greater ease. They wouldn't have needed to practice half as much. The environment is stable for now, at least. Why don't we bring more people to this universe, so we can grow and cultivate them? It will be impossible for us to become famous here with only a handful of people. Hansen was deep in thought. Han Sen could recruit many from the alliance, but there were a few he did not feel safe with. One such person was Wang Yuhang. Han Sen was afraid that if he came here, the man would bring terrible luck down on him. Because Han Sen had provided many xenogeneic genes to his friends and followers, certain people in the sanctuaries had developed very quickly. But he had made sure to only provide such things to those who were close to him. Han Sen's resources were limited, and he couldn't fill the needs of everybody he knew. With the help of xenogeneic genes, though, many humans and creatures from the Fourth God Sanctuary had made it to the Alliance. That included Dragon Lady, Death Goddess, Red Pony, and Little Star. They had successfully ascended to the Alliance universe. The humans who had successfully ascended included Queen, Lin Feng, Wang Yuhang, Tang Jinliu, and Yi Dongmu. They were waiting to go to the xenogeneic universe now. Ji Yanran and Lu Alan had eaten so many xenogeneic genes that they too had ascended to the Alliance. But Han Sen wasn't yet willing to let them cross the divide. He was afraid that if they were there, they'd cause a big problem for him with their attempts to find Little Flower. The advantage of creatures from the sanctuaries was that they could level up rather quickly by consuming xenogeneic genes. Their biggest letdown, however, was the fact that their genes were unstable. There was no telling what a creature might eventually become. A xenogeneic that looked like a leopard came prowling out of the mountains. Gu Qingqing, with her sword air, killed it in a single strike. Gu Qingqing's powers were of sword air and not sword light. Her green sword air was weird, and it resembled something like silk. She could kill enemies at all manners of strange angles. "Save me some," Xie Qingqing blurted, clutching his silver book. "You are too slow," Gu Qingqing said, as she was in the process of cutting up the xenogeneic body and harvesting the xenogeneic genes. Xie Qingqing did not say a word, and he merely closed his silver book. Han Sen looked at Xie Qingqing. Xie Qingqing's geno-armament and power had been consistently surprising to Han Sen, and they had interested him quite a bit. After Xie Qingqing leveled up to become a viscount, he had been able to use his silver light to draw pictures on the pages of his book. Whatever he drew could come to life, right out of the parchment. He could practically summon beasts to fight alongside him. But the shadows he drew did have limitations. For one thing, he couldn't pre-draw a creature, then cast it when the time for battle came. So, he had to draw his desired summons during battle, and that took time. With Gu Qingqing there, though, he couldn't draw anything fast enough to fight. By the time he finished drawing something, she'd have killed the xenogeneic already. It was something that didn't make him very happy. Han Sen was happy, though. He wasn't interested in Baron or Viscount xenogeneics. He wanted to find light treasure. "What is this?" Xie Qingqing looked up to the mountain, confusion etched across his face. Han Sen followed Xie Qingqing's gaze, and they examined a red mist hanging across the mountain. But the mist hadn't come from the sky. It arose from the mountain itself, and it looked rather weird. "Perhaps we should go and take a look. There could be treasure." Han Sen's eyes shone brightly. "Careful. We are only viscounts, remember. If we encounter a duke or a marquise, only Han Sen has a duke beast soul pair of shoes that he can use to run." "We lack such things," Gu Qingqing said. "Do I look like the type to run off and abandon you?" Han Sen was hurt by the comments. "Yes." Xie Qingqing and Gu Qingqing answered sincerely. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and picked up Little Silver. Carefully, he snuck towards the place he had seen. The red mist was like a cloud, but it rippled like a living fire. It was a stunning sight. After the three of them got close, they found that the red mist was rising from a valley. The valley, filled up with that mist, looked like heaven. What might have lurked beyond the strange vapor, however, was something they could not see. "Should we go in and take a look?" Gu Qingqing looked down into the valley and frowned. She could not see anything. The red mist was too thick for their eyesight to penetrate. It didn't actually hurt their eyes, but it did stop them from looking at what was inside. I don't know what lies inside. I'd wager it is too dangerous to go in, though. Even with teeth rabbit shoes, Han Sen did not want to take the risk. He was still too weak, and carelessness could cost him his life. Now you can watch me. Xie King spoke with absolute confidence. He summoned his silver book and began casting with his wonderful silver light. He was scribbling something rather quickly. Within a second, the shadow of a silver leopard leaped out from the pages of the book. It looked exactly like the one Gu Qingqing had just killed. This one was just a silver shadow, though. It wasn't comprised of actual flesh. You can draw anything you like with this book? Han Sen asked with surprise. Yes, but they only stay around temporarily for now. I can only draw creatures that exist in the universe, too. The drawing has to be pretty accurate to generate the creature, as well. After Xie King said that, he commanded that the leopard head into the valley. If you draw a King-class Xenogeneic, would it have King-class power? Han Sen asked. Of course not. The shadow's power depends on the caster's strength, mine. That being said, some of the creatures I have drawn can carry their own element. Still, the power scales back in comparison to me, Xie King explained. Whoa, that is already so very good. Han Sen looked at Xie King strangely. Xie King was a man with a very bad temper. It was strange to see him take to drawing in a fight instead of immediately using his fists. Roar. The leopard had been inside the mist for a while when an awful screech was heard. Then, nothing. The valley returned to silence. Xie King's face changed. The leopard drawing in the book was shattered. What happened? Han Sen asked Xie King. I don't know, but I have a connection with the shadow. I can feel what they feel, but I cannot see through their eyes. After he entered the mist, something killed him quickly, Xie King said. Han Sen and Gu Qingqing frowned. The shadow Xie King had drawn had possessed the power of a viscount. It had been destroyed within 1 second, so whatever lurked inside the valley was scary. There is no need to rush. Watch this. Xie King flipped open his book and drew something else with his fingertips. Not long after, another leopard came leaping out of the pages. It didn't run straight into the valley, and instead came to heel and crouch near Xie King. Xie King kept wagging his finger across the book, and after a few minutes, another 4 leopards joined the first. When done, he said, "Okay. This is the maximum I can do." He commanded the 5 leopards to enter the mist of the valley, all in a horizontal line. Each leopard ran forward at the same time, all together, but they kept a few yards of space between them. When they entered the valley, there was a movement from within the fog. But then, all too quickly, the valley echoed with the sounds of squealing again. The red mist of the valley rumbled and swirled, as the pictures on Xie King's book began to disappear, one after another. Within a mere few seconds, the pictures of all the leopards had been erased. It likely indicated that the shadows that had been spawned and sent into the mist had been destroyed. Xie King's face turned pale. The death of the leopards meant nothing to him, but he had exerted a lot of his own energy by summoning so many. That had cost him a lot. So, did you find out what's going on inside the valley? Han Sen asked Xie King, looking right at him. Xie King told him, I don't know what's going on. I didn't see anything, but when the leopards were killed, 1 second elapsed between each death. So I assume the leopards were all killed by a single entity. I can also guess that if a creature can kill my shadows so quickly, the creature must have 4 times our potential speed. It could be an Earl or higher, but with a hidden power. If it is an Earl, that's nothing to sweat about. I have the teeth rabbit shoes, remember? The speed of those is no worse than an Earl, and I also have the new Marquis Xenogeneic armor. I may not be able to activate its full potential, but it can most certainly protect me from the attacks of an Earl. Hansen looked up to the sky and noticed another magnetic storm that was raging. He could not see the moons of Narrow Moon from where he was, so it was unlikely he'd be gifted their strength. Wait here. Gu Qingqing stopped Hansen, who was on the verge of entering himself. She pulled out Pure, and a green aura danced across the blade. Then, the sword came alive in a swirl and flew forward into the valley. Dong! Pure flew right into the mist, and shortly after, a crunchy noise sounded. Then, Pure flew back out and right back into Gu Qingqing's hands. My sword was attacked once, Gu Qingqing said, then sheathed the weapon. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Hansen donned his Marquis armor and put on his rabbit shoes. He clutched Ghost Teeth knife in one hand and held his knife blank firmly in the other. Then, with much care, he started to step inside. It was times like this that Hansen actually started to miss Wang Yuhang. If the man was there with him, all Hansen would only have to get Wang Yuhang to stand outside the valley and shout. He would probably draw whatever was inside out, and there'd be no need to go inside. Hansen carefully walked into the mist. While the mist had color, he didn't feel anything when it brushed across him. After a few steps, that changed. All of a sudden, he felt horrid. He wanted to go forward, but he was struck in the back. It was a powerful strike, and he staggered forward. Before Hansen was able to stabilize himself, something else came at him again. It got his arm. The creature in the red mist traveled quietly, and actually catching sight of it seemed impossible. Hansen was very fast, but he didn't know where he should move until the attacks had already happened. By the time the strikes came, it was too late to dodge. By the time he moved, he'd already been hit. Luckily, though, Hansen had the Marquis armor on. It meant the attacks didn't actually hurt him. Hansen ran out of the valley after getting hit again, but the thing inside the mist did not follow. He took a look at what had happened and noticed the scratch marks across his suit. Surprisingly, they weren't very deep. What is it? Xie Qingqing and Gu Qingqing ran up to him to ask. Old Qing is right. There is an Earl creature there. Its speed and power aren't too shabby, and it uses the red mist for cover. It's practically invisible. I got attacked before I even saw it every time. I was hit a few times, but even then, I wasn't able to catch a glimpse. The red mist might have the added ability of masking the senses, because I wasn't even able to hear its movements, Hansen said. This is bad news. If it's in there and it won't come out, then we can't fight it. Entering the mist is pointless, even with the armor that you're wearing. Gu Qingqing frowned. It'd be great if there was some way to draw him out, Xie Qingqing said. If he dared to come out, he'd have followed either my sword or Han Sr. Gu Qingqing shook her head. It shouldn't be too hard to draw him out, but we'll need the help of a specialist, Hansen said. Wang Yuhang? Xie Qingqing and Gu Qingqing had thought about him, too. There is something awfully strange about this valley. There are creatures guarding this place for a reason. I am afraid that something important might be about to happen here. We can't delay this, Gu Qingqing said. I gave Wang Yuhang some xenogeneic genes, and after he ate them, he managed to break through. He was able to absorb life geno-essences, and after he maxed out, he went to the Alliance. We should be able to bring him here fairly easily. But the people out there know how many people Planet Eclipse currently holds, and the documents are all in files. If someone else shows up, it might be difficult to explain. I have to use the recruitment excuse to bring him here, Hansen said. Then let's go quickly and bring more people over. Planet Eclipse has a lot of resources, so the more people the better. With the small amount of us here, there's not enough to pay the taxes we must pay in a few years, Gu Qingqing said. This is what we can do, then. You guys can stay and hunt in the vicinity, just don't go too deep. And also, keep an eye on the valley. I'll be right back, Hansen said that, then returned to base. After returning, Hansen gave Knife Queen a call. Knife Queen knew he'd need more people, so she agreed to his request and sent him an airship. After Iceberg Duke picked him up, they left Narrow Moon to recruit. Where would you like to recruit people this time? Iceberg Duke was sounding much friendlier with Hansen now. Hansen had been #1 in the Moon God Festival, and he was the very first person to have ever been personally blessed by the Moon God. So, that had certainly boosted his reputation and goodwill. Learning teeth knife and teeth powers in such a short time wasn't something that could be accomplished with luck alone. However he had done it, it made Iceberg Duke look at him differently. I want to go to planet Crooked Rock, Hansen told Iceberg Duke. You want to recruit Ghana? Iceberg Duke understood Hansen's thought process. Planet Crooked Rock was a place that belonged to the Feathers. The primary race there, however, was the Ghana. They were supposed to be a higher race, but for some reason, the Ghana on that planet had abandoned their people to join the Feathers. Now that the Feathers had fallen, Holy Heaven had been closed. They could no longer afford to take care of other planets and races. The planet had not been taken over yet, but many different factions were vying for it. Many wanted to claim it. Hansen decided to go to planet Crooked Rock due to the complications of the races there. Ghana was one of the mainstream races, but there were many others there, as well. Hansen also fancied trying his luck. If he was able to recruit a few of the Ghana, then that wouldn't be too shabby, either. The Ghana were very good at producing medicine from xenogeneic genes. They were known as geniuses, and many factions liked the prospect of procuring their special talents. But due to the fact that so many different factions wanted them, the Ghana had yet to decide which they should follow. Not bad. I would like to have some Ghana. If I am unable to procure any, there are those of other races to choose from. Either way, there should be a diverse selection to pick from, Hansen randomly said. You should put your hope into getting those of another race. Don't bother with the Ghana, because our rebate Gold Jade King went to Ghana 2 months ago and was unable to recruit any. The Ghana were way too popular with other races, Iceberg Duke said. Let's take a look first, anyway. If I am lucky enough, they might be willing to slog through the hard times with me. Hansen made it sound as if he was kidding. He was, actually. He didn't have much hope of recruiting any of the Ghana, and his primary goal was to grab Wang Yuhang under the pretense of recruitment. After he arrived on the planet, he only then noticed how complicated planet Crooked Rock really was. There were many airships and battleships in the area, all belonging to an array of separate factions. They had each come there to try to recruit the Ghana. Seeing how things were on planet Crooked Rock, it was obvious that there were many kings up for grabs. The flying airship Hansen had been on was investigated upon arrival. When they declared themselves to be the rebate, they were granted access to the planet. If they had been a small race of no renown, they probably wouldn't have even been allowed to land on the planet. So, the chances of Hansen meeting up with any of the Ghana to try his luck would have been 0. Iceberg Duke brought Hansen over to meet with Gold Jade King, but they were unable to. It was a Duke that came out to greet them. You are Knife Queen's student, and you are Iceberg Duke. I am sorry, but my master is currently unavailable, and he cannot come to meet with you at this time. He has sent me here to aid you in the meantime. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to make a request. The Duke certainly sounded polite. Thank you very much. We have come here to recruit some people, actually. I wonder if you have a manifest that notes the different populations that reside on planet Crooked Rock. If you can provide us a copy, we would be most grateful, Hansen said. That is easy. I will certainly make a copy for you. The Duke said this, and then went on to say, do you too plan on recruiting the Ghana? That would be the best case scenario, yes, Hansen answered. The Duke smiled. Recruiting the Ghana is no small feat, still, you might try your luck. Who knows? You might be fortunate enough to gather a few. Thanks. I appreciate the advice. After Hansen accepted the manifest, he said his goodbyes. You guys are looking to recruit the Ghana? Huh. So naive. Even if the queen herself had come along, I doubt any Ghana would join you. After Hansen left, the duke spoke to himself. After Hansen accepted the information he was given, he allowed Iceberg Duke to go ahead and scope out those of the less significant races. They could try to recruit a few nobles out of those. Judging from the state of things on this planet, though, he thought that it was unlikely he'd procure members of the Ghana. The Ghana were receiving many generous offers from the big factions. There was no reason for them to go to an undeveloped place populated by barons. Hansen walked around alone, and he also made sure he wasn't being followed. By his lonesome, he trekked up to a lonely mountain. He found a cave, and after securing it, he teleported back to the sanctuaries. Hansen called Wang Yuhang and told him about going to the Geno universe. Wang Yuhang was very excited by the prospect, and he told Hansen he'd come over right away. The entire alliance was practically Hansen's back garden. And the gardeners were the G family. Many factions had learned of the existence of the Geno universe, and many had aspirations of their people getting strong enough to enter and begin building up a place for their families. But none had yet been capable of going. Wang Yuhang had been given Hansen's xenogeneic genes. He had made it to the alliance as a human, but without Hansen's guidance, he'd likely die if he left the sanctuary by himself. No one went without Hansen bringing them. After Hansen and Wang Yuhang finished talking, Wang Yuhang piloted an aircraft to get to him. "Little Han, take me to the Geno universe. I want to see those ladies with cat ears. If they are as hot as you say they are." Wang Yuhang came running into the house all happy. "Don't rush. You can see them, but you must know that when I bring you over, you have to listen to me. You cannot do anything by yourself," Hansen said. "Sure. I'll listen to your every word. Except for selecting a wife and making babies, of course." Wang Yuhang patted his chest. "That is fine. I don't want to get involved with your wife and kids." Hansen then brought Wang Yuhang to planet Crooked Rock, but Wang Yuhang had not eaten many xenogeneic genes. He hadn't been in the alliance very long, either. He still wouldn't be able to generate Geno armor. So, Hansen knew he'd have to feed the man a lot more genes to produce that, first and foremost. Hansen brought Death Goddess and Dragon Lady Chef along, too. They were able to generate their Geno armors in the cave. Lady Chef had been staying in Hansen's house in the alliance. She was in charge of the kitchen there, so she had been able to nibble away at more xenogeneic genes than most of Hansen's companions. Death Goddess had eaten quite a bit, too, so she was ready to generate a Geno armor at any point. She could fire arrows on a whim, and so she was quite a scary person to have hanging around the alliance. When she was staying in Hansen's old house, she had fired arrows and toppled a lot of buildings. Hansen's new family home was in a city. It'd be bad news if she woke up in a bad mood and decided to go knocking buildings over with a hail of arrows. So, Hansen wanted to bring her to the Geno universe to prevent any unfortunate accidents while he was away. Death Goddess and Lady Chef generated their Geno armor in the cave. Hansen and Wang Yuhang crouched in the cave and kept watch. Suddenly, Hansen heard someone's voice drawing near. "Oh, no. Having little uncle here really is bad luck. Dragon Lady and Death Goddess are in the midst of generating their Geno armor. They cannot be disturbed during this process." Hansen frowned as the voice drew nearer and nearer. "You go in there and make sure Dragon Lady and Manger are protected." Hansen spoke to Wang Yuhang at a low volume. Wang Yuhang knew that he was currently weaker than the average commoner in the Geno universe. There was no point hanging around with Hansen, so he did as he was instructed and returned to the cave. Hansen was crouching just outside the entrance of the cave. He collected a bunch of vines and grass to conceal himself, while he kept an eye on the local vicinity. Hansen eventually saw two shadows emerging, coming up the path towards the cave. One of them had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. It looked like a female serpent. She moved her body, approaching. "Ghana. Hansen was shocked. In such a barren place, catching sight of a Ghana was rather rare. Next to the Ghana was a person with the head of a cow. It was different from the one Hansen had seen before. This one was definitely a female, and its chest had 2 steel orbs. It looked scary. Hansen perused a summary of the various races that could be seen on planet Crooked Rock. He knew that the one with a cow head belonged to a race called Cow. They were a fairly populous race on this planet. There were so many of them on the planet because they owned a large portion of it. Although the Ghana were in control of the planet, their numbers were lower. It was not uncommon to see a cow as a subordinate of the Ghana, but this seemed to be a little different to the usual. The Ghana was in chains, with her hands clasped tightly in cuffs. The cow behind her had a spear, and it was pointed right at the Ghana's back. It seemed as if the Ghana was a prisoner. "Gia, do you have any idea what you're doing?" The Ghana woman kept on moving, but she looked angry when she spoke. "Miss Guna, I know exactly what I am doing. You are worth a lot of money, and after I sell you, I can make a happy life for myself on any planet I select," the cow woman with a steel chest said. "Gia, I had no idea this is the sort of person you were. We raised you up, and we treated you like family. And now this is what you do? You're just going to up and sell me? You are cold-blooded." Guna nibbled her lips as she spoke. "Family? Stop pretending that nonsense. You gonna always treat us, cow, like slaves. We're just something that can produce milk for you. We give you everything. And what do we get in return? A compliment? Let me tell you right now, that is worth nothing." Gia gave a cold smile. Guna continued biting her lips, and she did not respond. Gia spoke again, though, saying, "And don't you dare play any sort of tricks. If you do, I can guarantee you'll suffer." "Who are you selling me to?" Guna asked. "It does not matter. It's just a race that can pay a generous sum." After that, Gia pushed Guna. "Move. Go into that cave for now. The buyer will soon be here." Hansen was still crouched in the vines. He thought he was having quite the stroke of misfortune, learning that the cave was the supposed place of the trade. Hansen didn't say a word. He just erased all traces of his presence and remained shrouded amidst the vines. He clutched the handle of Ghost Teeth knife, too. When Guna reached the entrance, her beautiful eyes looked to the vines Hansen was hidden beneath. She looked straight at Hansen, and she seemed very surprised. Hansen was shocked, and he thought to himself, very powerful senses, for sure. I hid my presence, yet she can still see me? But Guna kept acting casual and continued moving forward. She behaved as if she had only looked that way without meaning to. She didn't look at Hansen again, but as she approached the cave, she moved closer and closer to him. After a few seconds more, Guna passed right by Senator Hansen, still in the vines, did not move an inch until Gia was also in front of him. Then he leaped forward. With Ghost Teeth knife, he rushed out and tried to plunge it into her back. Gia was very powerful, though. She could have very well have been an earl. Hansen still couldn't utilize Ghost Teeth knife's full strength, and as a result, he probably wouldn't have been able to damage her bones. So, he had to take aim and strike at the most tender portions of her body. Without any buffs, Hansen had to use his own strength to activate all of Ghost Teeth knife's power that he could. Ghost Teeth knife's blade was like a fong, and it stabbed Gia's waist without remorse. Her hide was thick, though. She wasn't wearing armor, but even so, Hansen was only able to drive 10 centimeters of the blade into her back. Compared to her barrel-thick waist, he had only managed to plunge it in at around 30% of what was necessary. It most certainly wasn't enough. Gia had been ambushed, but despite that, she had no intention of fleeing. The attack seemed to enrage her, and she paid little attention to the wounds she had incurred. She lifted the spear in her hand and gave it a hefty swing. Her spear was 3 meters long, and its shaft was as thick as a man's arm. Its top possessed a flame that strangely resembled the shape of a cow. Its swing was frightening to see, and it looked as if it'd tear the atmosphere in two. Careful. Don't touch the horn power. She is brilliant when it comes to breaking armor. Guna shouted from the cave. Hansen did not plan on fighting. He jumped a few meters back and avoided getting struck by the cow flame. Pang! Jia missed, and the rocks beside Hansen were broken by that flame. Missing enraged Jia even further, and she came charging at Hansen for a follow-up. Guna was currently in the cave, and she couldn't run. She was not worried about Jia, as the cow was focused on killing her assailant, Hansen. Jia did not think Hansen was the buyer, as the buyer had not been informed of the trade location yet. He couldn't know they were here. If he did indeed belong to the buyer, it made no sense that the buyer would send someone so weak. If someone had the sort of money to buy a Ghana, they were most likely a duke or marquise. One of them could kill Jia easily. Jia was confused, but her spear lacked hesitation. The horn powers she wielded came rushing towards Hansen again. Hansen led Jia up to the cave's entrance. He had run too far, and he thought Jia would stop chasing him because of Guna. Hansen was afraid Guna would venture too deep and ruin the leveling up process of Dragon Lady and Menger. Wang Yuhang was also in there, but he was weaker than the lowliest commoner. Even with Guna being chained up, the likelihood of him beating her was next to none. Hansen and Jia were both planning to fight right where they were. Guna saw Hansen, and she was able to determine that he was weak and no greater than a viscount. She expected that Jia would kill him fairly quickly. So, with a limited amount of time, she pondered how she would best escape where she was. That being said, despite Hansen's apparent weakness, Guna was able to tell how fast he was. Jia's attacks weren't even able to ruffle his clothes. A moment later, Hansen knew exactly what Jia's power was. He did not hesitate, and he suddenly accelerated when her steel spear approached. The steel spear and the horn power it carried were unable to catch up with him. Hansen flashed past Jia, laying a slash across her neck with his knife. The strike wasn't enough to completely behead her, but blood vessels and windpipe were severed. Jia couldn't speak, but she was still active. She swung her steel spear at Hansen again. Hansen sped up and dodged the incoming spear once more. Again, he plunged his knife into Jia's back. Guna was standing in the cave, and she watched Hansen's brutal attacks with an expression of shock. The rebate's teeth power? How? He is not even one of the rebate. How has he managed to use it? Guna dropped into thought. If he really is the buyer, an escape might be pretty difficult. At that speed, he's faster than a marquise. His power doesn't seem to match that level of speed, though. As Guna pondered all this, Jia dropped her steel spear to the ground and fell over. Her wounds were bleeding profusely, particularly the injuries on her neck. Her neck had been halfway severed, and it had swiftly drained her. She hadn't been able to stay strong. Her windpipe had been sliced in two, so she couldn't even scream. All she could do was twitch on the ground. Hansen then shoved his knife into her heart with ease, due to her inability to resist. He ended her life just like that. Thank you for saving me. The Ghana will repay this debt with generosity. Guna bowed before Hansen. And what sort of reward should I expect from you guys? Hansen asked, glancing over Guna. This was his chance. He wanted to use his powers to impress the Ghana so that they might consider joining him. He had previously thought an opportunity like this would be impossible to come by. But now, a chance had miraculously shown up right in front of him. He wasn't going to let this chance pass him by. If he played his cards right, he wagered he could take her to planet Eclipse. Guna looked at Hansen and thought things might be going from bad to worse. She looked at his face and believed she had met someone who wasn't a good man. Guna smiled and said, "There's more of the cow on planet Crooked Rock, and the Ghana are going to be practically helpless soon. If you do not mind, I would like to bring my family along with you someplace. We can follow you, and we can help you." Hansen was surprised, and he observed her facade of sincere gratitude. It made him laugh. "Can you take us with you, please?" Guna looked serious. "I can take you. But only you. Forget about your family. We are poor, so we cannot take care of too many people." Hansen smiled. Guna looked very sincere, despite her obvious anxiety. "Do not worry. We have a lot of savings, and we can give it all to you. Just promise you can take us somewhere nice." Hansen did not bother talking with Guna anymore. He had seen many evil people in the past, and there were far more out there with worse intentions than Guna. He could tell what sort of person she truly was. Hansen moved up to her, then brought out something to tape her mouth shut. Guna's face changed when she saw this, and she hurriedly tried to say, "I have a way for you to find many Ghana that would be willing to obey you. Just let me go." Hansen didn't stop, and the tape was drawing close to her mouth. She went on to say, "I am the leader's daughter. You will encounter much trouble if you take me with you. And on top of all that, I don't know how to produce medicine. You will have no use for me, take my word for that. If you provide me the chance, I can get 5 pharmacists for you to take with you safely. Tell me more." Hansen was interested enough to hear more, and he was rather surprised he had met and saved the leader's daughter by mere happenstance. "Good," Guna said. "You are my savior. If you take me back, my father is sure to provide you with the services of 5 pharmacists. I'll give you one more chance." Hansen looked at Guna coldly. Guna bit at her lips and said, "You can take a video of me, and blackmail my father into procuring the services. Just ask for the help of a few, and he is sure to agree." Hansen went ahead and covered her mouth. He picked her up and left the cave, even as she struggled. Hansen wouldn't blackmail a leader of the Ghana. The Ghana were considered kings of the planet, and so it would be quite easy for them to track Hansen down. And if the Ghana did find him, many elites of other races would do their best to save Guna, all in the hopes of earning more of the Ghana's trust. The elites would undoubtedly find themselves summoned like Jade Gold King had been. Hansen just wanted to take her back to Planet Eclipse. There was nothing she or her family could do once she was there. The Ghana was merely a small race of no renown, and the strongest amongst them was just a single king. They wouldn't dare venture to Narrow Moon. Even if their king went there, it was unlikely he'd come back. The rebate also required pharmacists like the Ghana. It was cruel, yes, but it was also the truth. The Ghana were known for their abilities, not their strength. Before Hansen exited the cave, he saw Dragon Lady, Menger, and Wang Yuhang all walking out. "Did you guys evolve a second time?" Hansen asked Dragon Lady and Menger. They nodded, and it brought Hansen some relief. He said, "Menger, follow me. Dragon Lady and Uncle can walk together. My ship is to the south, so Dragon Lady can just go and register. I will also invite Uncle." After their discussion, Dragon Lady and Wang Yuhang left first. Guna looked upset, and Hansen thought about how he might sneak her back to the ship. The factions were spying on one another. If he brought one of the Ghana back to the ship, he would look very suspicious. But as Hansen was thinking, Little Invisible showed up. It jumped on Guna's head and then disappeared again. Strangely, Guna disappeared too. She became completely see-through like the creature, and it didn't at all look as if she was standing where she was. "Good job, Little Invisible." Hansen was happy, and he hadn't expected the little creature to have that sort of power. Hansen carried Guna back to the ship and secured a spot for Menger. Hansen had thought Iceberg Duke would be able to collect some nobles during his absence, even if they were merely barons. Things hadn't turned out quite as he'd expected them to, though. Too many factions were there with the desire to recruit the Ghana. They all had the same idea that Hansen did, too. Even if they could not recruit the Ghana, no one wanted to return home empty-handed. Many factions had tried securing the services of a baron, and very few barons would settle for the low aspirations of fledgling factions like Hansen's. They wanted big groups, and the big groups happily chose them. Even if they wanted to join the rebate, it was far more likely they'd join the Gold Jade King instead. Hansen had been gone for a long time, but despite that, no barons had been recruited. Not long after, Dragon Lady brought Wang Yuhang along. The workers on the ship were very happy to see a baron come to join them. But Dragon Lady requested that Wang Yuhang go along with her, and if not, she would not lend them her services. If this was another planet at war, barons couldn't make such demands. But in these circumstances, if recruiters did not honor such requests, they wouldn't have much success. Hansen made a speech that allowed them to stay. The workers complied, and the two were led on board. Iceberg Duke, it is way too difficult to recruit people here. We should go to another planet. Hansen hid Guna in his room, and he didn't fancy staying around any longer than he had to. Okay. Iceberg Duke knew this would happen. She had warned Hansen before they even arrived. But instead of rubbing it in, she simply agreed with him. When the ship started to fly off, many airships suddenly started to surround it. Hansen's heart jumped in his chest, and he thought to himself, did something happen? Did they see me sneak Guna on board? It looks like I can't do bad things and expect to get away with it. I just want her help. It wasn't as if I was going to harm her, though. Karma is biting me back pretty quickly. Hansen kept fretting about potentially being exposed. And if this was the truth, he wondered how he might make it out alive. Hansen saw there were many cow on the airship. So, Iceberg Duke went out and spoke to their leader. Iceberg Duke, what do they want? Hansen asked, after nervously waiting for her to return. Iceberg Duke gave Hansen an invitation, and then she said, I wasn't expecting this, but the Ghana are actually controlled by the cow now. The cow are looking to sell some. So, they have invited us to an auction. Really? How did they manage that? Hansen now knew it wasn't just Guna who had been captured. The whole of the Ghana populace had likely become prisoners. Judging from the current situation, I am afraid only the cow can accomplish this with the Ghana. The other factions could not try, because they were watched. If they struck, others were sure to know, Iceberg Duke said. Those cow are conducting auctions? They really think that after the auction is complete, they can take the money they amassed and leave? Hansen lifted his lip. Maybe they have brain damage? Or maybe they've got a powerful backer? Regardless, this is none of our business. After all, you lack sufficient funds to take part in such an auction. Iceberg Duke knew the state of Hansen's finances. Hansen was practically broke. He hadn't been producing enough xenogeneic materials and genes to sell. He had also been taking much of what they collected back to the sanctuary to feed his family and friends. Because of that, he had nothing for the auction. Maybe I should go, just so I can at least learn a thing or two. Hansen thought that if he left now, it would be too obvious. If he was there for the Ghana and didn't even bother showing his face in an auction, his actions might be considered suspicious. If the Ghana had been defeated and were unable to protect themselves, no one would guess Guna was there, and so his secret would be safe. Hansen thought he'd join the auction to at least keep himself from drawing suspicion. Back in his room, Hansen used hidden mode. He wouldn't allow voices or videos to be sent outside his room. He also let little invisible jump off of Guna's head. The bed was colorful in the room, and that was where Guna appeared. Her body was cuffed to the bed, and her mouth was gagged. Only her tail could move. Let me go. If anyone finds out that I am here, you will be very dead. Guna looked fairly angry. Let me give you the bad news and the good news. The bad news? Well, all of the Ghana have become prisoners. And tomorrow, they'll all be auctioned off. The good news? You don't have to go to this auction and face slavery. You will become mine, Hansen said. No way. You can't lie to me. Guna's eyes were open wide. No way? Then how did you end up captured by Jia? Hansen brought out his invitation and showed it to her. She was tied up, but her tail was free. With it, she opened the invitation and stared at it with wide eyes that refused to shut. Those traitors! Guna looked even angrier. You are lucky that you aren't being sold off. Follow me, and I will treat you well. I promise that you won't face a slave's treatment. Hansen smiled. What do you want from me? Guna looked rather confused as she asked Hansen. Nothing. I am only here to recruit. You should know the rules of the rebate, though, Hansen said, seeming to switch subjects abruptly. Guna looked at Hansen and asked, You are not a rebate, though. You are an outsider, clearly. I think it is more than rare for an outsider to collect members for a faction. I think there are only a few who do this sort of thing. I don't think you're one of them. Outdated news, lady. I am Knife Queen's student. She's the leader of the bunny bunch. Of course I have permission to recruit people here. Hansen smiled, and then went on to say, When I boarded the ship, did you not see the rebate around? Did you not see the respect and politeness they showed me? Knife Queen has taken an outsider for a student? Guna could hardly believe it. Believe it or not, it does not matter to me. After that, Hansen lay down on the bed next to her. What are you doing? Guna was shocked, and she wished to avoid him. But she was tied up on the bed, and she was unable to move. What else would I do aside from sleeping? Hansen was lying on the bed, and he looked at Guna as he spoke. Don't you dare. I would rather kill myself. A shiver ran down Guna's spine when her eyes met with Hansen's stare. She had heard a lot of races outside her own were quite sick. Hansen smiled and grabbed her jaw. Don't touch me. I will. I will. Guna was young, and so her body had already started to shake. Hansen stroked her cheek, and he found it to be remarkably soft and smooth. Then, he pulled his fingers back and said, Don't worry. I am not interested in creatures that are unable to stretch their legs. I can't let other people see you, that's all. So, for now, things will have to remain like so. When we're in Narrow Moon, you can sleep wherever you wish to. After that, Hansen closed his eyes and got some sleep. Eventually, upon realizing Hansen really was there to rest, Guna finally felt relief. But that night, Guna found herself unable to get a wink of sleep. She lay awake, thinking about all sorts of things. Everything had happened so quickly. She had been kidnapped by Hansen, while the rest of her family and race were made items for auction. Thinking about her family and her own fate being in the hands of others, Guna started to cry. The next morning, Hansen woke up and saw Guna looking at him with incredibly red eyes. He frowned and said, Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't do anything. Hansen was hoping Guna could be a fine worker for him on planet Eclipse. He didn't want to kick things off with a sour relationship. Do you really want to recruit me as a member? Guna's eyes could not stop blinking. It looked as if she wanted to see right through Hansen. What else would I need you for? I am not interested in xenogeneics. Hansen got up, ignoring Guna's red eyes as he spoke. Are you going to the auction? Guna asked. Yes. Hansen did not have to hide anything. Guna gritted her teeth and said, Let's trade. If you help me get a Ghana, I will obey you without question. I will diligently work for you in Narrow Moon. That sounds like a fair enough deal, but I don't have the funds. I am only going there for show. I don't plan on buying anything. You know the Ghana are really expensive, don't you? The auction will be nuts. People will be throwing tall stacks of money around. Hansen slumped his shoulders. I have a way. Guna spoke only after receding into thought for a while. Hansen looked at Guna and told her, Tell me, then. If things aren't too complicated, I might be able to take you up on the offer. Icebird Duke and Hansen went to the auction. It was set in a beautiful palace, which was where the Ghana had gone to pray. Now, it had become an auction house to sell Ghana. Seeing the Ghana statue, Hansen sighed and thought to himself, it looks like praying to God is useless. The Lord helps those who help themselves, I guess. There were many elites attending the auction, and they were all sitting down at tables. None of them looked weak. Greetings, from Icebird and Han. Senior Icebird Duke took Hansen to meet Gold Jade King. Gold Jade King was a handsome fellow, and his rabbit fur was all gold. He looked very noble, almost like a holy deity. On top of that, Hansen also thought he looked very familiar. Now that he thought about it, the Earl Rebate he had beaten in the Moon God Festival looked remarkably similar. You are Knife Queen student? Gold Jade King's golden eyes looked at him. Yes. It's good to meet you, sir, Hansen said politely. He didn't want to offend Gold Jade King. If he really wanted to buy the Ghana, he needed Gold Jade King's power to do that and still make it back to Narrow Moon. Hansen and Icebird Duke's combined power was fairly weak. Even if they secured a Ghana, they could easily be mugged. Gold Jade King nodded and said, find a seat and sit down. Yes. Hansen and Icebird Duke answered at the same time, and then they found a table with available seats. There was a space next to Gold Jade King's table, but he did not invite them to sit with him. As a result, they did not. Hansen dipped his finger in a glass of water and used it to write on the table. Icebird Duke, that gold-eared Earl in the Moon Festival. Are they related? Icebird Duke saw it, and also wrote on the table. Gao Ji is Gold Jade King's 17th son. That's not good. If something happens to us here, do you think he'll help us? Hansen felt depressed, hearing this. It is hard to say. Gold Jade King might have many children, but he does love Gao Ji above the rest. After you defeated Gao Ji like you did, well, it's not surprising that he's upset about it. It is best, all things considered, that you don't start trouble here. Icebird Duke finished writing. Hansen sighed, and he thought to himself, I don't want to start trouble here, either. But if I don't buy that Ghana, Guna will never obey me. I need to think about this. A few minutes later, the auction hall was full to the brim with people. Many of the cow were busy, occupied with serving the people that had come to the auction. Any of the kings who were present could likely kill each and every cow there, so no rules were needed. There was a cow that looked like Jia, and she went up on stage. Hansen could not discern the differences between each cow. To him, they all looked the same. Their chests were like basketballs, and the smallest of them was like a football. Don't they have males? Hansen wondered. After the cow said a few words, they brought out a Ghana that had been wrapped up in chains. After a brief explanation of the Ghana's identity, the bidding began. The kings were worried, hoping no one would try to steal it. They let their subordinates call out their bids for them. Quickly, the first Ghana was purchased for a high price. And then, one by one, more of the Ghana were auctioned off. Gold Jade King let the Duke next to him do his bidding, but he was unable to secure one. Hansen felt that something was amiss. The Ghana were being treated like a product, but they looked way too calm. The adults, and even the children, didn't so much as shed a single tear. They calmly allowed themselves to be sold. There was no resistance. And after they were purchased, they quietly stood next to their buyers. Something is wrong. Hansen looked around, but he did not see anything unusual. The next one to be sold was the Holy Lady of the Ghana. While the cow-headed thing made its introduction, a Ghana lady was brought up. When Hansen saw her, he was in absolute shock. The woman looked exactly like Guna. She had a delicate face with white skin. Her waist was extremely slender, and her breasts were mighty and full. She looked just like Guna. Everyone should know that the pharmaceutical talents of the Ghana are connected with their power. The purer their blood, the greater their medicine becomes. This holy lady is not of the royal family, but her blood is as pure as it gets. She is undoubtedly the best out of all the Ghana. Her starting prices, the cow kept on speaking. The people around all started shouting out their bids, which annoyed the auctioneers. The clamor shocked Hansen quite a bit. There were only a few dozen Ghana still waiting to be sold, which put pressure on the bidders who still hadn't secured a Ghana. And this was the Holy Lady, so she was a hot item. Gold Jade King had not been actively bidding in the previous auctions. He had seemed to be waiting for a Ghana of pure blood. Hansen, seeing the lady on stage, looked awfully worried. The lady was chained up, and her snake tail was stiffened so she would stand and not fall over. She looked completely emotionless. Her eyes were closed, revealing her long eyelashes. Her pretty lips trembled. It looked as if she was a nun who was in the midst of dire prayers. The noise around her could not cause her expression to falter. Something is wrong. Hansen looked around again. The Ghana that had been bought were all doing the same. They had closed their eyes, and they were in the midst of prayer. No matter how Hansen looked at them, they seemed to be praying. Even the way they moved their mouths suggested this. Their voices were quiet, and Hansen could barely hear them. They were not using the common language, however, so Hansen was unsure what they were saying. King, the Ghana are mumbling something. What are they doing? Hansen informed Gold Jade King. He was feeling very nervous about it all. Gold Jade King looked at the Ghana and said, "This is the language of the Ghana. They are praying for the assistance of their god. If their deified elite was here, their prayers might actually help. But that elite betrayed the Ghana long ago, and they might not respond to the prayers." Gold Jade King went back to ignoring Hansen and bidding on the lady. Many kings were elites, and they were fearless. Even though there was danger in being there, they wouldn't stop. They would try to grab whatever resources they could first. Hansen was not that strong, and he was afraid of what might happen. He listened to Gold Jade King's words and got even more nervous. "Iceberg Duke, let's go," Hansen said, standing up. "Why?" Iceberg Duke was able to sense something was wrong, but not with the clarity Hansen could. Hansen did not have the time to explain. He walked away and said, "I am uncomfortable. Let's walk and talk, shall we?" Iceberg Duke was confused, but she still stood up and followed Hansen out of the hall. Before they made it outside, however, the lady being sold on the stage raised her voice. Emotionlessly, she called out, "Hearts like glass, bodies like mirrors, fall to hell and become dust. If the heart has heaven, only then will you be free. If the heart has heaven, only then will you be free." The praying Ghana all began to open their eyes. Their voices bellowed over the proceedings of the auction. "Shut up." A cow guard hit one of the girls. She didn't try to avoid the strike, and she allowed the whip to hit her. Her lovely face was marred by the presence of a mark. The girl that was hit ignored the strike, and she continued to speak. "I told you to shut up, didn't I?" The cow guard hit her again. Her snow-white skin split open, and blood began to spill over her body. The lady still kept her holy look, though. She was chanting alongside the other Ghana, uncaring for the wounds she had sustained. It seemed as if she wasn't the one bleeding. Kings like Gold Jade King were now starting to feel as if something was really wrong. Thinking they were strong, though, they did not believe they had a reason to fall back. The strongest Ghana there was no greater than a duke, so they did not think they had to be afraid. They did not have to give up the Ghana they had already bought, either. Suddenly, the statue in the hall suddenly made a catch a noise. The statue cracked, and the crack wreathed its way around the entire statue. A big slab of stone fell from the statue. It was followed by another, and another, and another. When the rocks fell, they revealed something gold inside the statue. "Something is inside that Ghana statue." Everyone was shocked, looking towards the statue. Boom! There were too many cracks across the statue, and they eventually caused it to shatter like glass. All the stone fell off, revealing a gold statue on the inside. That Ghana goddess statue looked just like Guna, as well. Just like the lady on stage did. The snake tail of the statue, come to life, slithered slowly back and forth. The floor began to rise up as countless twisted arms. They looked like demonic arms from hell. The goddess did not look down to the ground. Her hand was raised, and her eyes looked up to the sky. She looked very holy. Seeing that weird Ghana statue, Gold Jade King and the others were all stunned. One duke was so scared, he screamed, "Purgatory Heaven! This is the Ghana's deified item. Why would it be here? Kill these Ghana, we cannot let them activate Purgatory Heaven," some noble shouted. Some people started to run off, but it was too late to do that. The sky above the hall was shining with gold. You could not see the stars or the galaxy high above. The place was plunged into complete darkness. The machines came to a stop. The sky above was bright, but its light didn't reach the ground. Only the gold Ghana statue lit up the hall. Everything else was dark, it looked like hell. Someone drew out a weapon and killed the Ghana right next to him, but when the Ghana died, their light was absorbed by the statue. And when it did, the whole world became darker. "Idiot! Don't kill them. They are sacrificing themselves," a king shouted coldly. Horrible screams began to erupt from the outside. A cow from outside rushed into the hall, but a large portion of her body had already been ripped away. She struggled a bit and then died. So what if it is a deified item? Without the deified one to control it, what can they really do? A king asked, his voice hard. His body looked very bright. He took his subordinates and a Ghana outside the hall. His godlights tore through the darkness, lighting up the outside of the hall. The nobles in his employ followed him. They traveled through the dark, wanting to return to their ships. But before they could make it far, strange arms started to writhe their way out of the ground. They grabbed those that traversed the darkness, and even the Ghana. The king struck with his godlights. He cut down the weird arms, but he was the only one that could protect himself. The dukes were unable to hold off the grasping arms, and they found themselves getting pulled down into the earth. When the arms latched onto them, they realized that the ground beneath them was turning to mud. The weaker people were immediately pulled down, disappearing beneath the surface. The dukes struggled for a while, but the arms were ultimately too much for them. They suffered the same fate, albeit more slowly. Someone tried flying. A gold light shot across the sky to intercept him, and the flying figure was sent spinning up into the clouds. There was no sound, and he was simply gone. The king was invincible, but he cared little for the others in his employ. He made it out alive, but only 2 subordinates had survived alongside him. A dozen of the people that had previously been following him had been swallowed up. The few kings left inside the hall looked terrible. They knew deified items were scary, and they had heard about Purgatory Heaven before. They did not expect it to be that powerful. Not even king-class fighters could deal with a deified elite. The chances of an ordinary noble making it out were practically zero. The dukes could not leave, and there were not many kings. It looked as if most attendants were going to die right there. Seeing the gold Ghana statue glowing brighter and brighter, a few of the kings made their move. With their subordinates in tow, they led the way through the darkness. They left the Ghana behind, knowing they were likely unable to take care of them, despite their strength. The Purgatory Heaven would only get stronger, so not even the king-class elites were willing to stay behind. They could make it out now, but it was difficult to say if they would be able to do so later. Gold Jade King had not said a word thus far, but even he was keen to move. With his 2 dukes, he ran out. He didn't say Iceberg Duke and Hansen couldn't follow, but if anything happened to them, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. "We should run, too." Iceberg Duke gritted her teeth. She knew she might die by following Gold Jade King, but staying would be a death sentence, anyway. Why doesn't he attack the statue outright? Can't a few kings band together to suppress a deified item? Hansen pulled at Iceberg Duke. If they could, do you think they'd choose to run? While Iceberg Duke answered, Gold Jade King had already gained a great distance. If she was going to run, it was now or never. Icebird Duke's face fell as Gold Jade King increased the distance between them. Our only chance is gone. Maybe not. This hall is fine, Hansen said, while looking at the people remaining. There were some people still in the hall. The Ghana, the cow, and a few nobles that had no kings. The nobles that had come with a king had already run out, but they had mostly been killed. The kings were unable to take care of their subordinates. F***ck. Speak, B***tch. How do we stop this thing? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Many nobles were threatening to murder all the Ghana. One duke grabbed the Ghana lady and slapped her. Her face went swollen. You might as well kill me now, then, the Ghana lady said, but there was no anger coating her words. Dying doesn't have to be quick. If you don't tell me the truth, you'll suffer a fate worse than simple death. The duke was absolutely furious. He grabbed her arm and tore a chunk of flesh off. The other nobles were also demanding that the Ghana give them a solution. They really wanted a way to get out of there. Stupid people. If the Ghana could stop this, the kings wouldn't have left. Icebird Duke frowned. Hansen shook his head and did not speak. A Ghana could not withstand the torture and screamed, "Everyone here is already dead. The purgatory heaven has started, and there is no way to stop it. Everything and everyone is going to die. A Ghana would rather stand tall and die than wither away as someone's thrall. You guys were dreaming." The hall was in chaos. Hansen looked outside and noticed the kings had gotten pretty far away. It was nearly impossible to see their lights now, as the darkness overwhelmed all. Icebird Duke, let's take the Ghana lady with us. Perhaps there is a chance we might live. Hansen walked towards the Ghana lady. The Duke was in the middle of torturing her. So, Hansen tried to attack the Duke from behind. The guy was as angry as could be, but dukes were dukes, and he was so fast. He managed to dodge Hansen's knife. Seeing that Hansen was so weak, likely just a baron or viscount at best, the guy became even angrier. Now he wanted to kill Hansen. It was then that Icebird Duke launched herself in front of Hansen, staring the Duke down. She did not think there was a way out of this, but the Ghana lady knew the most about what was happening. Having her with them wouldn't do any harm. So, perhaps there was a chance. Icebird Duke, what is the meaning of this? The Duke angrily asked. Nothing. He is my master's student. No one can touch him as long as I am around, Icebird Duke coldly said. F***ck. Do you know what's going on? Who cares who you are at a time like this? Give me the Ghana back, lest I harm you, the Duke said coldly. You can certainly try. Icebird Duke started to generate a frosty aura as she spoke. She swiftly became an icy phoenix, protecting herself. Hansen applied some medicine to the Ghana lady's wounds, and he asked her, "Are you okay? There is no need for you to pretend to be nice to make me trust you. I can tell you that it really is too late now. We will all die, myself included. No one can stop purgatory heaven," the Ghana lady said emotionlessly. Hansen looked at Icebird Duke's enemy, and he noticed the other nobles weren't looking at him. He surreptitiously pulled something out of his pocket. He let the Ghana see it, and he said, "Do you know what this is?" When the Ghana's holy lady saw the item Hansen was holding, her face changed completely. She looked at Hansen with pretty eyes and said, "Where did you get this?" "Guna asked me to save you, but I am afraid I am too weak." "Now I might have that chance, though," Hansen coldly said. The Ghana's holy lady looked at Hansen and said icily, "Don't try to fool me. You captured Guna and stole the Ghana stone from her, didn't you?" Hansen was holding a small tablet. It was very ancient looking. It had Ghana text scrawled on one side, and a depiction of the Ghana goddess on the other. Before Hansen came to the auction, Guna had given it to him. She told him that item would allow him to buy any Ghana he wished to, and the Ghana would have no choice but to agree. She had not mentioned the name of the specific Ghana she wanted Hansen to bring, but she did say that it was her sister. She also told Hansen he'd know who it was as soon as he saw her. Guna was right, as well. He did know, because Guna and the woman before him looked exactly the same. They were almost identical, like twins. Hansen pressed the face of the tablet, and then the text and the goddess lit up. A cow called Jia captured her and tried to sell her. It is fortunate I saved her whilst on my travels. I was going to send her back, but it seems the Ghana have fallen. So, I kept Guna on my aircraft. She asked me to save you, no matter what the cost. She also told me to take this with me to the auction. She told me that this tablet would ensure you were saved from the cow. She taught me how to make use of it, too. Hansen was only being half honest with her. Holy Lady Ghana looked confused, but she ultimately believed him. She took the tablet from him and said, "It is nice that Guna has made it to safety, but it is truly too late for us. Purgatory heaven has started, and there is no hope of survival." "Is there truly no other way?" Hansen asked. Ghana Holy Lady looked at the gold Ghana goddess statue and gave a wry smile. "If you were a king, you might be able to escape and get clear of the planet before it is consumed by purgatory heaven. It doesn't seem as if any of us here possess that power, though, does it? Talk about this later. Guna and my subordinates are on the ship. Is there a way to find them?" Hansen was in a rush now. He was getting very afraid little Menger might end up getting swallowed by the powers of purgatory heaven. The Ghana Holy Lady thought for a moment, and then said, "If Guna is with your fellows, they ought to be fine. But that sanctuary won't last very long. Where's your ship right now?" "It is docked to the south of here," Hansen answered quickly. "Well, the least we can do is to try for it. Follow me at a pace no greater than 3 steps behind," the Ghana Holy Lady said. Then, she headed towards the darkness. Hansen quickly asked Iceberg Duke to follow them out into the darkness. The Ghana Holy Lady was glowing. Wherever she moved, no strange arms rose up from the ground. Hansen and Iceberg Duke stood right next to her. The Duke that fought against Iceberg Duke witnessed what was happening, and so he decided to follow them, too. But he was a few steps away from the Ghana Holy Lady, and an arm managed to clutch his body. The Duke gathered up power to fight back the arms that came for him, but it was pointless. He flew up into the sky then, but as soon as he took off, a gold light shot out of the clouds and sucked him into it. Then, he was gone. The nobles that wished to follow after them stopped. No one dared to step outside now. Hansen and Iceberg Duke were still able to follow the Ghana Holy Lady, but she had been injured. Although Hansen had healed her, she was still moving very slowly. "How about I carry you?" Hansen wanted to speed up, but he couldn't go any faster. The Ghana Holy Lady shook her head. "I have a bit of the goddess blood in me. I can temporarily suppress the purgatory heaven power, but that's about it. I can't control it. I don't think I'll be able to fully escape purgatory heaven. If I'm not physically connected to the ground, even for just a moment, we will find ourselves in purgatory immediately." Hansen had no choice but to follow her. The further they walked, the darker things became. And also, the dimmer her glow. The arms surrounded them like toxic snakes on the ground. They would only roll and coil away when the Ghana Holy Lady was no further than 2 steps away. When her light became weaker, her radiance reduced. Hansen and Iceberg Duke had to stick extremely close to her. They were almost pressing against her back. There was a sudden shout. The Ghana Holy Lady's face changed, and she said, "No. Purgatory heaven has developed faster than I assumed it would. The purgatory beast has been generated." When she started to glow, Hansen saw a shadow approaching. The shadow was able to camouflage itself in the dark, and only its eyes gleamed out from the black. When the shadow was only 3 steps away, Hansen was finally able to see its face. It was a black beast with 2 heads, and it looked like a hellhound. 2 of its heads looked at them murderously. The Ghana holy lady bit her fingers to produce blood and then swung them at the beast. A droplet of that blood landed on the body of the beast, and it started to cry. It fell to the ground, dissolving into black smoke. Nice. I did not know blood could be used like that. Hansen complimented the act. That was just a newborn purgatory beast. It was weak. That was how my blood could suppress it. You guys shouldn't try to fight. They may be weak, but ordinary powers are unable to touch them, the Ghana holy lady said. After that, another two-headed beast leaped out of the dark. It was going straight for Icebird Duke. Icebird Duke hummed. She generated an icebird and then struck the purgatory beast. But her power went right through the fiend, as if it truly was just a shadow. The beast was still coming at Icebird Duke, soaring through the air unfazed. The Ghana holy lady waved her arm and sent a drop of blood to land on the purgatory beast. Again, it became black smoke. Icebird Duke looked glum. Her powers were completely useless against those things. She was less useful than a drop of blood, right now. The three of them kept on walking. Not long after, their faces changed. Many purgatory beasts were approaching out of the dark. Their eyes were everywhere, and it was difficult to determine how many there were now. It looks like I won't be able to see Guna one last time before we die. The Ghana holy lady's face looked bitter. There were so many purgatory beasts that there wasn't enough blood in her body to defeat them. She'd wither herself dry if she tried, and it'd still be for naught. She couldn't do it. On the aircraft, Guna was able to witness the changes transpiring outside the window. She screamed, "Gaia activated Purgatory Heaven?" "What is Purgatory Heaven?" Wang Yuhang asked Guna. When Hansen left, Wang Yuhang, Han Menger, and Lady Chef were tasked with watching Guna, in case she got up to any mischief during his absence. Guna gave a wry smile and she shook her head. It looks as if the Ghana cannot be saved, after all. It is good, I suppose, that we all die here. No one shall live now. As Guna was speaking, a noise came from outside. Wang Yuhang wanted to take a look at what was going on, but before he reached the door, an arm shot up from the floor. It shocked Wang Yuhang, and he quickly leaped up on the nearest table. What the hell is that? Wang Yuhang could see that those same arms were starting to pop up all across the floor. Only the bed was devoid of hands, so he jumped over to it for safety. Han Menger and Lady Chef went to the bed, as well. Lady Chef drew out her cleaver and tried to hack the hands. But it wasn't long before one of her hands was grabbed. Luckily, Lady Chef was able to pull back quickly. If she hadn't, she'd have been pulled forward and been a goner. What was that? Please don't tell me you don't know, Wang Yuhang asked Guna. Guna, looking all cocky, said, "Have you heard of the deified item of the Guna? It's Purgatory Heaven." "No, I haven't." Wang Yuhang and the others were confused. They had just arrived there, after all, so it was extremely unlikely they'd know about it. Guna rolled her eyes and said, "Ignorance. How can you guys know nothing about our famous deified item? Anyway, that item has been activated. So, we are now all going to die." Wang Yuhang smiled and said, "I don't think so. If it is an item of your race, there must be a way for you to deal with it." No, Guna shook her head. If you don't have a way, then why are the arms unable to close in on your proximity? Wang Yuhang did not believe what Guna was telling him, and so he gave her a smug smile. Guna rolled her eyes and said, "I have the blood of the Ghana goddess. So, I can hold them off for a little while. It's not very effective, though. Purgatory Heaven has just started, so this benefits me a little. When the purgatory beasts come, however, I can assure you it'll be useless." "What purgatory beasts?" Wang Yuhang asked. Guna didn't bother answering, and then, they heard a growling noise inside the room. When the growl came, Guna's face changed, and her radiance increased to light up the room with a warmer glow. A black beast with two heads crawled out of the ground. The ship's floor was no longer alloy. It was like mud. Now, she no longer needed to explain what a purgatory beast was. Dragon Lady summoned a big fork. Holding it, she drove it forward to strike the beast. The fork went right through its body, and it was as if she was trying to fork a shadow. The beast was still coming. It's useless. The purgatory beast has been generated by a deified item. It is still early, so they are relatively weak right now. But even so, they have deified powers. Ordinary powers won't hurt them in the least. Before Guna finished speaking, a black arrow went flying into the beast's head. The beast squealed as the arrow pierced the phantom flesh of the body. The power was so strong, the creature was pinned to the ground and exploded. The beast's pieces then dissolved into black smoke. Guna's eyes opened wide, and she looked at the black-clothed lady. She tried moving her lips to speak, but words could not come. Han Manger had oh so simply killed a purgatory beast. And it wasn't long before another appeared. Han Manger drew a black arrow and blew up the head of the next purgatory beast that revealed itself. What is up with this woman? She is just a baron. How could she kill a purgatory beast? Although these purgatory beasts are weak, it should still take a king-class elite to kill one. They are born from the powers of a deified item. Guna was flabbergasted, watching Han Manger slay the purgatory beasts with arrows. No beast was able to show up in the room for long, as each one was killed by Han Manger. No wonder she is called Death Goddess. Only Han Sen can compete with her. Wang Yuhang spoke fondly, after seeing the purgatory beasts get killed so quickly. He gave her a big thumbs up, too. Out on the streets, Han Sen, Icebird Duke, and the Ghana Holy Lady were surrounded by a legion of purgatory beasts. Icebird Duke's body was brimming with an icy power, and she cast her scary icebird to try to freeze all the beasts. But the icy birds went right through the bodies of the beasts and didn't hurt them at all. It wasn't because her icebirds weren't powerful, the purgatory beasts were simply too high level. No one without special powers could damage them. Apparently, Icebird Duke was not capable of doing this. She couldn't restrict the purgatory beasts. Hansen brought out his ghost teeth knife. He tried attacking one of the creatures that drew near, but even the ghost teeth knife was slicing clean through without hurting the foe. Teeth power was useless against purgatory beasts. Unless ghost teeth knife had been activated to its fullest, like when he was in the Raven Palace, it was a useless tool to wield. The knife had only been activated back then because the Sun Raven was too powerful. These purgatory beasts weren't that powerful, and they simply smelled like death. And because of this, the true strength of Ghost Teeth Knife could not activate. The Holy Lady Gaia kept swinging her hands. She cast blood to attack and end the beasts, but she could not do this for that long. There was a limit to how much blood she could part with. She couldn't deal with them all. Gaia knew a lot about death, so she wasn't upset about the prospect of dying. What did make her sad, though, was not being able to see Guna one last time. Hansen gathered up some power of his own. He used the godlight from Jade Skin, which was at Viscount class, but it still wasn't enough to work on the beasts. As Hansen frowned and fell into thought, he heard the sound of a gunshot. A white-armored person with 2 revolvers appeared, repeatedly pulling at the triggers. Each bullet came out to strike a purgatory beast, transforming each and every one into a puff of black smoke. Spell's body moved with the revolver's recoil. She kept firing her gun without reprieve, as muzzle flashes ignited the end of the barrel with fire. It wasn't long before all of the purgatory beasts before them had been killed. Others were coming out of the darkness, headed right for them. Hansen felt depressed, but Spell looked as if she was having genuine fun. Spell had infinite ammo, and it was all based on Hansen's power. Her shots cost him a lot of his energy. But being able to kill the purgatory beasts in exchange for some energy was a more than fair trade. Let's go. I hope Guna and the guys on the ship are okay. Hansen hurried Gaia on. When Gaia heard him calling, it was as if she had snapped out of a daze. She still looked to be in shock. She had never seen a Geno armament like Spell before. She couldn't believe a Baron Geno armament had what it took to take down purgatory beasts with such ease. There was no time for her to dwell on these matters right now, of course. So, she got moving. Wherever she went, the arms disappeared. Spell kept firing at the purgatory beasts that crawled out of the ground along their path. None of those creatures were able to get close. Icebird Duke looked conflicted with this, as well. This was her first time seeing Hansen's Geno armament. She had heard Isha say that his Geno armament was something special, but this blew all her expectations out of the water. It was beyond. Spell looked like a living, sentient being. It wasn't a mere armament. The scariest thing about it all was that Icebird Duke's own powers could not inflict damage on the beasts. But this armament could. That meant Spell's power had to be something supremely special. How many secrets does this guy have? It is no wonder that Queen accepted him as a student. I have clearly underestimated him, and her, too. I always wondered why she accepted someone who initially appeared so useless, Icebird Duke thought to herself. The three of them worked their way down to the south. Luckily, they didn't have to go very far. And along the way, Spell diligently kept them protected. It wasn't long before they found themselves standing at the awning of an aircraft. Manger. Dragon Lady. Little Uncle. Are you guys still there? Hansen shouted up at the airship. The airship was coated entirely in darkness, though, and his voice could not carry through the obstructing black. He didn't get a response. It is useless to shout from here. Where's Guna? I want to see her one last time, Gaia said, as they all boarded the ship. A while later, many more purgatory beasts began to spawn at once. Although Guna had the same powers as her sister, her blood would probably run dry before killing all of them in that wave. Gaia did not have much hope for survival, even still. She expected the worst. Hansen pointed in the direction she should go, and Gaia took off running. There was not a single person in the airship they could see so far. The crew had probably been consumed by the darkness. Hansen was nervous, and he was worried something bad might have happened to Manger. He hurried Gaia to go faster through the ship. Gaia was heavily injured, though, and she couldn't go too quickly. She tried going as fast as she could, but eventually, her wounds cracked wider and started to bleed. She had lost a fair amount of blood just dealing with the purgatory beasts earlier, so her legs were quivering as she walked. She looked as if she was on the verge of falling over. There were more and more purgatory beasts around. And while Spell would be able to kill them all, Hansen found himself getting exhausted. Finally, Hansen reached his room. The door was shut, so he felt pretty nervous. He had asked the others to watch over Guna during his absence, and he didn't know if they had done their part. If they were too far from Guna, they'd likely be dead. Taking a deep breath, Hansen kicked the door open. Spell raised her guns and aimed into the room. Inside the room, the black-haired lady had her bow drawn to the door. Father. Han Manger saw Hansen, but she did not lower her bow. She fired it. Whoosh. The black arrow brushed right past Hansen's face and perforated a purgatory beast that had snuck up behind him. Pang. 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 Spell fired her guns at the beasts that were showing up across the room. Are you okay? Hansen was delighted to see them all safe and sound. He brought Gaia into the room. Why would you expect us to have any trouble? With Manger here, she keeps shooting each and every dog that shows up. She's having a lot of fun, I think. Wang Yuheng smiled. Guna. Sister. Gaia and Guna embraced each other with a hug. When they came together, the radiance of their glow increased. It prevented the arms from spawning across half of the room. The darkness still had purgatory beasts prowling within it, though. Guna and Gaia's Guna blood wasn't as useful as it had been earlier. We can save the chit-chat for later. Do you have a way for us to escape planet Crooked Rock? We're all in the same airship here, can you tell us how to leave? Han-sen asked Gaia and Guna. Han-sen and Wang Yuhang could easily nip back to the sanctuary, but Dragon Lady and Menger had Geno armaments. They'd be prohibited from returning by the sanctuary. It is impossible. We are not the masters of Purgatory Heaven. We can activate it, maybe, but we cannot control it. It might stop once the entire planet has been consumed, Gaia said. Guna gritted her teeth. I might have one way of getting out of this, but I am not sure if it'll work. Have you noticed that things are going rather badly here? Tell us, already. Even if it doesn't seem likely that it'll work, we have to try whatever we can, Wang Yuhang said. Guna looked at Gaia and said, Sister? Did you use a spell to activate Purgatory Heaven? Gaia nodded. She did not know what Gaia was going to suggest either. After that, Guna said, if you activated the spell, that means we really do have Gana goddess genes. We are of her bloodline. You guys are Gana, so of course you too have the goddess blood, Wang Yuhang said. Gaia shook her head. Not really. We are an old race. When the Gana lit our lantern in the Geno Hall, 10,000 of the other lamps had not been ignited yet. There was no need to fight for a position at that point. We had no deified elites at the time. We didn't get one until later on, and that person came to be known as Gana Goddess. Not all the Gana have the goddess blood. Gaia looked at Guna and said, it's useless even if we have the goddess blood, though. It's so weak, and we are just viscounts. There is no way we can control Purgatory Heaven. If we can get back to Purgatory Heaven, maybe I can try, Guna said. How? Everyone asked at the same time. It is too late for me to spend time explaining here. Let us return first. Right now, Purgatory Heaven is not under the control of anyone, but the power is increasing over time. Soon, more and more Purgatory beasts will be showing up. It is difficult to tell if we can reach the goddess statue before then. So, let's get there first. Guna stood up and gestured for Gaia to follow her. Han-sen knew that time was tight and they could not afford any delays. Wang Yuhang and the others followed, too. Guna and Gaia went together. While the pool of light was brighter, it still had a very limited reach. Han-sen and the others had to stay as close as they could to them. Han Menger and Spell kept firing at the Purgatory beasts that tried coming for them. It surprised Han-sen a lot to learn that Han Menger could shoot and kill the Purgatory beasts. Han Menger's powers were special, there was no doubt about that. Her genes originated in those of a god and a destructive goddess. A part of it was Han-sen, too. The death-destructive power that she had gained was very unique. If Menger can kill Purgatory beasts, that means Purgatory beasts and Purgatory Heaven are somehow connected to death powers, Han-sen thought. Han-sen could guess the element of the Purgatory beasts, but with the elements that could be used to counter them, it looked like something Spell could do, too. It was a shame that Spell was only Baron class. She could still do battle now, but when Purgatory Heaven became stronger, Baron class skills might not be of much help. The only skill he had at Viscount level was Jade Skin. It did not work on Purgatory beasts, and that made him depressed. Icebird Duke followed Han-sen and looked rather shy. She had the highest rank, but she was one of the most useless people there. She could only follow. Guna and Gaia were surprised with Han-sen's spell Geno armament and Han Menger's power. It was rare to encounter any that could kill the fiends they were up against. They entered the city, and then their greatest worry appeared. They heard a cow, bellowing like thunder. And then, heavy footsteps trotted toward them from the dark. Han-sen's eyes couldn't see in the dark, so he could only hear the scary Purgatory beast heading for them. Be careful. A high-level Purgatory beast has emerged, Guna warned them. There was no need for such warning, though. Spell and Han Menger had their weapons drawn and aimed at whatever was coming. They could not dodge, and they could not leave. Without Guna and Gaia by their side, the arms would claim them as soon the dark reached them. Moo. A cow's bellow came echoing out of the sky, rocking the darkness around them. A black hell cow emerged from the blur, turning its legs to sprint towards them. Spell and Han Manger struck at the same time, with a fusion of black arrows and white bullets. Dong! A black arrow hit the black hell cow. It was dealt minor wounds, but none of the hits were able to break its flesh. The bullets lodged inside the skin, but that was where their flights ended. Get out of the way! Hansen saw that the cow was still coming. Spell and Han Manger would be unable to block it. He pushed Guna towards Wang Yuhang and Dragon Lady. Hansen held on to Gaia and pulled her and Han Manger back. Icebird Duke could not deal damage to the latest hellish beast, but she reacted quickly to the commands barked by Hansen. Everyone split up, just as the cow came rushing down the middle of their swift parting. It didn't hit any of them, but the near miss had most certainly given them a cold sweat. Han Manger and Spell kept shooting at the cow, but it wasn't accomplishing much. They were only barons, so it made sense that they could not damage the black hell cow all that much. The black hell cow decided on a new target, and that person was Wang Yuhang. Little uncle. Catch! Hansen threw his marquise armor to him. Out of everyone there, the person in the most danger was certainly Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang knew the purgatory beast would end up going for him. Wang Yuhang caught the armor and put it on with haste. The black hell cow was quick to start chasing after him. Pang! Wang Yuhang was unable to dodge in time. He took a nasty hit, but the marquise armor was strong. The plating had prevented the cow from piercing the armor with its strike. The force knocked him to the ground, though. Guna's light was weak, and it only worked for a proximity of 2 steps. Wang Yuhang fell down next to the ghoulish arms on the ground. Hansen started attacking the arms next to Wang Yuhang, trying to slice the arms that came for him. No matter how sturdy the marquise armor was, it couldn't stop the things from pulling Wang Yuhang into a hole. Ghost teeth knife and teeth power were useless under these circumstances. Hansen found himself tightly gripping another knife, and he managed to hew down a few of the arms when he tried with that one. He was surprised by the result. Hansen noticed it was the knife blank from Planet Knifegrave. The knife blank was like a steel rod. It did not possess the edge of a blade, but even so, he was able to slice through the arms that not even a duke's power could cut down. Of course, there was no time to mull this over right now. So, Hansen got back to work by swinging the knife blank. He cut every arm that had grabbed on to Wang Yuhang and pulled the man out of the ground. Gaia and Guna were unable to close their mouths. If someone could kill purgatory beasts, then that meant they were strong. But the arms were the energy of purgatory heaven. Not even king-class folks could kill those arms. So, how was the stick-like item Hansen wielded able to cut them down with such ease? A few seconds later, the black hell cow came speeding over to Wang Yuhang again. Old Han, help! Wang Yuhang was shaking, and he did not dare run. If he moved, he'd fall into the arms. That was just as bad as getting run over by the cow. Seeing the black hell cow almost reach Wang Yuhang, Hansen pushed him over to Guna and swiped at the cow with his knife blank. A black cow's head barreled through the sky. Boom! The headless cow's body ran for a while, before coming to an end atop the arms. They both became black smoke and disappeared. Gaia and Guna's eyes were open wide. They peered at Hansen, thinking how unbelievable the entire thing had been. Hansen kept swinging his knife blank, as if he was mowing down swathes of grass. He cut down endless numbers of purgatory beasts and the ghoulish arms. Little Han, what are you using? That is exceptionally good. Wang Yuhang's mouth hung wide open. It's nothing. It might be useful right now, but it is difficult to tell how well it will fare if higher-level purgatory beasts rear their heads. Come on, let's run. Hansen led everyone towards the hall. Hansen knew the knife blank did not possess special powers. After all, it was simply the child of a knife, and it wasn't an actual knife. Its spirit was still weak, and it was still growing. But that knife blank could very well be deified. That was because only items and weaponry of the same tier could defeat the purgatory beasts. That was how he was able to defeat the creatures and the arms. Han Sen still had to decide how hard he wished to hit each creature he came against, though. Black Hell Cow's power was equivalent to that of a Viscount. Han Sen was able to kill their current enemies, but if they came up against something of an even higher level, it was likely he'd end up performing like Han Manger and Spell had. He'd only be able to stagger the fiends, and not do any proper damage. Han Sen walked near Guna and Gaia. They went at a meandering pace, so Han Sen went forward with knife blank. He killed everything he could see in his path. From arms to two-headed beasts to black hell cows. Everything was slaughtered, and it allowed Gaia and Guna to move at a faster pace. It wasn't long before they arrived at the hall they wished to go to. When they got there, though, the situation gave them quite the shock. The hall had fallen. The gold Ganagata statue was still glowing, though, bathing the area in a light that forbade the entry of beasts and phantom arms. But inside the hall, Han Sen saw 6 shadows. They were the king-class elites that had previously escaped. Gold Jade King was there, too. I thought they ran off. Why have they come back? Han Sen looked at them with surprise. Gaia said coldly, they thought that since Purgatory Heaven does not have a deified elite to control it, they could escape before it was activated. Clearly, they miscalculated. Han Sen could guess this. After they left, they had hoped to escape the entire planet. Unfortunately, they could not. So, they had tried to destroy Purgatory Heaven. Han Sen had left the place before then, so he hadn't seen them return. The 6 kings were carrying with them a strange array of powers. The use of those powers seemed to be twisting and distorting the very dimension. They were doing their best to get close to the statue. Gold Jade King's hand gripped a sword that looked very sovereign and prim. The sword was being thrust at the goddess statue. Gold Jade King wielded it with finesse. It looked as if it could sever the atmosphere at any moment, but whenever it came within 2 meters of the statue, its approach was stalled. It became extremely slow, and no amount of effort could move it closer. The Ganagatas gold light became solid. The powerful weaponry and powers wielded against it could not defy that tangible light. Nothing was even able to scrape the statue. Gold Jade King wasn't the only one suffering this suppression either. The same thing was happening to the other kings there, as well. A beast king was trying to bite it in the air. The creature's fangs had the power to crush mighty objects, and it looked likely to break the statue with its maw. But it was ultimately unable to, as its bite was stopped 2 meters away. It did not matter how hard it tried, its power wasn't sufficient to deliver the attack. A giant-looking king was holding a mighty hammer. The hammer was coming down on the statue. Every swing broke the air, but it could not break the statue. It never got closer than 2 meters from it. Amidst those 6 kings, Han Sen saw a bald monk. He wore monkish garb, like a robe. He struck the statue with the shadow of a Buddha. The same thing occurred to the monk as it did the other kings, too. The godlight could not be broken. The 6 wielded an extreme amount of strength. Together, they kept pounding on the statue. If it was a planet they were striking, it would have exploded many times over. If they were unable to break the goddess statue's godlight, the power gap between a deified being and a king must have been rather large. What about the nobles in the hall? Han Sen looked around. Aside from the 6 kings attacking the statue, they were all gone. Gaia said, where the statue shines, there won't be any purgatory beasts and hellish hands. Ordinary people cannot withstand basking in that light for too long, though. I can only assume they were blasted and dragged into purgatory that way. Guna, is there a way to stop Purgatory Heaven? Han Sen asked Guna. Guna looked at the statue and the elites, and she said, I want to sacrifice myself, and hopefully obtain control of it that way. Then, I can ensure Gaia gets out of purgatory heaven. In attacking the statue, however, they have increased its power output. Even if I do sacrifice myself, doing so now would be useless. You are so cruel. You only want to have Gaia escape this place, while everyone else is left behind. Wang Yuheng was so mad. You guys are not nice. Whoever comes here has a reason to do so. They want to use us, Guna hummed. This is not the time to talk about this, so let me ask again, do you have a way? Hansen frowned. No. The statue has been activated. Not even a king can get close to it. Unless someone deified is here, we will all die, Guna said. Is there no other way? Hansen asked, as he looked at the statue. Guna hummed and said, yes. The other way is what the kings are attempting. Break the godlight and take control of purgatory heaven the hard way, only then can you stop it. How do I control it? Hansen asked. It is difficult to control purgatory heaven if you don't have the blood of the Ghana. The same would apply even if you were deified. But underneath the statue, there is a crack. You can escape purgatory heaven that way. That is what they planned to do, but they underestimated its power, Guna said, while pointing at the statue. Hansen looked in the direction she pointed to. The end of the statue's tail did indeed possess a tear in the fabric of space. There was a long mark there. That mark is where our deified elites fought their enemies. After 1,000,000 years, it has yet to heal. That is why there is such a blatant flaw. Unfortunately, only deified elites can make use of it. King-class elites cannot, so we most certainly can't, Gaia said. We have to give it a shot, no matter what. We cannot willingly let ourselves die here. Wang Yuheng said, then jumped into the godlight area. When his legs and his head touched the godlight, it was like he had struck a plank of raw steel. He bounced off with a pang, and it was fortunate he was wearing Hansen's Marquis armor. Had he not, that would have hurt. D***MN. Is that light or a wall of steel? Wang Yuheng looked at the golden light. Why else do you think the kings tried to run? Gaia looked at him with disdain. Hansen touched the golden light, and it was like stone. It was so smooth, he couldn't even find a seam or crevice. So, Hansen tried to use his ghost teeth knife to slice golden light. Sparks flew from the blade, but he could not break through the light. It's so hard. Hansen was shocked. They could not penetrate the wall, so it spoke volumes about the kings who had been able to move through the light. But even so, despite their massive strength, they were unable to get close to the statue. Wang Yuheng and Hansen were both unable to enter the godlight, but the 6 kings soon noticed them, even as they tried hitting the statue. They looked around them and were shocked. They did not expect another big bunch of people to still be alive. On top of that, Hansen's group only had average power. Aside from Iceberg Duke, the others were all decidedly weak. When they saw Guna and Gaia, however, they were even more shocked. And adding to that, they then looked happy. The giant king, still clad in armor, walked before Hansen. He grabbed Gaia and Guna in his hands and took them over to the statue. There was a long pause. Hansen saw this happen, but he did not move, and the giant had already taken them and brought them before the statue. What does he want to do? Wang Yuheng asked. Iceberg Duke coldly said, they cannot break the godlight. They want to use Guna and Gaia's blood to hopefully achieve a connection with purgatory heaven. It might enable them to reach the tear. Hansen could not say anything. After they were taken, their protective light went with them. The arms started to rise like mad. But Hansen's people could not enter the godlight, so he kept on swinging his knife blank to cut down the arms. Buddha King, you are the best at this. I will let you handle it. Our survival solely depends on you, the giant said, right before handing over Guna and Gaia to the monk-like king. Who will go to hell if I don't? The king recited the line of an ancient Buddha, and then he raised his hand and became a Buddha himself. In a shroud of white light, he came before Gaia and Guna. The Geno universe has monks, huh? Hansen was shocked, as he had thought that monks were a human thing. They are not monks, they are the Buddha. They are one of the higher races, Iceberg Duke said. Buddha? Han Sen and Wang Yuhang came from the Alliance. Their faces looked strange. The Buddha's head was as smooth as a light bulb, without a single hair, as if he had been born bald. The dots across his head were 9 naturally born moles. Guna and Gaia's faces turned pale. It looked as if they wanted to struggle and get free. But beneath the Buddha light of the Buddha King, they could not even flicker their eyelids. Buddha King moved his finger, and then a Buddha light landed between her eyebrows. Blood began to seep out of her brow. It was more than a mere dribble, as well. Suddenly, it became a long streak of blood that floated away from her head. Its target became clear, as it began to drift towards the statue. The blood began to suffuse into the golden light. Gold Jade King and the others started to gather up power, ready to strike the blood. As the kings prepared a frightening attack, the blood-tainted light started to crack. Blood began to fill the cracks like a blooming flower. The kings were happy with this result, and the giant shouted, "Buddha King! Take the essence of the other Ghana, so we can escape with greater haste. The longer we are here, the more danger we are in." Ba. Buddha King said again. His face did not look very kind. He pointed at Gaia's forehead, and then more blood came flowing out. That too started to drift towards the statue. With Gaia and Guna's blood, the godlight seemed to have weakened. The 6 kings kept attacking without reprieve. Then the godlight began to shatter. The smashed light could not coalesce again because of the blood that was spreading through the rupture. Gold Jade King and the others were all made supremely happy, as they were able to destroy the godlight with their crazed attacks. Now, they wanted to create a path through the godlight and head towards the rupture. These scumbag asterisks holes. Wang Yuhang was so mad, he punched the godlight. But he was too weak, and he could not even break the outer layer. All he did was make his fist numb. Hansen didn't like what had happened, either, but at the end of the day, it was just natural selection. He couldn't have helped Guna and Gaia, even if he wanted to. And they weren't in a much better position themselves. Their powers would not be enough to breach the godlight. Even if Gold Jade King cleaved a path all the way through, they had no choice of entering. Hansen could jump into the sanctuary for safety, alongside Wang Yuhang, but Dragon Lady and Han Manger did not have anywhere to hide. If they were left alone, they'd surely die. Guna and Gaia had been frozen stiff by the Buddha King. The essence of their blood continued to leak from their foreheads. The blood was leaking slowly, but they had already lost a large volume. Especially Gaia. The two of them looked so angry, hopeless, and sad. They looked at each other, but understood that neither of them could do a thing. They could not even die holding each other. They stood where they were as their blood was stolen, bit by bit. Gold Jade King and the other kings were waiting for them to finish bleeding out. The godlight was cracked, and a blood path opened. They were only 1 meter away from the statue. Roar! A giant dragon-like purgatory beast was bomb. It came rushing towards Hansen like mad. It was a high-tier purgatory beasts. Seeing it, everyone's faces paled. Hansen was busy cutting down the twisted arms as the dragon-like purgatory beast came rushing for them. He did not have the power to deal with it. Dragon Lady and the others were starting to think that this was the end. They used all the powers they could exert against the purgatory beast, but it was all to no avail. Hansen frowned. He kept thinking, wondering if now was the time to use Super King Spirit. Just as he was going to activate Super King Spirit, there was a loud boom. A giant body appeared, and it was the Giant King. He landed in front of them and used his hammer to smack down the purgatory beast. Go! The giant killed the purgatory beast, and his body possessed a radiant godlight. He ran back into the godlight, and it looked as if he had been talking to Hansen and the others. This made Hansen very happy, and he and the others followed Giant King into the goddess godlight. They stayed near Giant King, whose light was like a shelter. It shielded them from the goddess suppression. Giant King, why are you bringing them here instead of focusing on removing the godlight? A king with a spear asked coldly. Giant King's voice boomed like thunder, and he replied, for this small group to have survived this long in purgatory heaven, they must be useful in some capacity. And furthermore, if we exhaust the blood of the Ghana, we can use theirs. Like hell we can. The blood of these two Ghana only works because they are of the goddess bloodline. This group isn't even Ghana, so what is the point? The king with a spear kept attacking the godlight while he berated Giant King. It's better than nothing. Giant King hammered the crack again. His strong attacks could crack open the godlight, and the shockwaves almost tossed the others onto the floor. Luckily, Giant King's power was sufficient to keep them protected. Otherwise, the force could very well have killed them. I thought they wanted to save us, but no. It seems that they are after something else. Wang Yuheng said. No matter what the case is, it's better than getting killed out there, as seemed likely. Hansen stood near the giant's foot. Hansen was quite tall for a human, but even so, he only reached the giant's ankle. I just hope the kings can clear a path for us, Iceberg Duke said. Many horrible powers came crashing against the godlight, and the path cleaved was becoming deeper and deeper. Guna and Gaia's blood was on the path, and it prevented the godlight from repairing its defenses. 6 elites kept striking at the path, and outside the godlight, the arms were rising and wriggling in countless numbers. There was an abundance of purgatory beasts, too. They could not step into the godlight, and so they roared at the people inside. In the beginning, there was just that dragon-like one, but then other purgatory beasts emerged. They all looked murderous. There was a purgatory beast that looked like a real dragon, and it was flying in the sky. It looked as if it could consume everything. Hansen could also see a creature that resembled an angel of some sort, but it was black. Even its wings were black, too. It looked like it had come crawling out of purgatory. Hansen and the others felt like they were in some big glass bowl. If the bowl broke, any of the purgatory beasts could eat them. It was fortunate that none of the creatures were able to set foot inside the godlight. Even so, Wang Yuheng and the others were very scared. Boom! There was an explosion, and the godlight shattered beneath the big hammer. Giant King had managed to destroy the final layer of the godlight. It revealed the statue body of the golden Ghana. The entrance they needed was by the statue's tail. Guna and Gaia were dying, as they had lost most of their blood. They were still alive because they were strong, but also because the Buddha King had forced them to remain alive. He was worried that their blood would be rendered ineffective if they died. When the path opened up, Giant King ran straight for the crack. As the giant entered the crack, he became smaller and smaller. Eventually, he disappeared inside the space tunnel. Gold Jade King and Buddha King went in at almost the same time. When Buddha King went in, he did so with a grip on Guna and Gaia. The rest of the elites went towards the crack, too. Hansen and Iceberg Duke followed Giant King. Giant King's body was getting smaller the further it went, until it slipped right into the tear. Hansen and the others were the last to draw near the crack, and luckily, the path was still dyed red. It hadn't been suppressed by the godlight yet. So, quickly, he jumped into the crack. The dimensional tear in the fabric of that space was crooked. Hansen dug himself in, and he felt the same sensation he'd get when using a teleporter. Space turned blurry, and when his vision was restored, he was someplace completely different. He was atop a sea of clouds. There were many palaces built in a sky realm. There were many large plants, adorned with flowers all around them. It was a picturesque scene of heaven, as taken from long-ago myths. Hansen and the others appeared in the plaza of one particular palace. There was a gold fountain at its center, and it looked incredibly beautiful. But when Hansen entered that heavenly place, his gut clenched. His powers had vanished. He couldn't feel anything anymore. He was like an average commoner, without a modicum of extra power. Hansen looked around, and so did Iceberg Duke. And when they did, they were shocked. It wasn't just them either. Giant King himself looked stunned, and none of the other kings looked to be faring well. Guna and Gaia, who had been under the control of the Buddha, now had their freedom restored. Buddha King's Buddha light had all vanished. Welcome to heaven. The Gana heaven. Guna and Gaia helped each other up as they clenched their teeth. They looked very angry. Their anger was understandable, though. The Gana had been treated like worthless slaves, and their blood had been sucked dry. It was only natural for them to be angry. Hansen thought things were quickly turning sour. This was not a way out. The gold fountain unleashed a gold light. The gold light descended on Guna and Gaia, quickly repairing their ravaged bodies. When Giant King witnessed this, he ran to the fountain and threw his hands into the water to try and absorb that same power. Arg! Giant King cried. The spring water was like a corrosive acid on his hands. The water was good for Guna and Gaia, but it was deadly for Giant King. Gaia coldly looked at Giant King and said, I told you that this is Gana's heaven. For you, this place is nothing short of hell. Only the Gana have power here, and can receive the boons bestowed by their goddess. We are practically invulnerable. All your power is stripped, so you are little better than an ordinary creature. After that, she smiled and went on to say, it is in thanks to you lot that we are here, of course. Even if we had tried to use our own blood, we wouldn't have made it here alone. Is this purgatory heaven's heaven? Buddha King frowned. Yes. Outside is purgatory, and here is heaven, Gaia said. I have heard heaven is in the clouds. Why is it here? We arrived here through a slip space crack, which we broke open. Gold Jade King said. The slip space crack asterisk was just a lie that we created about purgatory heaven. The gold clouds outside are just a path that can take you to purgatory, through the statue. The clouds won't kill you, but you can be killed in heaven, by someone with power, of course. Guna said this, and then punched Giant King in the head. The strong Giant King was sent soaring. After his descent, he rolled violently until he came crashing into a wall, coughing up blood. Giant King stood up in a fury. He was a king who had never been humiliated before, and he really wanted to fight back. Before he could straighten himself up, though, Guna came forward and punched him again. This time, he went flying into the clouds. Gaia did not join Guna, and she simply walked to the palace near the fountain. Not long after, the clouds rumbled. Many clouds rose, and they each looked like a cage. Many creatures were inside them, and Giant King was one of them. Hansen now learned that the creatures that were trapped here were the ones who had been zapped by flying into the clouds. He knew Gaia wasn't lying, as all of those creatures were here. They had been trapped in the clouds, and while they had not died, they most certainly weren't free. Death was still an inevitability for them, though. Many clouds came towards the palace. Hansen saw that the clouds that flew there housed Gana. Hansen counted their numbers, and he noted that most of the Gana were here now. Hansen tallied 30 or 40. It seemed as if they had planned to be captured, all so they could end up here. It was the same for the other creatures who had been trapped by the clouds. They couldn't get out on their own. But now, things were different. The clouds were supported by some phantom power. The Gana were sent to the palace, and the clouds faded from sight. They were free now. The Gana were so happy, and they all bowed to Guna. They then proceeded to speak their own language, which was one that Hansen did not understand. Throw them all in the clouds. They deserve it, Guna said angrily, pointing at the kings. The Gana headed towards Gold Jade King and the others. They could not use Geno armor, so they were pretty much worse than the average commoner. And while they had skills, they did not have the power to make use of them. Quickly, they were taken to the sea of clouds. Hey! Hey! We are together! One Gana approached Han Sen and tried to take them, too. Wang Yuhang was quick to shout. He even turned to Guna and said, "Guna, we meant you no harm. We went through all that together. Doesn't that make us friends?" Guna looked at Wang Yuhang, and then Han Sen, and said with a venomous tone, "You guys are not nice people, either. Get moving." Han Sen knew he had kidnapped Guna, which hadn't made her very happy. She wouldn't consider him a friend. "You guys are not loyal at all." When Wang Yuhang saw the Gana approaching, he started to tread backwards. "This is pointless. Let's just jump." Han Sen made it sound easy. He was, of course, referring to a jump into the clouds. Han Manger and Dragon Lady jumped without thinking. Icebird Duke didn't fancy getting hit, so she did so, too. Wang Yuhang didn't think there was another way out of there, so he jumped as well. Not long after, they found themselves floating inside the clouds. They were trapped inside them. Giant King and Gold Jade King were in a similar situation. This heavenly power of imprisonment was scary. Aside from the Gana, no king could escape. It was likely only a deified being would be able to break the chains that bound them. Gaia walked out of the palace. Her hands were clutching a piece of golden jewelry. Han Sen couldn't tell what it was, but Gaia could use the power of the gemstones to control the clouds. Han Sen sat in his cloud, watching Guna and the others. He wasn't going to just sit there, of course. He was going to figure a way to sort all this out. In Gana's heaven, all powers other than the Ganas were suppressed. Even Ghost Teeth Knife had no power. He could not summon Geno armaments either. But Han Sen had one thing that wasn't restricted, the knife blank that was currently in his hand. There was still a strange power inside it. Aside from the knife blank, Han Sen also felt a power inside him that was not restricted. Guna and Gaia were at the edge of the palace. They looked at the people they had imprisoned, and their gazes were locked. It looked like they wanted to murder their prisoners. Gaia looked at Buddha King. The clouds that trapped Buddha King rose up and drifted over to her. "Did you take the leader?" Gaia asked Buddha King expressionlessly. Ba. I don't know what you mean," Buddha King said, after speaking out his Buddha phrase. Gaia looked at Buddha King and went on to say, "I know how powerful the cow are. Without support, they wouldn't have been brave enough to betray us in the manner that they did." Ba. What does that have to do with me?" Buddha King said. "You think the Buddha Duke's meeting with the cow leader slipped our notice?" Gaia looked angry, and she went on to say, "If the leader had simply listened to me, none of this would have happened. Tell me, where did the leader go?" Now Han Sen understood why they had not met a stronger Gana. At the auction, they had only seen viscounts. The dukes had not appeared, and neither had the earls. They had already been taken by Buddha King. Buddha King and the cow had used the auction house as a distraction for the other races. While it played out, the more important Gana were successfully kidnapped. Buddha King and the cow hadn't expected the purgatory heaven to come into play. It wasn't Buddha King's fault, of course. No one expected the Gana's deified item to have been in the Gana's hands. Or for it to have been inside a random statue. Ba. If you release me, I will keep you safe and bring you all together again." Buddha King admitted he had his hands on their leader, clearly planning to use this as leverage. As soon as Buddha King said this, though, Gaia drew a ghostly scimitar and swung it toward his neck. In a split second, the King-class elite was beheaded. His head rolled across the floor, with his eyes open. No one had expected Gaia to simply cut his head off. The other kings were all in shock after what they had witnessed. Gaia was a very decisive individual. In this heaven, a king-class elite's life was as worthless and weak as the average commoner's. There was no need to pay them respect. Han Sen was shocked, but it made sense. Gaia had already cast a spell to activate Purgatory Heaven, so yes, the fact she was a very decisive person was already established. "Sister, you killed Buddha King. what about our leader? Guna sounded worried. Gaia coldly said, killing him did not make a difference. Our leader isn't going to be returned, but don't worry, he's not going to die. He will likely be made a slave, for the Buddha won't kill him. The other kings did not speak, and Gaia was correct. The Gana couldn't save anyone. If they had been reckless and left Purgatory Heaven, Buddha King would have found a chance. Instead of saving their kin, they'd end up captured like the rest. Everyone knew this was a familial matter, but not everyone could make a decision like her. Gaia killing Buddha King had put an end to his tricks and deception. It also counted as vengeance for her own people. When Gaia looked at the clouds, she noticed that all the elites were in shock. You. Gaia looked at Han Senator. She spoke one word, and Han Sen's cloud started flying towards her. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the second guy she'd kill to be Han Sen. What are you doing? We have been through so much together. We didn't take your blood, and neither have we forced you to do anything against your will. Why don't you kill the guys who robbed you of your blood instead of old Han, huh? Wang Yuheng said. Gaia ignored him and looked at Han Sr. But you did bully Guna, did you not? What do you want from me, then? Han Sen asked, sitting on the cloud. You did not harm Guna, and you did help us. I can give you one chance. Gaia looked at Guna while speaking to Han Sen. What do I do with this chance? Han Sen did not believe she would let him go so easily. Kill them, and you VDLL, be considered one of us. Gaia pointed at Gold Jade King, Giant King, and the others. The 5 kings were sent forward, near Han Sen. Good idea. Killing this many elites will gain me so many enemies, and that's just what I need. Even a king of the rebate? Not even Knife Queen would protect me for such a transgression. With this leverage, I could only work for you and no one else. If I don't do what you say, you can tell the others and make me one of the universe's most wanted. Han Sen said coldly. Are you going to kill them or not? Gaia asked, looking at Han Sen. Sure. Why not? They're not my family. There's no point giving up my own life for theirs. Han Sen just shrugged with his shoulders. Good. Use this to cut their heads off, and then you will be considered a friend. Gaia gave the ghost scimitar to Han Sen. Giant King and Gold Jade King were surrounded by clouds. They could not move. They watched Han Sen approach, still holding his knife. Han Sen, do you really want to betray Knife Queen and the rebate? Gold Jade King said icily. From what I recall, you never treated me as one of the rebate, anyway. If you did, you would have taken me with you when you tried to escape. Now you think I'm betraying you? Is this a joke or something? Han Sen slightly pressed the weapon against Gold Jade King's neck. The touch of the blade gave him a cold sweat. But Han Sen did not cut him. He then brought the scimitar in front of Giant King and said, What did you say? You said if their blood was not enough, you'd use ours. I should kill you for that, shouldn't I? Kill me if you want to. Just the crap and get on with it, Giant King said stolidly. Han Sen didn't strike. He walked past each elite, and eventually he turned back to Gaia and said, These are 5 king-class elites. It would be a shame to kill them all. You should hold on to them. If you don't kill them, I will kill you and your friends, Gaia said dangerously. There is no way we are dying. Han Sen smiled. That is not up to you to decide. I decide what happens here, Gaia said. Han Sen threw the ghost scimitar back to Gaia and said, From now on, I call the shots. You and Guna can be my secretaries. Treat this place nicely, and I will treat you nice in return. Gaia, Guna, the Gana, and the kings all looked at Han Sen like he was a madman. Did you really just say that? Are you sick? Guna asked, lifting her lips in a sneer. Gaia looked at Han Sen and slowly said, Han Sen, you are special. That is why I have given you this opportunity. You have the chance to be friends with the Gana. This is purgatory heaven, unless a deified elite appears, no one can challenge my will. Buddha King is a good example for you to follow. Or do you not want to end up like him? Hansen nodded and said, and I thought you were smart. I'm the one giving you a chance here. You and Guna can become my secretaries and nothing more. Don't misunderstand that. This asterisk shoal has lost his marbles. Let's lock him up, Guna told the others. Gaia used her gem to control the clouds again. But it didn't seem like the clouds could be used to capture people unless they jumped off the platform. Gaia had erased Hansen's cloud, since she expected him to kill the kings. In order for her to gain control of him, he would have to go to the cloud first. A few Ghana viscounts rushed towards Hansen, hoping to capture him quickly. The kings that had been locked up now watched Han Senator. They wondered what he was planning. In this place, not even the kings could fight against the Ghana. Unless they had a deified elite using deified items, the Ghana were practically invincible. The kings could not fight them, and Hansen was a baron. Iceberg Duke could not fathom what sort of trick Hansen was looking to play. Killing the kings would have guaranteed Hansen's survival. But he hadn't taken the offer, and now things were uncertain. While Hansen had pulled off unbelievable performances in battle elsewhere, Purgatory Heaven was different. Not even Iceberg Duke thought he could fight back here. Still, she hoped he'd pull something off. If there was one thing Iceberg Duke did know about Hansen, it was that he wasn't crazy. Seeing a few viscounts rapidly approaching, Hansen had yet to move a muscle. Eventually, he drew out his knife blank. The Ghana viscounts weren't very concerned about that, though. Thus far, only the Ghana had been able to use items of power there. Boom! A scary presence exploded out of Hansen, as if it was breaking the earth. He was like a beast, laying eyes on heaven. Teeth knife mind. Gold Jade King and Iceberg Duke both squealed. The teeth knife of the rebate was quite famous. And even so, not many people were able to practice it. Even fewer could make proper use of it out in the field. Hansen was an outsider. It was absolutely shocking that he could use teeth powers, almost unbelievable. But right now, that was not the primary concern. It wasn't just that he was using teeth knife mind, it was amazing that he had been able to summon power at all, while else was suppressed by the deified rules that governed the place. Gold Jade King and the others had very strong wills, but in Purgatory Heaven, they were unable to release it. Hansen's knife mind could be used to its full extent, without suffering from the hampering and suppression of Purgatory Heaven. But this was because Hansen's knife mind had reached the level of Purgatory Heaven. That was the reason it was not suppressed. But Hansen was just a baron. How was it possible for him to have such an experienced knife mind? All the nobles were in shock. It made some people jump to the conclusion that Hansen himself was a deified elite in disguise. Aside from deified elites, who could reveal such a formidable knife mind, here of all places? What is this? How long has he been practicing teeth knife? How is it possible for him to have learned the teeth knife mind? This mind, if I am not mistaken, is greater than the Queen's own. Iceberg Duke could scarcely believe the current spectacle. But there it was, Hansen and his knife mind. He was nothing short of a monster. The Ghana viscounts suddenly started to fall back, looking extremely pale. A deified knife mind was a very cruel thing, and it could break a person's will simply with the weight of its presence. But a knife mind was just a knife mind, and Hansen did not have a deified body. If an elder of the rebate was present, the knife mind could have been used to kill all the Ghana a long time ago. Guna and Gaia looked at Hansen in shock. The knife mind they were witnessing was rendering them speechless. Is he deified? Guna was extremely shocked. Impossible. I haven't a clue why he has this knife mind, but he is not deified. Why are you all still standing there? Go and get him. This heaven belongs to the Ghana. It is a sanctuary built specifically for us. We're safe here. Gaia was actually quite frightened by what was going on. Still, she managed to keep herself under control and issue commands, telling her people to snatch Hansen. In heaven, unless the Ghana were killed, their wounds would seal up and heal at a tremendously fast pace. They were pretty much almost immortal, in many regards. Seeing the Ghana nobles continue to advance, Hansen said, "I don't want to hurt any of you, so why are you pushing me to do just that?" Hansen was depressed. He had planned to use his powerful knife mind to bluff his enemies. But evidently, Gaia was too smart for that. Hansen's plans had fallen apart. A knife mind was just a knife mind, after all. Using it with knife skills was very powerful, but a knife mind on its own did nothing. Aside from the knife blank and the deified knife mind, Hansen's power was under a big strain. Gaia did not show any sign of relenting, and she continued to command her Ghana troops to apprehend Hansen. In that case, I must resort to Plan B. Hansen's eyes began to shine, and soon after, the light quickly spread to the rest of his body. Hansen's Plan B was always the same: he would assume the identity of Dollar. He activated his Super King spirit. His black hair became sparklingly white. It grew quickly, becoming a long white stream of hair. His body glowed with holy light. As the light shone from him, his body did not look real. Instead, he looked like a burned plate of steel. He was like a half-transparent god. Incredible power surged out of him. Everyone was in shock. They watched the godlike body approach. He really can use his powers in heaven. Guna looked stunned. She took a few steps back. A few viscounts were directly before Hansen right now. They swung their swords and arms towards him. They were afraid. They had originally planned to take him alive, but now they were keen to wave their swords instead. When the sword lights came against Hansen, it was like they were hitting nothing. They didn't hurt Hansen at all. How is that possible? Everyone stared at Hansen, who currently looked like a god. The Ghana people used all their powers on Hansen, but they accomplished nothing. Hansen's body was like that of a real deity. He could shrug off any mortal damage inflicted upon him. Iceberg Duke looked at Han Senator. She was totally frozen, and her mind had come to a complete standstill. This was partly due to shock, but it was also because she had now discovered a secret. A very scary secret. Iceberg Duke was Isha's best friend. She was also her most loyal follower. Isha put her absolute trust in Iceberg Duke. They shared a lot of secrets with each other, and they disclosed many private and personal matters. Isha had told Iceberg Duke that she was once bullied by someone in Demon's Grave. The man that had bullied her was called Dollar. Isha had commanded her to keep her ears to the ground and learn anything she could about the elusive Dollar. Thus far, Iceberg Duke had come up with zilch. But Isha knew what Dollar looked like, and she was able to describe his powers. The power Hansen currently wielded was very similar to what Isha had described. Isha had mentioned all this more than once, so Iceberg Duke remembered it well. Hansen is Dollar? This is scary. Iceberg Duke felt chilled, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Isha's important, almighty student was, in fact, her nemesis, the one she despised the most. Just thinking about that cruel twist of fate made Iceberg Duke's mind go for a loop. And as she looked down at Hansen, he suddenly looked like a demon. Hansen did not have time to act in a model manner, though. When he donned his Super King Spirit mode, he lifted his ghost teeth knife and let the knife rage with purple light. The purple light rose tangibly across the blade. Super King Spirit let Hansen release the powers contained within all his gear. Like the Holy Angel Bone Arrow, Ghost Teeth Knife activated its own power. Ghost Teeth Knife's power, combined with Hansen's deified knife mind, rendered Guna and Gaia speechless. There was only one explanation for Hansen being able to use terrifying powers like that in Purgatory Heaven: he must be a deified elite. Only deified elites could use their powers in heaven, just as he was doing. As they thought about fighting a deified elite, the Ghana suddenly felt hopeless. Their faces were drawn and drained of color. Things weren't looking good for them. Gaia was the palest of the bunch, though. She had the stone to control purgatory heaven, but she was not deified herself. All she had was the blood of the goddess lineage. She couldn't control heaven well. And she knew she wouldn't be able to compete or bring that power to heal. Gold Jade King and the other imprisoned nobles all stared at Han Senator. Gold Jade King could not believe Knife Queen's student was that strong. Han Sen pulled out his ghost teeth knife and started swinging it towards Guna and Gaia. The lights of the knife were like individual monsters, wanting to swallow the entire dimension they resided in. Guna and Gaia's faces turned gray. The Gana wanted to help them, but the knife was way too fast. They couldn't react in time, and it was already coming down on the two women. It didn't hit Guna or Gaia, though. It actually flew past them, striking the fountain behind them. Catcha! With that surge of power, the entire palace behind them was sundered in half. That wasn't the end, either. After the scary teeth power cut the palace in two, it spread. A purple mist was swallowing it, making the palace look like some cursed ruin. Boom! When the palace was covered in this purple mist, it suddenly shattered and fell to pieces. Dust choked the air, and the entirety of the heavenly realm rattled and shook. Everyone was in utter shock. Seeing the godlike man and the palace he had reduced to rubble, no one could find the words to speak. Hansen put the knife back in the sheath on his waist, and then the white light faded. He looked normal once again. He looked at Guna and Gaia and coldly said, "I thought you two were smart, and I would very much like to give you another chance. I'd like you and Guna to become my secretaries. What do you think of that proposal now?" It was almost the same sentences as before, but now, the words sounded very different than before. Gaia was catatonic. She just stood where she was. Now that Hansen had dismissed that incredible power, he looked even more mysterious. He was like a god, disguised as a mortal. Gaia pulled Guna closer, and then she knelt. "Guna and I are willing to follow you. Our lives are dedicated to your service. Please spare us and the rest of our race from certain annihilation." K. Planet Crooked Rock had suffered one mighty disaster. All the creatures there had been killed in one day, and that included all the kings that were there. No corpses were left behind, either. When the rescue teams arrived, they couldn't find anything living. But judging from what they could see, a few people conjectured about what had happened. Purgatory Heaven was not a big secret, so they guessed that the Ghana had attacked. Others came after that to investigate this incident, wanting to know where Purgatory Heaven was. Hansen was on his way back, on his ship. And he had something on his mind that was giving him quite the headache. Gaia and Guna were obeying him now, and Hansen had taken measures to keep their lives in his hands and ensure they wouldn't revolt. Purgatory Heaven consumed everything on planet Crooked Rock. It had stopped now, but the gem Guna and Gaia used to control the statue had become a little gold statue that Hansen had brought with him. The nobles and Ghana were still locked in that heaven, and Hansen wasn't planning to let them out anytime soon. After all, they had seen Hansen become a super king spirit. He couldn't trust them fully, and so he couldn't release them back into the universe. Especially Icebird Duke. He could not let her see Isha again. But if Icebird Duke did not return, what would he tell Isha about what happened? If he said that Icebird Duke disappeared on the planet, then how would he explain the fact that he was fine? If he told her that they weren't on planet Crooked Rock, why would Icebird Duke be gone? Hansen had gotten a headache just thinking about how he could explain all this. The ship was not at Narrow Moon just yet, and still, Isha's battleship had come to meet with him. Her sudden appearance gave Hansen a shock. He knew Isha was coming after him and Icebird Duke. "Where is Icebird Duke?" Isha asked Hansen as they stood on the knife battleship. "Queen, I do not know where Icebird Duke is." Hansen gave her a wry smile. He wasn't planning on admitting anything. Plus, no one had survived on that planet, and they were all trapped in Purgatory Heaven. As long as he did not admit what had happened, no evidence would be unearthed to suggest otherwise. How can you not know? Iceberg Duke should have been by your side at all times, protecting you. Isha spoke to him calmly, but Han Sen could detect what was really boiling beneath the surface. If he gave her the wrong answer, God only knew what would happen. Han Sen did not hesitate to tell her, Iceberg Duke and I went to planet Crooked Rock. I wanted to see if I could recruit a few of the Ghana, but when I arrived, I realized I had no chance. So, I asked her to help me recruit. But then, the cow revolted. They put the Ghana on auction. We were invited, so Iceberg Duke went ahead to the auction. With someone else to recruit on my behalf, I didn't bother going. And then what happened? Isha asked. And then I recruited them. Before we got back to the ship, the entire planet was veiled by gold clouds. And there were many arms coming out of the ground, alongside many beasts that crawled out of some nether. We tried to hide in a cave, and we fought those monsters side by side. After a day of this, the beasts, arms, and clouds disappeared. When we got back to the ship, we noticed Iceberg Duke was gone, and so were many others. Everyone else on the entire planet was gone too. Han Sen cooked up a hearty mixture of lies and truths to sell the story. He had to keep running with this yarn, whether or not Isha believed him. Isha looked at Han Sen, Han Menger, Dragon Lady, Wang Yuhang, and then looked back to Han Sr. How did you deal with those creatures and the arms? Those arms were scary. Our powers didn't do anything. If we were grabbed, we'd be pulled into the ground. The beasts were even scarier. Our powers did nothing to hinder their assault. Only Spell and Menger were able to fight them, Han Sen said. You are saying that Spell and her powers can defeat the purgatory beasts? Isha asked with a frown. Yes, but they can't deal with the arms. But we survived, because of this item. It enabled us to shred the arms. Han Sen presented her with his knife blank, showing it off. Isha took the knife blank and gave it a stroke with her fingers. She released some sort of purple power onto the knife blank, but the power could not be absorbed. Isha looked shocked, and she said, This knife blank is godly. It is no wonder it could cut through those hell hands. With the god element, does that mean it is a deified item? Han Sen was happy to hear this. Isha shook her head and said, It is not a deified item. It is just a material for a deified item. That is great. I can forge it into an item of some sort, then, yes? You should take this knife, my queen. You should forge it into a godly knife, and make it something properly deified. And then, you can shock the whole universe. Han Sen said quickly. You are willing to give this to me? Isha smiled at Han Sen as she held on to the knife blank. Of course. You are my master, after all. Your glory is my glory. If you achieve more, I would be even more proud. This is just a meager knife, blank. If I had a deified knife, I'd give that to you first. If your life is getting better, then my life is sure to improve, too. Han Sen looked awfully sincere. Isha looked much nicer now, but she gave it back to Han Sr. You are nice, but this knife blank was obtained in the knife grave. It'll be difficult to forge it, and it isn't too godly. I can't make it into something powerful, I am afraid. After a pause, Isha continued speaking to Han Sr. I will ask someone else to escort you to planet Eclipse. I am going to planet Crooked Rock, where I hope to find a lead on the whereabouts of Iceberg Duke. I will avenge and destroy any who has done something bad to Iceberg. Iceberg Duke was put in danger because of me. I should go with you, Han Sen said. It's okay. And by the way, don't tell others you have been to planet Crooked Rock. That will bring unnecessary hassle. It'd be bad. After a brief talk with Han Sen, Isha sent him on his way to Narrow Moon. She went ahead to planet Crooked Rock. Han Sen felt a lot of relief when he was back. Somehow, he had made it through. Even if she did not believe him entirely, he should remain safe as long as she was not able to find any evidence that contradicted his story. Han Sen brought his companions into the base. Then he gave Wang Yuhang a truckload of xenogeneic genes, wanting him to get stronger and generate a Geno armor. Although there was a Marquise-class armor, Han Sen was worried that the man was so weak that he'd end up getting killed anyway. Han Sen had nothing but Baron-class xenogenic genes, but that was fine for Wang Yuhang. And after a few days, Wang Yuhang's xenogenic gene tally reached 100. Wang Yuhang started to evolve, and he ended up generating a black Geno armor. But he couldn't evolve a second time, so Han Sen gave him a magnet fruit. He made it and became a fully fledged Baron. Little uncle. Your Geno armament is cool. Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang's Geno armament in surprise. Wang Yuhang's Geno armament was a black dirt bike. It looked like a vintage model, but it looked sweet. Haha. I knew I was born a special chap. It looks pretty bad *SS, huh? If you need anything, I got your back. Wang Yuhang looked so cocky, sitting on his new bike. What powers does it have? Han Sen asked with curiosity. It's awesome. Wang Yuhang said, then started the bike. He drove around the base and returned to Han Senator. He proudly said, what do you think? Fast? Powerful? The speed is okay, but what else does it do, aside from carry you? Han Sen asked. I can run over people. Wang Yuhang sounded a bit weak. So it deals no damage. Does it have any other function? Like, can it fly? Can it carry you across water? Han Sen asked. Bro, this is a bike. You are talking about boats and planes. Wang Yuhang laughed. Han Sen felt his heart sink. This bike was like any other he could buy. It could drive him around and little else. Han Sen thought about it, though, and he decided that the bike was probably quite suitable for someone like Wang Yuhang. If the man could use it to escape things chasing him, then it would be useful enough. Perhaps when the armament evolved some more, it would develop other abilities. Isha learned nothing from her trip to planet Crooked Rock. All the factions were now in search of Purgatory Heaven, but no one had turned up any leads yet. Han Sen was going to take Wang Yuhang to explore the Red Mist Valley, but Isha gave Han Sen a call and told him they needed to talk about something important. Han Sen went to meet with her, all the while thinking over any trace of evidence he might have left suggesting what had really gone down on planet Crooked Rock. He didn't think he had, though. When they met, she said, Buddha Ambassador will be visiting Narrow Moon, and there will be a meeting. If you have nothing important that requires your immediate attendance, I suggest you attend, Isha said. Han Sen felt some relief, hearing what she wanted. She didn't want to talk about planet Crooked Rock and the missing iceberg Duke. Knowing this, he felt much more at ease. Queen, why would the Buddha visit Narrow Moon? What is all this going to be about? Han Sen asked. Isha said, the Rebate are quite friendly with the Buddha. We are close allies. The meeting is a formality to sustain our friendship and exchange Geno arts. The people who can join the get-together are usually the best of the best. Isha paused for a moment, before going on to say, the Rebate usually send in members of the Moon Garden. You may not be one of them, but you can still observe the proceedings. The Geno arts of the Buddhas are fairly unique, and it might be quite useful for you to learn them. Even if you cannot try them out, you can watch them, at least. Yes, my queen, I will take a look. Han Sen did not know what the point of going there actually was, but if Isha was telling him he should go, he thought there had to be more to it. But Isha didn't explain any further, so he didn't ask. Isha spoke about the Buddha, though. And it jogged Han Sen's memory about something. After Buddha King was killed by Gaia, Han Sen had found 2 items. One was a Buddha necklace, and the other was a scroll. The scroll was scrawled in the text of the Buddha. After its translation, Han Sen learned that it was about a Geno art called Unlimited Sutra. Han Sen checked it out. The main part of the text pertained to evolving, which was practically useless where Han Sen was concerned. He wasn't interested in a technique that could generate a Geno armor. What did interest him, though, were the additions of smaller techniques around the main body of text. It was interesting, and it helped Hansen understand more about the Buddha. The Buddha necklace was a high-class treasure, but Hansen could not use it. Maybe the user required a certain blood lineage or a special power of some sort. Isha was allowing Hansen to participate in the event, and Hansen thought it might give him a look into Unlimited Sutra. That would only further his knowledge about the Buddha. After Hansen left, Isha picked up a book and got to reading it. She was in a foul mood. Iceberg Duke was still missing, someplace on planet Crooked Rock. And Isha had no clue whether she was alive or dead. The spots for properly taking part in the event were only available to members of the Moon Garden. But now, the 10 kings of Narrow Moon, aside from 2 kings that did not have any students of their own, could allow their students and children to attend. It was only Isha's student that wasn't allowed a spot in the proceedings. Hers was relegated to spectating. It made her feel quite poorly. Isha still allowed Hansen to go there, though, because she wanted Hansen to learn more. There was something else that made her eager for him to go, too. Hansen was not a member, so if he was challenged by one of the Buddha students, the challenge couldn't happen. Hansen went back to the base and got back to reading Unlimited Sutra. Then, he gave Wang Yuhang a call. He also called the others and told them all to rendezvous at Red Mist Valley. The mist in Red Mist Valley was thick. It could be clearly seen from as far as 10 miles away. The mist resembled fiery clouds. Fortunately, it was planet eclipse. The magnetic storms and vortexes in the sky were scary. No one could see such things from the sky, and so many of the planet's secrets had yet to be discovered. "Little uncle, all of this hinges on you," Hansen told Wang Yuhang as he pointed down into the valley. Wang Yuhuang was wearing the Marquis' armor, and he confidently gave Hansen a don't worry gesture. "I will handle this. I'm good at this sort of thing." Wang Yuhang summoned his bike and rode it towards the valley. He didn't speed straight in. At first, he skirted the entrance before spinning around. He shouted out towards the valley, "Everyone hanging out in this mist, listen. Grandpa Wang is here. If you guys don't come out of here, I'll destroy you." Wang Yuhang shouted, and then a sudden chorus of screams erupted from within the mist. And then, many fiery shadows started to emerge, coming straight for him. "Mamma mia!" Wang Yuhang put his foot down on the pedal and escaped with his bike. The bike's speed was very good for a barren armament, but compared to the fiery shadows, it was actually quite slow. He had only made it a few meters before the shadows had caught up with him. There was a pang and Wang Yuhang crashed his bike. He was sent flying a dozen meters before he hit the ground. He rolled quite a bit before coming to a total stop. Luckily, Wang Yuhang was wearing the Marquis' armor. If he hadn't, he'd have been a dead man by now. But even though he had the armor, he still felt very dizzy. He picked himself up off the ground, and soon enough, a fiery shadow was before him again. It knocked him away once more. Hansen, Gu Qingqing, and Xie Qing King finally noticed that the fiery shadow was a beast shrouded in red mist. It looked a mink, with 3 eyes. The red mist looked as if it was actually under the red beast's control. Every time the creature attacked, though, it left marks across Wang Yuhang's armor. "Quick! I'm going to die!" Wang Yuhang screamed as the creature happily tossed him around. The beast could not break the Marquis' armor, but the force with which it shook him was still enough to have him spewing blood. Hansen put on his rabbit shoes. Without hesitation, he leaped towards the little monster and swung his ghost teeth knife, which was swirling with purple light. There was no one else around, so he did not have to hide anything. He used his Jadeskin's godlight, which was Viscount class, with the ghost teeth knife's knife mind, and struck the beast. It cut through the shadow and left behind a cleft on the creature's skin. The little beast got hit, and it squealed in agony. It turned around and jumped towards Han. Senator Hansen was very fast, and because his rabbit shoes were dupe class, he had dupe class speed to run with. The beast was only Earl class, so it was much slower than Hansen. Hansen moved like a shadow. He swung his ghost teeth knife and hit the little beast again. Every time he did this, a small wound was left on the creature. Over time, after many more strikes, those cuts were all over its body. The wounds kept bleeding as a purple mist oozed out of the injuries. It was only a matter of time before the wounds started to spread. The beast was injured, and being unable to withstand the pain, it sought to race back into Red Mist Valley to escape. Hansen felt depressed. He had the speed, and he had a good knife to boot. Unfortunately, his powers were actually quite weak. The Viscount-class godlight, with teeth knife, could not grievously injure the Earl-class beast. He continued to slash at the beast as well as he could, but the foe was still able to escape into the valley. "Little uncle, draw him out again." Hansen retreated to a position where he could hide. Little uncle ran back to the entrance, but this time without the bike. The bike was too weak right now, so it was pointless bringing it before an earl. "Where are you running off to, boy? Come out and fight Grandpa Wang again." Wang Yuhang kept barking into the mist, but the creature did not reveal itself again. Perhaps it was because the beast really was quite injured. Wang Yuhang shouted like that for a while, until his voice started to crack and leave him. Still, their foe refused to reveal itself again. "Hey, is it working? If it doesn't work, we'll just have to find another way," Xie King shouted at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang acted confidently, and he said, "What do you mean? Is it working?" "No. But I am a man, and I will not give up so easily." After that, Wang Yuhang turned his back to the entrance of the mist-veiled valley and pulled down his pants. He bent over to reveal his butt, and in a bid to provoke the enemies inside the mist, spread his cheeks. "If you have the balls, you'd come out and fight with me. Otherwise, your kid is my kid." Squeak. After Wang Yuhang shouted, a red shadow appeared. It was the same beast, and it was still bleeding from the lacerations it had procured earlier. It ran out, very angry, as if Wang Yuhang had just slaughtered its parents. Wang Yuhang started running, and eventually resummoned his armor. Unfortunately, he was a little late in doing that, and he suffered a bite. He lost a big chunk of flesh from his backside, which bled profusely. "Oh my God!" Wang Yuhang kept running as fast as he could. Fortunately, he was able to re-equip the armor and avoid getting bitten again. But the blood from his bum dyed the armor red. The beast was still not keen on giving up, though, and it kept running after Wang Yuhang. Hansen gripped his knife and ran out after it. With his speed, he caught up rapidly. The ghost teeth knife, with tusk, had created a nasty wound on the monster. The beast's recovery had been slow, as a result. The wounds it had incurred were still bleeding, and they were continuing to spread. The beast wanted to kill little uncle, but Hansen hit it again. Now that it had regained its senses, it tried to reverse course back to the valley. Hansen kept slashing it. He cast Jade Skin and the Blood Pulse Sutra, and he ran them both at maximum velocity. His body looked like jade, and his blood was boiling. Dong. 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 After 3 swings, Hansen felt as if his own blood was going to spill out. A weird, blood-like power entered his ghost teeth knife and dyed it red. Mutant blood ascended to Viscount. The announcement rang inside Hansen's mind, and it brought him sheer delight. The Blood Pulse Sutra had finally leveled up. Catcha! The now reddened ghost teeth knife was covered in a jade skin godlight. It came down on the beast and sliced its paws off. Hansen felt very happy about this. The red blade he now wielded was flashing, and blood was being thrown about everywhere. Before the enemy could escape all the way into the mist, Hansen was able to cut off its head. Red Mist Mink Xenogenic Earl hunted, Xenogenic gene found. Xenogenic beast soul obtained. Hansen was happy. He picked up the beast and cut it open. He found a red bone inside its body, which he knew was the prized Xenogenic gene. "Help! I'm going to die." Wang Yuhang was on the ground, screaming. His butt had been sorely injured. No one told you to be that reckless. Xie King kicked Wang Yuhang's bleeding butt, which prompted another scream. You guys have no heart. I did this for you lot. Xie King looked at the man with disdain and said, you had it coming. Little Silver, go heal him, Han Sen called to Little Silver. No, arg. Before Wang Yuhang could finish, Little Silver fired 2 bolts of lightning at him, one from each eye. They struck Wang Yuhang's bum and had him squealing in even more pain. Little Silver's Viscount class healing was very effective. Its only downside was that it dished out a lot of pain. Wang Yuhang's wounds were completely healed after a short amount of time. Little uncle, try again. See if there are any more xenogeneics inside. Han Sen smiled at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang didn't want to, but he still shouted before the entrance of the valley. He wasn't taking his pants off this time, though. After a while, there appeared to be nothing more. Xie King decided to sketch some shadows and send them into the valley, though. They soon disappeared, but not because they were attacked. It looks like there are no more xenogeneics inside. Xie King put his book away and approached the valley. They all entered that place, and as suspected, they weren't attacked. The red mist was too strong, though, and they couldn't make out anything. The mist is too strong. I can't see anything. I won't be able to see any sort of treasure, assuming there is something here, Wang Yuhang said. They couldn't find anything there, so eventually, they abandoned the valley. There has to be something. It's just that finding it will be annoying. Xie King frowned. Han Sen was going to say something, but suddenly, an aircraft came flying down towards Mirror Lake. It doesn't look like an aircraft that belongs to the rebate. Who would seek to visit this place now, of all times? Han Sen frowned and called for everyone to return. There weren't many electronic tools that could be used on Planet Eclipse. If they wanted to get some intel, they'd have to go back to base. Outside of Mirror Base, an aircraft came to park. When the door of the ship opened, it revealed a woman with white, monk-like robes. The woman was very beautiful, and she had a red dot on her forehead. She was a Buddha. Han Sen had seen many bald people, but very few women. And he definitely hadn't seen a bald woman that pretty before. Her delicate face, and the grace she exuded, made it easy to ignore the fact that she had no hair. She was different from Buddha King. This Buddha woman did not possess a scar, and she only had that red dot on her forehead. Behind the Buddha woman, a Buddha man came forward. And then a few of the rebate did, too. My lady, Planet Eclipse is so poor. There is nothing to see here, and I can assure you that this is not a place you will enjoy visiting, a rebate man said to the woman. The Buddha lady, called Speechless, smiled and said, no flower, and I want to see Knife Queen's student. We are here for the sole purpose of visiting this planet. No flower, Buddha quietly said, the crystallizer that is called Han Sen, he brought out a king-class knife from Knife Grave, did he not? And he managed to practice teeth knife techniques, yes? Are these claims true? Yes, but he is a mere baron. Because he is so weak, Knife Queen has squandered a great many resources on him. He is not even a viscount yet. I am afraid there is no point in you guys visiting, Sad Knight said. That's okay. We are merely sating our curiosity. We just want to observe what sort of creature he is. Speechless smiled. This way, then. Sad Knight led the way for them. When they stood before the entrance of the base, Sad Knight said to the guards, tell your master Han Sen that Sad Knight, Black Cliff, Speechless Buddha Lady, and No Flower Buddha are here to visit. After that, Sad Knight performed a welcoming gesture to them. Then, he said, this way. After walking a few steps, a guard stopped him and said, this is our base. You cannot enter here. Move. Sad Knight looked at the guard coldly, then tried to force his way inside. The guard did not say a word, and instead pulled out a giant cleaver. The guard swung it at Sad Knight. How dare you attack me? You are a mere servant. Sad Knight was enraged by this, and so he threw a slap towards the cleaver to eliminate the guard. The Knight family did not have much respect for Han Senator in the Moon Festival. Han Sen had stolen the thunder away from the Knight family. It made Sad Knight very angry with him, and that was only fuel to the fire of his current rudeness. Sad Knight could tell that the guard was just a baron, though. Sad Knight was a viscount, so killing the guard should have been an easy feat. But when the cleaver was about to come into contact with his hand, the giant cleaver moved like a fish. It slid to the side of his wrist and cut it. It was a small cut, but it was enough to make Sad Knight extremely angry. Being injured by a baron was quite humiliating for him. He was the son of Night River King, and he had been dealt a speck of damage by a weakling guard. This was just too embarrassing for him. He started to glow with a godlight, preparing to use all his power to kill the guard. Unfortunately for him, he had found the wrong person. A normal baron might have been killed by 3 of his punches. But this guard was Lady Chef. Lady Chef was just a baron, but she had lived a very long life. Her fighting talents were like those of a grandmaster. The guy in front of her was nothing, by comparison. A light shot out of Sad Knight's palm, but Lady Chef's movements were like magic. He was unable to do anything to her. Speechless and No Flower were shocked. For a baron guard to fend off such an enemy with such ease was a big surprise. Amazing blade skills, for sure. It looks like she has something of a knife mind. It is rare for a baron to possess something like that. No Flower thought this was very shocking. Sad Knight's face was swollen with rage. He was trying to kill a baron, and he had yet to have any success. He looked useless in front of the Buddha. "What are you guys up to?" A voice came from a short distance away. Everyone turned around to see 3 men, 1 woman, and 1 creature approaching. Han Sen was amongst them. Sad Knight coldly spoke to Han Sen. "Han Sen, how much disobedience do you teach your slaves? They have stopped a few kings and Buddha. What's more, they are fighting me. I will teach them how to behave properly, if you want." Han Sen recognized him. They last met in the Moon God's Festival. "Dragon Lady, what's all this about?" Han Sen walked over to Dragon Lady. They tried to force their way inside. "I stopped them," Dragon Lady answered. "Good job." Han Sen patted her on the shoulder, then walked inside the base alongside Gu Qingqing. Sad Knight was frozen, unsure of what to think about this. He shouted, "Han Sen, did you hear me? I brought Speechless Buddha Lady and No Flower Buddha to see you. Do you not possess any manners whatsoever?" Han Sen turned around, looked at him, and said, "This is Planet Eclipse, not the palace of Night River King. Who gave you permission to come down here? I should ask Night River King if this is how his family has been taught to behave. Go back. I'll give you half an hour to leave. And you were only given that out of respect to Night River King. If you guys are still here when the time is up, I'll punish you all with my special sort of discipline." When Han Sen finished speaking those cold words, he vanished into his base. Everyone was so mad, and they didn't expect Han Sen to be so disrespectful. "Sure. We only wanted to see the sort of rules you enforce. What do you think, Black Cliff?" Sad Knight's face was green as he asked the black-eared man. Black Cliff nodded, agreeing with what he said. Sad Knight was not stupid, though. Speechless and No Flower were with them, and the rebate that had come along were all nobles. Black Cliff was Black Moon King's son. Han Sen couldn't do anything. Sad Knight knew there were no elites there, though. At the very most, they could only expect to find viscounts inside. Black Cliff could get rid of everyone inside if he chose to. Unfortunately, the law in Narrow Moon was strict. And Knife Queen made fights breaking out between the planets difficult. If Han Sen struck first, it wouldn't be their fault. They couldn't kill Han Sen in return, but they could sure teach him a lesson. "If Mr. Han Wall not welcome us, we should go back," Speechless Lady said. She looked quite surprised. The student of Knife Queen was far more unique than she had expected. She was actually all the more curious about him now. Don't worry. Black Cliff and I will take care of this. We will wait here and keep an eye on what Hansen is up to. Sad Night coldly laughed. Hearing that, Speechless and No Flower looked at each other. They didn't say anything. They were curious about what Hansen was planning to do, though. Dragon Lady followed Hansen into the base. Wang Yuhang and Xie King then took up positions on opposite sides of the gate. They were like two soldiers, just smiling at the intruders. Brother King, what is your least favorite meal? Wang Yuhang, standing at the side of the gate, suddenly decided to ask. I am not sure. I like pretty much everything I am able to eat. I even like all desserts, such as stinky tofu, Xie King said. Brother King, you really do like to eat everything. But you know what? I know of something that you would not like to eat, Wang Yuhang said with sincerity. What? Xie King rose to the question. A closed gate. Would you like to eat that? Wang Yuhang asked, laughing to himself. I don't want to eat that. I don't think anyone would like to. Xie King smiled. Maybe. Maybe not. Some people might love to eat that. And they certainly enjoy it. They can't get enough of it. Wang Yuhang smiled, and he looked right at Sad Night. What a rude slave. Sad Night was angered by the jest. He drew his sword and sent a scary swordlight soaring towards Wang Yuhang's neck. He could not kill Hansen, but he did not care about disposing of his slaves. Dong. A silver shadow blocked Sad Night's swordlight. It was a leopard, composed of silver light, from the looks of it. Sad Night was not quite sure what it was, but he wasn't afraid. He swung his sword like lightning to do battle with the leopard. Sad Night's sword skills were wonderful. It was to be expected, after all, he was the son of a king. His fighting techniques were top dog. After a dozen strikes, the silver leopard was slain. The creature vanished into thin air. If you keep talking crap, you'll end up just like that. Sad Night said, staring right at Wang Yuhang. If you like to kill so much, would you like to do a few more? Xie King moved his fingers to scribble out a few more of those silver leopards. They quickly surrounded Sad Night. It hadn't been difficult for Sad Night to take out the silver leopard, but there were so many of them now. They were all Viscounts, and they worked together smoothly to establish a proper formation. It'd be hard, that was for sure. Speechless and No Flower were shocked by this. The ability to draw beasts was very rare. Sad Night killed one silver leopard, then found that Xie King had already drawn another to replace it. He kept spawning more and more, as soon as each one died. The numbers didn't reduce, and the fight looked as if it could go on forever. The leopards were able to get a few hits in every now and again, too. Although none of the wounds were grievous, it sullied his image. Come and help. Seeing Black Cliff and the others merely waiting and watching, Sad Night suddenly felt fear. He couldn't keep fighting these leopards by himself. Just as the rebate looked ready to strike, Xie King closed the book and the leopards disappeared. He coldly said, just as I thought, a run-of-the-mill king's child. Just a bully. You. Sad Night was so angry, but knew he could not compete. When he was flying solo, he hadn't been able to take out the leopards. If he was unable to take out the leopards, he'd be unable to take on Xie King. The rebate were curious about all this, though. They wondered where Hansen might have found such a man. In a solo fight, Sad Night would not be able to beat him. The drawing abilities were rare, too. They had never seen it before. You are a bully, too. If you have the guts to do it, fight him mano a mano. I guarantee you cannot fight Sad Night solo, one of the rebate barons shouted to Xie King, referring to the fact that there were so many shadow leopards. You sure you want to engage me in a solo fight? Xie King looked at Sad Night with a smile. He didn't even spare the baron a glance. So what, yeah. But do you dare to come at me? Sad Knight knew it sounded ridiculous as soon as he said it. He was not too happy about this situation. Are you sure? Don't go crying to Daddy when you get beaten up. Xie King smiled at him. I'm afraid you won't even be able to cry, Sad Knight said coldly. Then come on. It's been a long time since I last had the chance to throw my weight around. The creatures here are so strong, so it's hard to find someone weak enough to enjoy bullying. Now the opportunity to do just that has come. Xie King put his book away, and then the silver book became a set of armor to plate him. Then, he stretched his limbs. Sad Knight knew Xie King was mocking him. He looked murderous, and his sword was like the wind as it came to take a bite out of Xie King. He had a terrible thirst for bloodshed right now. He might not have been able to kill Han Sen, but he could most certainly kill a family member. Even though it would cause him trouble, this was something Night King River could sort out. As the sword light flashed toward him, Xie King was still stretching his wrists and rolling his neck. Pang! Just as the sword light was going to strike his nose, Xie King threw a punch. The silver light broke the sword light. Xie King's strong body began to gleam with silver light. He was like a demon, and he began throwing punches towards Sad Knight. Alu alu alu. A raging bevy of fists was coming at Sad Knight like a furious storm. Sad Knight knew he wouldn't be able to fight back, so he blocked it with a sword. He was like a boat in the middle of the rain. The fists kept striking the sword, shaking it. A catch noise sounded. The sword shattered to pieces under the pressure of Xie King's repeated attacks. The punches eventually landed on Sad Knight. Arg! Sad Knight was sent soaring through the air with a body that had been totally twisted by the punches. His armor had shattered, even. His gear had been completely destroyed. Everyone was shocked, and no one had expected that would be the end result. The son of a king had been beaten by a guardsman. He couldn't resist the flurry of attacks, and he was broken and sent flying. They found out that Xie King was actually scarier when he put the book away. A few of the rebate were shocked. They wished to save Sad Knight, and only Black Cliff did not move. It looks like you guys love to fight in groups. Xie King was wearing an evil smile. His silver armor returned to the shape of a book. So, he drew something inside and brought a new shadow to life. But this time it wasn't a leopard that came out. It was Xie King himself. Alu alu alu. The shadows of Xie King all began punching the rebate. Not much later, the rebate noble heirs were beaten. Their armors had been broken, and their faces were all swollen. They fell to the ground, crying their eyes out. Speechless, No Flower, and Black Cliff were all in shock. It was unheard of, for a nameless Viscount to beat down so many nobles. Xie King seemed terribly overpowered. And he was nothing more than a guard in Han Sen's roster. It was a scary thought. It looks like solo, or even in group fights, you guys are all weak. None of you can fight, Xie King said simply, and then returned to the entrance. He returned to standing at his station like a proper guardsman, and he paid them no further attention. Sad Knight picked himself up off the ground. His face was completely swollen, stained with blood and dirt. His eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to go and hide. He wouldn't mind losing to Han Sen, but he and the other rebate had been beaten by an insignificant Viscount. This wasn't just embarrassing to them, this was an embarrassment to their elders. Everyone would be laughing if news of these events ever spread. The worst thing about it, though, was that Speechless and No Flower had seen it all. Black Cliff, what do you think? Sad Knight looked at Black Cliff. Sad Knight was not going to continue fighting, as that would just lead to greater embarrassment. But Black Cliff was different. He was the oldest son of Black Moon King, and he was a duke. If he struck, it was unlikely anyone near Mirror Lake could withstand the blow. I am only here to see Han Sen's knife blank. The rest of this is none of my business, Black Cliff said with disinterest. Sad Knight's face went red. He looked at Black Cliff, then left. He was way too embarrassed to stay now. A few more of the nobles drifted away, and then the rest got up and said goodbye to Speechless and No Flower. Speechless and No Flower didn't want to leave yet. They were happy to wait outside with Black Cliff. After half an hour, Hansen exited the base. Hansen looked at Black Cliff and the Buddhas. With a frown, he said, "Why are you still here?" "I am Black Cliff, from planet Black Moon. I have heard you are in possession of a mystic knife blank. I would like to borrow it." "The conditions are yours to decide," Black Cliff said, looking at Hansen. "Are you related to Black Steel?" Hansen asked. "Black Steel is my fourth brother," Black Cliff answered. "If you are a sibling of Black Steel, please come inside." Hansen welcomed him inside. Black Cliff was willing to comply, and he let one of the Kate lead him forward. "What do you two need?" Hansen looked at Speechless and No Flower. Ba. I am No Flower of the Buddha. This is Speechless Buddha lady. I have heard Knife Queen accepted a genius for a student, and so we have eagerly looked forward to meeting him." No Flower bowed. "Well, you guys have met him. You can go now." Hansen turned around and walked back into the base. "Hang on, Pang." Before No Flower could speak, Hansen had closed the gate. Speechless and No Flower had seen a lot in their time. They had seen many people express all sorts of different tempers, but Hansen was unique amongst all they had seen. The student of Knife Queen is special. No Flower had a wry smile. "Never mind. If he doesn't want to see us, then we'd best depart." Speechless looked strange as she made the decision. "That is the only way, I suppose." No Flower nodded. They left the base and flew off in the aircraft. Speechless was thinking to herself, Knife Queen wouldn't just accept any student. We haven't yet found out why she selected him, but seeing how strong his followers are, it might suggest he is hiding something. I need to force him to talk to me sometime. After Hansen went back into the base, he went to the meeting room to discuss things with Black Cliff. "Why do you want to see my knife blank?" Hansen asked. The knife blank was not an ordinary item. If Black Cliff hadn't been Black Steel's brother, Hansen wouldn't have let him in, regardless of his rank. He certainly wouldn't let him see the knife blank. Black Cliff said, "The Black family forges weaponry, and I am quite skilled at the process. I have been doing this for 50 years, but even now, I have yet to be able to forge a king-class knife. And that's all because I've never been able to get my hands on decent materials. Only fine materials can make what I seek to create. I have heard the knife blank you found inside Knife Grave is a good item. So, I was hoping I might borrow it. And if not, I hoped I could make an offer to purchase it outright. I wasn't planning on selling it." "And you do know that because it came from Knife Grave, it cannot actually be forged?" Hansen said. "The weaponry from Knife Grave can be forged, you just have to know how. It's okay if you do not wish to sell the material, but if it does work, I can forge it into something of your choosing, all for free. I'd even be willing to pay. You will still keep ownership of the knife, too." Black Cliff looked excited. Hansen thought that was a worthy bargain. The knife blank was only a knife blank. He couldn't utilize its powers, so it would be great if it could be forged. It'd be free, and it'd also come from the best blacksmith of the rebate. That was a very good deal. Hansen did not need to worry about Black Cliff destroying the weapon. This was Narrow Moon, and he wouldn't do something like that unless he was genuinely crazy. And Black Cliff did not look like a crazy man, so Hansen was not worried. "Okay, please wait here." Hansen asked someone to bring the knife blank. But just as he was about to hand it over, he felt that something was wrong. When Black Cliff saw the knife blank, he froze. It looked as if his eyes were on fire. The fire did not really exist, but Hansen could see it. It looked very familiar. King June. Han Sen immediately recalled where he had seen this before. The gold sunbird that Han Sen had killed, and the being called King June that named himself Sky God, and the fire he used. What Han Sen saw in Black Cliff's eyes reminded him of all that. Han Sen was going to hand the knife blank over, but right before he did, he pulled it back. Knife blank. Knife blank. Black Cliff was acting as if he had been possessed. He mumbled over and over, as he tried to grab the knife blank from Han Sen. F***CK. King June is behind this. Han Sen immediately reacted. Unless Black Cliff was stupid or just plain mad, he wouldn't have come here to try to steal the knife blank. Even if he stole it and killed Han Sen in the process, he couldn't have owned it. But that seemed to be exactly what Black Cliff was doing. The man's mind seemed to be scrambled. And it reminded Han Sen of King June's Sky God. Han Sen quickly fell back as Black Cliff roared. His body was on fire, and he leaped towards Han Sen like a beast. He was shouting, "Knife blank! My knife blank!" In that precise moment, the meeting room was blown up by the power unleashed by Black Cliff. His Duke powers were scary to witness. Many people heard the commotion and came rushing toward them. Han Sen shouted, "Please stay away. Run, as far as you are able to." Han Sen held on to the knife blank and also ran. The rabbit shoes were on his feet, and he headed out of the base. Black Cliff was like a hungry beast as he ravenously pursued Han Senator. He summoned a big black hammer and swung it forward. The fire was like a living thing as it tore a big hole in the ground. The nearby houses were being smashed to pieces. Luckily, the rabbit shoes made Han Sen just as fast as Black Cliff. Han Sen made it out of the base, but he hadn't gained enough of a lead to lose Black Cliff. Black Cliff ran like a lunatic. He kept trying to smack Han Sen with the hammer. He wanted to smash Han Sen into nothing but bits and take the knife blank for himself. King June, that asterisk shoal. He is so obscene. Han Sen knew that Black Cliff was not himself. The fire in his eyes was growing brighter, and he attacked without holding back. It was fortunate Han Sen had the rabbit shoes, otherwise, he'd be mush right now. 0, contact Queen. Han Sen shouted as he kept running. He was running towards the mountains, leading Black Cliff away from the base so he wouldn't inadvertently destroy it. Han Sen couldn't lose him, but he used his Dongxian movements to dodge each attack. He kept evading as he led the raging rebate towards the Red Mist Valley. Han Sen could not fight Black Cliff. He needed Isha to help, but God only knew how long it would take her to get here. So, he needed to find a way to buy himself some time. It'd be bad to suffer even a single strike. A random Duke-class hit could be enough to break him to pieces. Han Sen guided Black Cliff towards the red mist, and in the meantime, Zero got in touch with Isha. Isha had the time to see her message. What? This has really happened? Black Cliff did this? After Isha heard Zero explain the matters at hand, she frowned. She could not believe he was willing to do such a thing. But it was Han Sen's subordinate that had contacted her, and she knew Zero wouldn't lie. Isha went quiet and quickly left for Planet Eclipse. She was soon at the base. Where are Black Cliff and Han Sen? Isha asked with a frown. Master was getting chased. He was leading the enemy off that way. Zero pointed to Red Mist Valley. Isha did not delay. Like an act of teleportation, she instantly disappeared. Isha was in a major rush right now. If what Zero had told her was true, then there was a Duke chasing after Han Senator. It was difficult to gauge how long Han Sen might last in such a pursuit. He could have been whacked into jelly by now, already. Isha scanned the valley ahead, and what she saw shocked her. Han Sen was sitting on a rock outside the valley, singing. Where is Black Cliff? Isha asked as she ran up to Han Sen. In that valley, Han Sen said, as he pointed down into it. Han Sen had drawn Black Cliff into the valley, and his pursuer had gotten lost in there. Han Sen was able to get back out and wait for Isha's arrival. Black Cliff was still down there. Isha looked into the valley with much confusion. Her face changed and she said, "A red mist spring? Do you know what it is?" Han Sen asked Isha. Isha looked at the red mist plaguing the valley and said, "It is a red mist spring. I don't know if it is good for you or bad for you, though." "What is a red mist spring?" Han Sen felt a chill hearing this, but he asked her for more info. They had been in the valley searching for quite some time, last time they were there. There didn't seem to be anything useful inside. They couldn't find what was causing the mist either. Even if there was a treasure, it seemed unlikely they could find it. Now hearing Isha say this, it sounded as if it might not have been treasure that was inside there. It might have actually been something harmful. Just as Isha was about to answer, Black Cliff came out of the clouds with a big hammer. After seeing Han Sen, he roared and swung towards him. Isha frowned. She could tell something was wrong with him, and she knew he wouldn't behave like that in front of her. She waved her hand and a purple mist came out. It cracked Black Cliff's big hammer in an instant. Black Cliff coughed up some blood. The hammer was his Geno armament, and as soon as Isha broke it, harm was delivered to his body. But even so, he still wanted to go after Han Sen and Han Sen alone. He was acting like a man possessed. Isha then hit Black Cliff himself with the purple mist. She didn't want to kill him, though. All she wanted to do was knock him out. "We cannot let others learn about this spring. I will discuss this with you when I return." Isha told Han Sen that, then picked up the unconscious Black Cliff. After that, she warped away. Han Sen went back to the base. After what happened with Black Cliff, he knew he'd have to be more careful. King Jun was able to use Black Cliff to come after him, so it was clear he could assume the form of other people to get to Han Sen. Having an association with a god is a bad thing, indeed. They are so powerful, but they won't kill directly. Why is that? Maybe if I find out why, I can kill King Jun. Han Sen retreated into thought. When it was nighttime, Han Sen sought rest. When he turned around, he saw Isha standing right there. She had been behind him, and her sudden presence there scared him. "Queen, when did you get here?" Han Sen blinked. Isha smiled and said, "I just wanted to take a look at you. I almost don't recognize you." "Why? Why would you not recognize your student?" Han Sen smiled. "Under the threat of Black Cliff's pursuit, you managed to run so far and so fast without sustaining any damage. I don't even think a marquise could do such a thing." Isha squinted her eyes as she spoke. "You know, I have shoes that can give me speed. I'm weak in other talents, so I guess I'm just good when it comes to being speedy. These take me up to around dupe class, I think." Han Sen said that, and then used his rabbit shoes to walk 3 meters. "That is a good item. It gives barons the speed of a duke. That is very rare. It is better than your holy item, even." Isha looked at the rabbit shoes as she spoke. Han Sen felt strange, all of a sudden. He was afraid Isha might want to try them on. They were a beast soul, and Isha couldn't use them because she was not from the sanctuaries. Fortunately, she was not interested in the rabbit shoes. She thought of something else and said, "Do you know what the red mist spring is?" "I don't know," Han Sen said quietly. Isha sighed and said, "I don't know if the red mist spring is a good thing or a bad thing, but for you, it might be an opportunity. It's possible that this spring could make your spell Geno armament level up. It could become a Viscount. That means the red mist spring can level things up?" Han Sen was happy to hear this. His spell Geno armament had been difficult to develop. It required an external sort of power for that to occur. If he tried to level it through solo practice, it'd be a slow process. It'd probably take him 100 years to get it up to Viscount class through training alone. That wasn't about Han Sen performing poorly, though. It was because the story of genes was not for humans. It was extremely unlikely that Hansen had been able to practice it in the first place. It'd be better if it was simply a treasure, Isha sighed and said. There is only one way to generate a red mist spring. It has only been created because many creatures have died in this area and remained buried here for billions of years. Changes have occurred beneath the ground, which resulted in the generation of this new substance. The red mist is a sign that the substance has finished formulating, and that it is now available. Hansen waited for a bit, hoping she'd continue speaking. This is a substance that comes from the corpses of xenogeniacs. Nobles have no use for it, but it is great for ordinary types. Average creatures who touch it can become xenogeniac. If a xenogeniac ate this substance, they'd evolve quickly. Isha went on to say, but your geno-armament is special, and I think there is a way in which spell can absorb it. We can speed up your growth by doing this. If there is enough of the substance, we can level her up to Viscount. What do I do? Hansen asked. It was too difficult to level up spell, and if there was a chance to cut comers here, he didn't want to let it escape him. I have a geno-art I believe you should practice. When the red mist spring comes out, you use that skill and transfer the power obtained into spell. If you do that, she will level up. But this geno-art is very difficult to learn, and transferring the spring's power will be painful. It's entirely up to you if this is what you want, Isha said. She would provide him as much information as she could, but the decision was ultimately up to him. Thanks, Queen. Hansen accepted the papers she offered him and looked over the geno-art that was called Yin-Yang Change. Don't forget to go to the event I told you about, Isha told Hansen before she left. Hansen confirmed he'd go, despite his total lack of enthusiasm in it. He began practicing Yin-Yang Change right away, though. Hansen gave it a read-through, and he was immediately taken by surprise. Yin-Yang Change was just like Yin-Yang Blast. It had simply been developed in a different direction. Yin-Yang Blast's focus was on exchanging power that came against it, in which a power's direction would be reversed. Yin-Yang Change was based on making a power stronger. With Yin-Yang Blast as a base, he could easily learn how to take advantage of Yin-Yang Change. He would only need a bit of practice before using it. He didn't know how Isha had dealt with Black Cliff. She didn't mention anything about the man, so he didn't ask. But Isha hadn't killed Black Cliff, he knew that. He thought she might have simply sent him back to Black Moon King. Isha thought the red mist spring would make itself apparent in around 40 days. So, Hansen had plenty of time to practice. Wang Yuhang went to Hansen's room, smiling. Hansen, there is a rebate woman looking for you. Rebate woman? I don't know any rebate women. Hansen frowned. Still pretending? She says you are her teacher, and you two used to be close. You even taught her knife skills. Wang Yuhang was still smiling. No, I never taught any rebate women. There is a rebate woman that teaches me, however. Hansen was depressed, unable to think who he might have been talking about. What rebate woman has been teaching you? Wang Yuhang looked at him with a disgustingly creepy face. Knife Queen. Who else? Hansen said, then left. He didn't know who Wang Yuhang was talking about, so he went to take a look. He went to a meeting room, and there he found a 15-year-old rebate woman. She had white rabbit ears and a face that was quite chubby. She had big eyes, and she was really cute. Seeing her there, it was tempting to reach out and squeeze her cheeks. Looking at the rebate girl made Hansen think of Wang Mengmeng. They were not of the same race, but they sure looked similar. I don't believe I know you, Hansen said, while looking at the lady. Master, please allow me to follow and obey you. The girl immediately kneeled in front of Hansen and bowed via the rebate's typical gesture. What is this? Who are you? Hansen looked at the lady. My name is Qingli. I am Flower King's daughter. I really admire Knife Queen, and I wanted to become her student. She, however, did not accept me. So, I will have to ask you to become my teacher, in her stead. That way, I can sort of be Queen's student. Qingli looked rather smug. I haven't made plans to accept any students, Hansen said. He was so busy these days that he really didn't have the time to accept students. Qingli was Flower King's daughter. Flower King was at the same level as Isha. If Qingli became Hansen's student, it would suggest that Flower King was of lower stature than Isha. If Hansen actually accepted her, it was highly unlikely that Flower King would agree to it. It is too late. I am already following you. From now on, you are my teacher. Queen will become my elder teacher. Qingli looked quite excited. You are Qingli, right? Hansen was not mad, and he actually smiled at her. Yes. And you are my teacher, right? You can call me Little Li. Qingli sounded rather sweet. Qingli, I'm not refusing to be your teacher, but if you want to be my student, you are going to have to pass my tests first. Forcing me to become your teacher is useless, Hansen said. What kind of tests do you want me to perform? Qingli asked. Why do you want to follow Queen so much? Hansen asked. It is because Queen is great and her knife skills are the best. She practices the strongest teeth knife of the rebate. I really want to be like her, so that is why I want to obey her, Qingli said in explanation. So, you simply want to learn teeth knife? Hansen smiled. I guess. But I want to learn it straight from Queen. I don't care if others teach me, Qingli said seriously. How about we do a test, and see if you possess the adequate talent to learn it? If you do, I can accept you as my student. Then, you will become Queen's student, Hansen said. Really? Then test me. How do we do the test? Qingli sounded excited. I will write a few words for you, and then you can go practice them. If you can write them down exactly the same, I will take you as my student. Hansen said that, and then brought out a wooden board. He used his fingers to write down a few words, and then gave her the board. Sky mind like knife. What does that mean? Qingli held the wood board and wrote down the 4 words. She looked at Hansen with a modicum of confusion. She knew the 4 words, but she did not understand the meaning of their combination. Go home and look it over. When you understand it, you can write it. And when you can write it, I will take you as a student. Hansen smiled. As long as I am able to write out those 4 words, you can accept me as a student? That simply? Qingli did not believe Han Senator copying out 4 words to pass a test was far too easy. Yes, it is that simple. Now, go and practice. But I have a rule for you to follow, and that is, you cannot ask for the aid of others. You have to write this out by yourself. If you get help to do this, then you forfeit. Hansen smiled. Those 4 words were simple, but copying them was not easy. The words Hansen wrote contained the teeth knife mind. The words could be copied, yes, but the feelings they elicited could not. He gave Qingli this task because he wanted her to give up in her pursuit. That being said, if she did understand the meaning behind the text and could copy it as she had been instructed, then she'd be something of a genius. No one would mind taking on such a student, if that was the case. Okay, you said that. No regrets now. Qingli was too young, and Hansen thought she was too naive. She didn't understand the real task that she had been given. I won't have any. Hansen smiled. Qingli left for home quite merrily with the wooden board. She planned to write down 4 beautiful words for Hansen, so he'd have no choice but to accept her as a student. When she was back home, she could not wait to start practicing. Rebate generally took their education seriously, but Qingli was an exception to that rule. She studied, but she didn't focus on it too much. She'd finish any homework she was given, but she wouldn't go the extra mile with practice. It was fortunate that Flower King was good at teaching and that he had forced her to practice some writing. Qing Li's writing was not the best, but it wasn't too bad either. If this was just writing, Qing Li had a chance. But when Qing Li started to write out the words Han Sen had given to her, she felt rather strange. And that was because she was unable to write them out like he had. When she started, she thought they looked similar, but the further she went, the more she realized they drifted apart. Weird. Why is this happening? Qing Li held up the wooden boards to investigate. It was then that she realized the words were changing. They weren't exactly changing, though. It was because the markings on the board were getting deeper, and the words elicited the feeling of them changing. It was as if the text could move. Teeth powers. Qing Li immediately realized that the words Han Sen had written out contained the power of teeth. Teeth powers were breaking the wood, that was what was happening. But no matter what, this would not scare Qing Li away. It actually flared her curiosity and her urge to go on. She swore to her God that she'd write it all out, if it was the last thing she did. This time, Qing Li tried her hardest. She kept trying to write down Han Sen's words and practicing the knife skills at the same time. As the daughter of Flower King, many teachers would be willing to teach her if she was willing to learn writing and knife skills. Plus, Flower King had a wide collection of writing techniques, and she was a naturally smart woman. So, it should not have been too difficult. It was hard to learn writing in such a short time. But the added pressure made her focus more. The more she watched Han Sen's words, the more fascinating she found them. It wasn't because of how well they were written, though. It was because the knife mind was so strong. As Qing Li looked into the writings and the knife skills, she realized that the 4 words were really unpredictable. The more she wrote, the less she found herself following. She was starting to think she couldn't practice it at all. Pat. After 10 days, the wooden board cracked. The knife mind and the teeth powers broke the boards. And then, the 4 words disappeared. Qing Li was shocked. She understood that this was the time limit given to her by Han Senator. She felt depressed. She had failed to copy them down, and on top of that, they were now broken. She had failed the test. Qing Li, why have you been hiding yourself away at home for so many days? The event is going to start. A woman's voice sounded from the outside, and then she pushed the door open. The person who entered was a rebate woman the same age as Qing Li. Her name was Du Lisha. She was Moon Will King's daughter, and they were members of Moon Garden. They were also best friends. Qing Li was an outgoing person. But she had been hiding away at home for 10 days, and she hadn't gone looking for her friends once. Du Lisha was curious about what was going on, and so, she came looking for her friend. The Buddha is already here. Why don't you come take a look? Why are you hiding at home? Du Lisha asked. Ah, you are practicing writing? Did Uncle Flower force you to? Du Lisha saw writing all around the place. She picked up one and went on to say, the words aren't bad. You have definitely improved. Father did not force me. I wanted to practice this myself. Qing Li shook her head. That is strange. You are practicing writing out of choice. That's not your style at all. What made you take this up? Du Lisha looked at Qing Li with surprise. Qing Li looked depressed and said, you know I admire the queen? Well, I want to be her student. But she said that I am not qualified enough to learn teeth knife, and so she did not accept me as a student. I know. But that was a long time ago. Is this still on your mind? Du Lisha said. Qing Li shook her head. Queen is my idol, and that'll never change. So, I thought that if I could not have her as a teacher, I would become the student of her student. Then, that would make me her student's student. It can't be all that different, can it? The daughter of Flower King is becoming Han Sen's student? Even if you wanted to obey him, I doubt he'd take you. Du Lisha smiled. He didn't reject me. He wanted me to write down 4 words. If I do them successfully, he'll take me as a student, Qingli said. So, you've been practicing how to write this the entire time? Du Lisha saw that all she had written were sky-mined like knife. Yeah, I have been practicing for so long, and yet I still fail. Qingli felt depressed. How can it be so difficult? Let me see. Du Lisha was curious about this. Qingli shook her head. The text is gone. Gone? How can they be gone? Du Lisha asked, curiously. Qingli explained it, and then let her take a look at the broken wood chips. After Du Lisha heard what she was told, she had a look of disbelief. Really? How long has Hansen been practicing teeth knife? You say he has a teeth knife mind and can use it to such a high level? I can't help but find that hard to believe. I wouldn't have believed it, either, if I hadn't seen it with my own 2 eyes. But I really did watch him write it down upon the boards. And then, I saw the wooden board get broken apart by the words he had scrawled. You have to believe me. Hansen really is so strong. It's no wonder the queen picked him as a student. I am far inferior, Qingli said. Don't think too much about it all just yet. The event is going to start soon, so let's head over to the meeting. Du Lisha hadn't seen the text herself, so she didn't think it was that incredible. She put it out of her mind and dragged Qingli with her to the event. The exchange event was hosted by one of the 2 races, and they alternated each time. This time it was the Rebate's turn to host. The Buddha Clear Sea King brought around 20 of his Buddhas here. Before the event started, they met with the nobles of the Rebate. That way, the 2 groups would be familiar with each other during the event. Amongst all those Buddhas, there was one called Sunday. He had the highest rank out of them all. He was a Marquise class fellow. If this was down to raw talent, Speechless and No Flower were the absolute strongest. Buddhas had a special ability. When Buddhas became old, they could transfer their knowledge and experience to the younger ones. They called that ability, open the mind. The Buddhas that used it would die a short time after, and the Buddhas that were on the receiving end would only be able to absorb as much knowledge as their prowess allowed them to. No Flower and Speechless had their minds opened. They had been very talented when they received their knowledge, so they were able to absorb a lot. They learned far more than the average Buddha did. Speechless was the best, though. The elder that opened their mind for her was a half-deified Buddha. Speechless was extremely talented, and people expected her to be the first fully-fledged deified Buddha in the last 30,000 years. But open the mind was classified, and most people did not know anything about this process. Even those who knew about the ability couldn't tell who had received a predecessor's knowledge. Qingli and Du Lisha went to the meeting and met up with friends there. Someone introduced a Buddha to Qingli. The Buddhas and the Rebate were allies, so there was a good atmosphere and relationship between them. But there was a competitive side to their cordialities, and they were fond of finding out who was stronger in various categories. This was an exchange event, but right now, it was more like a competitive display of skills than a swap meet. Hansen was not at all interested in events such as this, but Isha had repeatedly asked Hansen to attend. So, he had no real choice but to come. Wang Yuhang and Xie Qing were fond partygoers, and Gu Qingqing was interested in learning about the Buddhas. So, they all decided to follow Hansen. The 4 of them found a corner to sit down in, and there, they could watch the show and enjoy the food of the Rebate. Because Hansen was not a member of the Moon Garden, he could only sit outside to spectate. He could not enter or interact with the Buddhas. While this meant nothing to Hansen, Speechless kept looking for him. When the meeting began, she had yet to see Hansen around. She felt confused about his absence. Speechless thought Hansen was the student of Knife Queen, and because of that, he would have been allowed to participate in the event. But Speechless looked around for him for a long time, with no hide nor hair of him to be found. She didn't ask about him, though. She'd feel weird to ask. Isn't Hansen Queen's student? Why are you watching the event from the outside, like us? As Han Sen and his companions were munching away, he heard someone speak with a rather mocking tone of voice. Han Sen looked over and saw a few xenogeniacs. They were not old, and neither were they rebate. The person who spoke was someone with the head of a cow. Well, they were some sort of bovine race, but they looked different from the cow. Han Sen did not know which race they belonged to, but he had seen this cow-headed person before. In the Moon God Festival, the cow-headed man was with Gold Jade King's son, Gao Ji. He was one of the very few earls there. Han Sen looked at them but did not say a word. They were outsiders, and they were simply leaning on the rebate. I thought Queen would give her students special treatment. But he's just like us, an outsider, not allowed to be a member of the Moon Garden. He can't participate in the event, and he can only sit out here and watch. So what? Even if he could join, what could he hope to exchange? Maybe he can exchange a little luck, you know? The young man with the head of the cow and his fellows were talking so loud, it was obvious they wanted Han Sen to hear them. Han Sen frowned, though. He wasn't sure what they meant. They were outsiders there, as well. They should have felt the same way about things as Han Sen himself did. He did not know why they'd bother picking on him, wanting to start trouble. So, Han Sen ignored them and pretended he did not hear them. He continued talking with Gu Qingqing and the others. The cow-headed man thought it was pointless to continue talking, after noticing that Han Sen wasn't paying them any mind. After a while, Clear Sea King and Moon Will King arrived. They announced the start of the event. The guests have come from far and wide, so let them take the stage first. Moon Will King smiled. Bah. Let us hope we don't embarrass ourselves. Clear Sea King looked at No Flower, and then he went on to say, No Flower, you go first. Share your experience with your friends. Yes, my king. No Flower stood up and bowed before Clear Sea King and Moon Will King. He walked on stage and spoke to the worker, saying, Please help me prepare a testing gold rock. A testing gold rock was a rock for testing one's power. While the rock could be dented, it was very durable, almost unbreakable. It was usually used for the testing of Geno arts. They have No Flower coming on stage. It looks like they are ready to show off, Dulisha said with a smile. The worker brought a testing gold rock on stage. Everyone looked at No Flower, wondering what Geno art he was going to perform. Although No Flower was bald, he looked poised and elegant. He bowed before them, and to the surprise of all the nobles who were present, he said, I am going to perform a Geno art called Touching Flower Finger. Touching Flower Finger was famous because it was very common amongst the Buddha. It was something each one of them could perform. This event had been created to show off new stuff. No Flower was going to perform something extremely common, and that was surprisingly disappointing to the attendants. No Flower Buddha, Touching Flower Finger, is very powerful. But we have seen it many times before. There is no need to display this, is there? Someone said from below the stage, which prompted a number of agreements. No Flower smiled. He was not in a rush, and he said, The point of this event is to demonstrate new things, yes. I am stupid and cannot create new skills. So, I had a little idea to modify Touching Flower Finger somewhat. If this can make you smile, that'll be enough for me. Seeing No Flower say this, folks became curious. Someone shouted, Then perform your Touching Flower Finger and let us see the difference. Bah. No Flower spoke out the Buddha phrase and walked in front of the testing gold rock. No one saw him do anything. They merely saw him raise his hand and press his thumb up against it. The people inside and outside craned their necks and leaned forward to see No Flower's Touching Flower Finger. But No Flower only pressed his thumb into the rock by a single inch. Even an ordinary baron could do something like that. Amidst their confusion, the audience suddenly noticed that finger marks were spreading all across the rock. A word was being painted onto it. It was then that the people realized that No Flower wanted to show something more than mere destruction. He was showing off that he could write with that skill. Still, they did not quite understand why. It did not matter how well you wrote. What did that have to do with Carrot's showcase of power? Even barons could break the rock. You did not need tricks for that. No Flower kept on writing, and then his entire body changed. His body surged with strength, like a king standing firm against crazy winds. When he waved his finger, it felt as if flowers were falling. Or as if dead leaves were falling. The flowers open and destroy it. No Flower was writing these words out. Touching Flower finger was supposed to be a gentle Geno art, but as he used it, it felt as if people were amidst a rain of flowers. It made you feel so lonely and depressed. It was different from what the ordinary touching Flower finger would make you see. Some young men with weak wills became very pale. They felt as if they had become old men, or dying flowers on the verge of giving up the ghost. Even the members of Moon Garden looked bad. That is a strong mind. He is so young. How can he create such a thing? Duleisha looked ill as she spoke. Black Steel said coldly, the Buddhas can open their minds. No Flower must have received this from a king. If I guess correctly, this should be the device of Wilted Buddha King. Moonwill King's eldest daughter, Rebecca, said, not bad. Wilted Buddha King died 2 years ago. No Flower must have opened his mind before then. Wilted Buddha King was good at wilted skills. This touching Flower finger feels like something wilted. You must be right about where it came from. He has absorbed the experience of Wilted Buddha King in only 2 years. He is very strong, indeed, Black Steel said. Rebecca nodded and did not say anything. She looked more serious than ever, though. Sister? Is he not cheating? He's got the will and experience from Wilted Buddha King, but we don't. Who can reach that level with such an age and rank? Duleisha asked, frowning. Clear Sea King put No Flower on stage first for an obvious reason. Now, I don't think anyone can compete with him. It looks as if we will have to let them win this one, Rebecca said. No Flower finished writing. Then he stood up and walked back. The lonely feeling disappeared from everyone once he was done. Inside and outside, everyone snapped out of their daze. They looked at the text on the testing gold rock, and what they saw was shocking. The wilted presence was spreading. That is a powerful finger skill. I have only seen a few kings who have a skill such as that. No Flower Buddha is still so young, and it is rare to see someone like that do something like this. Why is it strange? Don't you know the Buddha can perform open the mind? The older ones can transfer their will and experience to ones of the younger generation. No Flower's mind must have received such a transference from a Buddha king. That is how he has it, mark my words. The open the mind skill is overpowered. It's like cheating. They are so young, and yet they are much stronger than us. Every race has an ace up their sleeve, allowing them to exceed in some way. The Rebate have an advantage of their own. Don't give up faith. True, but I don't think anyone from our race can compete with No Flower. Normal viscounts couldn't give out a feeling like that. Not even earls or marquises can do something like that. Well, they did travel a long way to get here. We should probably just let them win. All the nobles were talking about how envious they were of the open the mind technique. No Flower lowered his head and waited on stage. As this happened, a Rebate needed to go up on stage and perform a Geno art of their own. This way, they could be compared. That was the general purpose of this entire event. But No Flower Buddha's touching Flower finger was far too impressive. There wasn't anyone else in Moon Garden that could come close to this. Whoever came next would be too weak, and it'd be an embarrassment for them to follow. Duleisha and the other second-generation Rebate all looked at each other, with none making a move forward. They all sighed. They knew the Rebate were weaker than the Buddhas, at this level. Are those words really that good? I think Han Sen did better than him, Qingli said to herself, looked at the testing gold rock. Qingli, what are you talking about? Duleisha asked from her seat next to Qingli. I think Hansen wrote better than No Flower did, Qingli answered. When other members of Moon Garden heard this, they thought she meant something about his handwriting being prettier. One of the members scoffed, Qingli, no flowers touching flower finger is something that ascends mere prettiness. There's a meaning inside it that is far more important. The shape of the characters is secondary. Qingli answered this by saying, I was referring to the meaning. I think the meaning of the Buddha's text was lacking compared to Hansen's. They all heard what she said, but no one believed her. That was, aside from Black Steel. Black Steel was the only one there who knew Hansen possessed such a frightening knife mind. Rebecca looked at Qingli and said, Qingli, when did you see Hansen write? And what did his words mean? It was a few days ago. The words he wrote meant teeth knife mind, Qingli said. Rebecca shook her head. I don't think so. How long has he been practicing teeth knife? He is just a baron. He cannot generate any sort of significant knife mind. Even if he was able to, it couldn't be half as good as no flowers touching flower finger. That is something only one of the king class can generate. And Hansen is no Buddha either. How can you believe a baron has a knife mind like that? Your thought process is right, but I'm telling you, Hansen's writing abilities are better than no flowers. Qingli was weak. She could only feel it instinctually, but she was still sure it was true. Hansen and Gu Qingqing were observing No Flower's writing at the time. Gu Qingqing was shocked, and she said, that monk is not bad. Gu Qingqing actually meant exactly what she said. Rather than being amazing, No Flower's talent was simply not bad. The creatures in the sanctuary were far weaker than those in the Geno universe, but that was just a factor of base strength. When it came to the actual workings of combat, and the finesse of it all, those that had made it through the sanctuary were far superior to those in the Geno universe. Gu Qingqing's sword skills were the best to be found in the sanctuary. Her sword mind was among the greatest there, too. Despite that, her raw power was weak in comparison to others found in the Geno universe. That being said, her knowledge of sword skills and sword minds exceeded what a king class in the Geno universe would know. Most beings from the sanctuary were this way, too. There were a few exceptions to that rule, like Wang Yuhang, though. He didn't really have all that much knowledge when it came to fighting, but even so, he was better than most viscounts and earls. Not bad? You sure sound cocky. If No Flower is only not bad, then do you care to enlighten us as to what can be defined as good, said the cow-headed man next to them. Gu Qingqing did not want to talk to a cow, so she ignored him. Hansen saw No Flower and was shocked. When he had looked at Unlimited Sutra, he felt the Buddha's Geno art was quite strange. Since he had seen the raw text, he could understand why this was so weird. Buddha King and No Flower's powers were not the same, but Hansen felt they were similar. It reminded him of a scary guy. Hansen poked his head into his sea of soul. There was a tower in there, and it still had the word destiny scrawled across it. He put his will inside Destiny's tower, and there, Hansen saw Armored Man and Ancient Devil. They were still both incarcerated there. Since Ancient Devil had been locked up, Armored Man had been fixated on the concept of skinning him alive. But with them both locked up, he couldn't lay a finger on Ancient Devil. So, all he had done was shout at the spirit, all day, every day. Ancient Devil had been locked up for a long time, but he didn't pay too much attention to his cellmate. He meditated all day like a monk, not caring for the constant shouting in his ears. In the beginning, Hansen had frequently watched Ancient Devil, but that man meditated like he had been frozen. He never moved an inch, and so Hansen lost interest. Now that he could see No Flower's performance, he knew why it felt so strange to him. It was because the Buddha gave Hansen the same feeling he got when he observed Ancient Devil. Does Ancient Devil have Buddha genes? Hansen guessed. Ancient Devil seemed to sense something, as well. He opened his eyes and looked right at Han Senator. After being imprisoned for so many years, his eyes were still sparkling with clarity. They hadn't gotten dusty. If you stared at him for a while, you'd feel as if his eyes were bottomless wells. Looking him in the eyes was like peering into an abyss. What would you like to know? Ancient Devil suddenly asked. Hansen was shocked, and thought to himself, this guy has been locked in Destiny's tower, and he could sense I was watching him. What a scary man. Hansen did not plan on avoiding the question. He used his will to echo answers throughout the chambers of the tower. He said, Ancient Devil, do you know about the Buddha? Yes, Ancient Devil answered. Hansen felt even weirder now, and that was because Ancient Devil had just leveled up to the Alliance when he was trapped inside the tower. There was no way he had ventured to the Geno universe before then and learned about the Buddha that way. What do you know about the Buddha? Hansen asked. Ancient Devil smiled and said, I once summoned a god. And the god said he was a Buddha. This shocked Han Senator. If Ancient Devil had summoned a Buddha, that also meant that Azura had been the one to kill a Buddha. But Buddhas were in the Geno universe, and it couldn't have been possible for it to be summoned to the sanctuaries. It made no sense. The Buddha could most certainly not enter a sanctuary. Especially since it was summoned to a sanctuary below the Alliance level. I am talking about the race, not the religion, Hansen said, hoping he'd get a confirmation. Bald with 9 moles? Like scars? This is what you mean? Ancient Devil said simply. Now, Hansen knew that Ancient Devil did indeed know of the existence of the Buddhas. Whether they were real or fake, Ancient Devil knew about them. How did you summon that god to the 4th god sanctuary? Hansen asked. You want to know? Give me back my freedom and I'll tell you everything. Ancient Devil seemed his usual self. He didn't exhibit any personality changes. You don't have what it takes to bargain with me, Hansen coldly said. There is no need for this discussion to continue, if my freedom is not up for debate. Ancient Devil closed his eyes and returned to that frozen state. Hansen felt pretty bad. He had used death threats and torture techniques in the past, but using them on Ancient Devil was pointless. Even when the spirit was tortured, he would simply continue meditating. Ancient Devil must have had the strongest will there was. Not even kings of the Geno universe could compare to him.